A joint press conference of three parties, maybe in a day or two, where the alliance will be formally launched and the respective candidates would be announced.
All the candidates?
Well, I think it's up to the individual parties. Maybe one or two could be delayed. Many places people are waiting for the opposition candidate to be declared, then they want to declare. Okay. That happens in all elections. So I think we're looking for a joint press conference in a day or two.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, because once they are seen by you for who they are, that's going to create a child with better self-worth, and that unconsciously we are looking at the child that we want them to be, or that we're trying to get them to be, or the future that we see before for them, and not who they are. To celebrate the ordinary seems so radical. And why is it so hard, and why is it so important, especially today?
Well, it's so important because it's the fact that we are all ordinary. And I think that is the human plague right now, our refusal to accept that we're ordinary, because we're all searching to be significant on social media, in our worlds today. We're all basically screaming, see me, see me, see me, aren't I important, aren't I significant? Guess what? No, we're no more important than the next being. We are no more extraordinary. We are all ordinary. If we accept that, here's why it's important to accept that. Because then we can let go of the desire to control our children or ourselves to get external validation. And we can learn to settle into our own being and learn to be connected to our inner world, our inner sense of self, and be okay in the enoughness of who we are. The moment we keep saying, oh, we're not, ordinary, but we have to be something very, very special, we are creating a dysfunctional relationship with ourselves and with the outside world, because we're always going to think we're not good enough and use the outside world to get validation. So I always tell parents to tell their children, you can tell them that they are unique. We're all unique. You have long hair, I have short hair, you have green eyes, you have blue eyes, that's fine. But no one is more special. I think it is one of the most harmful things to say to a child that they are special. They should get special treatment, because this leads to entitlement, but mostly it leads to a sense of not good enoughness. In a paradoxical way, it actually leads to lower self-worth, versus telling a child, you are who you are without being an athlete, without being a movie star, without being super amazing. I love you as you are. Now the child is filled with unconditional love without feeling like they had to do something to get it. We think that if we celebrate the peak experiences, that's going to really boost their self-esteem. But when we don't do enough of the ordinary moments, celebrating the ordinary moments.
Welcome back after the break. Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has sought a detailed report from Vistara regarding flight cancellations and major delays. The minister has also asked the airline the steps they are taking to deal with the inconvenience that has been caused to passengers. Remember, at least 38 Vistara flights originating from key cities were cancelled this morning as the airline reeled under non-availability of pilots. As many as 15 flights taking off from Mumbai, 12 from Delhi and 11 from Bengaluru were among those cancelled. Shifting our focus now, consider one to have truly reached a state and sense of peace, salvation and nirvana if one could live a day without their smartphone. That's how used to we are to these personal devices, and so if we ever lose them, it stops us cold in our feet. Here's a short and quick feature that helps by detailing a couple of preemptive measures and what to do if we ever lose a phone. Take a look.
If I ever lose my phone or it gets stolen, I will take a month-long Maun Vrat. थोड़ा सा ऑफ कोर्स सैडनेस में एंड पार्टली इन शेम फॉर लूजिंग अ पार्ट ऑफ माय बॉडी एंड बीइंग. ये एक इंटरनल जोक भी है बाय द वे. आई एम ट्राइंग टू एम्बैरेस समवन यहीं ऑफिस में ऑन पब्लिक ब्रॉडकास्ट. एंड इफ यू राइट टू sharatnair@ndtv.com, वो आपसे ये स्टोरी शेयर भी कर देगा. फिलहाल तो वो आपको कुछ स्टेप्स बताएगा on what to do if you lose your mobile phone. Firstly, always have the IMEI number of your device very handy. इसे कहीं लिख के अलग से सेव भी कर लेना चाहिए. It's a very good idea and practice. ये हर डिवाइस का यूनिक होता है, उसके बॉक्स पे मेंशन्ड भी होता है. But just type *#06# in your phone to get it. और डिवाइस खोने या चोरी हो जाने के बाद FIR में मेंशन करने पे इट इज सुपर हेल्पफुल. हैव वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड पासवर्ड्स टू प्रोटेक्ट योर डिवाइस एंड छोटे इंटरवल्स पे आपकी स्क्रीन एंड आपका फोन ऑटोमेटिकली लॉक भी हो जाना चाहिए. मेक दीज चेंजेस इन योर सेटिंग्स. Android users, please install the Find My Device app and go through its setup process. iPhone users, please do the same with the Find My app. In your Google and Apple account, always have a recovery email account added as well. दूर संचार विभाग यानी गवर्नमेंट ये डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस का एक डेडिकेटेड पोर्टल है फॉर दीज इश्यूज एंड मोर. CEIR की वेबसाइट पे गो टू द ब्लॉक एंड स्टोलन लॉस्ट मोबाइल का सेक्शन. फिल दैट फॉर्म. बी वेरी एक्यूरेट बाय द वे. एंड मैंने खुद काफी स्टोरी सुनी है जहां चुराए हुए फोन वापस ट्रैक होके मिल गए हैं. So be very optimistic about it. If you set up the Find My apps correctly on your phone, log into your account using another device. Now this is where having recovery emails will help you because two-factor authentication can sometimes be a spanner in the system. You can secure, block and even reset your stolen or lost devices from these portals. In fact, newer and updated iPhones में तो inbuilt software features हैं stolen device protection करके. Enable those as well. But मेरा golden advice, and इसके लिए techies@ndtv.com पे आपको हमारी तारीफों के पुल बांधने पड़ जाएंगे, which is be very 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 sentient about your devices. इनका ध्यान रखें, ये बहुत नाजुक होते हैं by the way. जितना ये हमारा ध्यान रखते हैं, आपको इनका भी उतना ही ध्यान रखना चाहिए.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Well guys, did you know कि any such phone is in existence? मतलब एक ही है तो of course आपको पता नहीं होगा. वैसे if in case you did, let me know by using the email. You know the address, it's tg@ndtv.com. But आपको बताने वाला हूँ एक real fact around the same theme of did you know. You know, आप यहाँ बैठे बैठे और I mean how the scientists figure out the distance, or I would say the precise distance between Earth and the Moon. ये यूज करते हैं लेजर्स को, और ये लेजर्स रिफ्लेक्ट होके आते हैं मून सरफेस पे. द मिरर्स दैट वर लेफ्ट बाय द अपोलो एस्ट्रोनॉट्स, वहां से रिफ्लेक्ट होकर जब लेजर लाइट वापस आती है तो दे कैन फिगर आउट प्रिसाइज डिस्टेंस बिटवीन द अर्थ एंड द मून. दे कैन नो अबाउट द ऑर्बिट ऑफ द मून या फिर ग्रेविटेशनल पुल कैसा है. मतलब जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट, इट इज कॉल्ड लूनर लेजर रेंजिंग. मतलब कितना इंटरेस्टिंग है ना कि टेक इज ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवेयर. ऑल दीज गैजेट्स काइंड ऑफ कीप अस कनेक्टेड. फिर चाहे हम एकदम हाई एंड रॉकेट साइंस की बात करें या बेसिक लेवल पे बात करते हैं, आई थिंक ऑल अराउंड अस वी हैव मल्टीपल गैजेट्स जो हमारी लाइफ्स को बहुत ज्यादा आसान बनाते हैं.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gets bail from Supreme Court, gets bail after 6 months in a liquor case. Supreme Court says that no money trail has been found against the MP. Prime Minister Modi's most scathing attack on Rahul Gandhi in Rudrapur in Uttarakhand. He said some people want to set this country on fire. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had said that the nation will be on fire if the BJP wins again. After Misa Bharti political entry for Lal, Rohini is contesting against BJP's Rajiv Pratap Rudy. Amid Vistara flight disruption, Centre has sought a detailed report. Over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since morning today. It's an NDTV Profit exclusive inside track of the Vistara chaos. Three children have been injured in Finland's school shooting. 13-year-old suspect has been held. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahal. We are starting this edition with our top focus. The Supreme Court has granted bail to Aam Aadmi Party Sanjay Singh in connection with the liquor policy case. The two-judge bench has granted bail to Sanjay Singh today. This comes after he was sent to jail 6 months. For 6 months at least in the case in October 2023. Remember, he was arrested by the ED and sent to prison. The Supreme Court had also posed some tough questions to the ED over the custody of the Aam Aadmi Party MP and said that no money trail had been found on Sanjay Singh. In liquor policy case, Sanjay Singh has been languishing in jail since October 2023. But the Supreme Court said since no money trail has been found on Sanjay Singh, he can be given relief, he can be granted bail. Also, we are learning the ED also did not oppose the bail plea of Sanjay Singh in the Supreme Court today. Supreme Court had questioned the ED over the custody of Aam Aadmi Party since he's been languishing in jail for the last 6 months. Since October 2023, he's been in jail. But now, finally, he's been granted regular bail by the Supreme Court in connection with the liquor policy case. My colleague Sunil Prabhu is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Sunil, this is quite interesting, big development that has taken place today. Sanjay Singh finally has been given relief by the top court. He's been granted bail in the liquor policy case. How do we see this moving forward now?
Well, firstly, I need a small correction because we should not be hauled up for court. It is not a two-judge bench. It is a three-judge bench, which has heard this matter and has given bail to Sanjay Singh. So we must be very clear about this. Secondly, and most importantly, the decision came after the bench very categorically asked the Enforcement Directorate Counsel, in this case the Additional Solicitor General, Mr. Raju, to get specific instructions on 2 to 3 points which they conveyed to him. One, that there was no money trail. Two, that he has already been languishing in jail for the last 6 months. And three, most importantly, they said that if we pass order, then it will have a bearing on the trial court's case. Seeing the writing on the wall, the ED took instructions at 2 o'clock when it resumed the hearing. They said, given the peculiar circumstances of the case, and the instructions that we have is that we will have no objection. And that is how the court has granted bail and asked the trial court to fix the conditions, but there will be no restriction. And I repeat, there will be no restrictions on his political activities. He can continue to be the Aam Aadmi Party leader that he is and allow himself to campaign in the next few days and months, especially during the Lok Sabha election. So it's an important aspect. It's a big breather for the Aam Aadmi Party, a big relief for them. And while the court has made it clear that they're not going into the merits of the case, about, for example, whether it will have an impact on Manish Sisodia or the Delhi Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal. It will definitely, because it's the same related case, we'll have to wait and see how things play out. But definitely, as they say, no merits in the case, but whether it will have an impact or not, you and I cannot really debate, because after the brilliant defense given by Mr. Singhvi today for the Aam Aadmi Party leader, it had become clear, and as I said, the writing was on the wall for the Enforcement Directorate to ensure that they had to give in at this present juncture. As they said, because of the peculiar facts, they are giving no objection to the granting of bail.
Absolutely. All right. Let me also now go across to my colleague Aishwarya Jain here. Aishwarya, the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, is celebrating, saying that this definitely has come as a big breather for the Aam Aadmi Party party MP in the case, which is Sanjay Singh. But the BJP, on the other hand, says that it's only because the ED did not want to oppose his bail plea that he's been given this relief. This definitely doesn't mean that he's been given a clean chit by the court.
Well, definitely, it's Aam Aadmi Party who is taking it as a big win for them. Aam Aadmi Party supporters have already started celebrations after the order came out from the Supreme Court that Sanjay Singh will be granted bail. It is three of the senior most leaders currently out of Aam Aadmi Party would be doing the press conference, including Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. And as Aam Aadmi Party had claimed earlier as well that this entire case, according to them, is illegal. The arrests that have been made in the past are completely illegal. There has been no recoveries that have been made from different of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. There is no money trail that the Enforcement Directorate had established till now. These are all claims that Aam Aadmi Party is making. And after this decision, as they were awaiting, because till now it was no senior leader who was out for Aam Aadmi Party doing political activities, who would be the face of Aam Aadmi Party in the upcoming elections. It was a big question after Arvind Kejriwal himself got arrested. But now Aam Aadmi Party celebrating. On the other side, it is Bharatiya Janata Party, of course, had reacted to Sanjay Singh's bail. They clearly stated that it is just because Enforcement Directorate who had not opposed in the court, it is Sanjay Singh who got the bail. But it is also to be noted that the court had clearly stated that this case should not be considered as merit, and this should not be precedent in other cases as well. Although the court had entitled Sanjay Singh to do all the political activities, but Sanjay Singh should not make any such remarks in the public on the ongoing case. That's also been clearly stated by the Supreme Court today.
Noted that the concession shall not be cited as a precedent. The Aam Aadmi Party leader, however, is entitled to continue his political activities. Well, there are reactions also coming in from Aam Aadmi Party leader Somnath Bharti, Delhi Minister Atishi Marlena. Atishi has said it's Satyamev Jayate. Somnath Bharti has said that the federal agency has been exposed today. Let me go across to my guest here on the panel, Huda Zariwala, political analyst and a supporter of Aam Aadmi Party, joins us on the broadcast here. Mr. Vineet Goenka, who's also a political analyst and supports the BJP, joins us here on the broadcast here. Let me first go across to Ms. Huda Zariwala. Huda Zariwala, your reaction on this? Well, the Aam Aadmi Party is, of course, celebrating with this big relief that has come in for the Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh now, with reactions that have been coming in, as I can see. Somnath Bharti is saying that the federal agency has been exposed today, and Atishi Marlena posting on X saying Satyamev Jayate. We do understand some tough questions were posed to the ED today by the Supreme Court, with the Supreme Court asking as to where is the money trail. The money trail has not been established in the case. Your reaction?
Well, obviously, this is a huge big win for Aam Aadmi Party today. This is at a time when, just so close to the general election, the entire senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party was, either, called in for questioning, put behind bars, false, fake allegations were put against them. At the behest of the ED, which was obviously acting like the spokesperson of the BJP, at such a time, the courts have taken due cognizance of Sanjay Singh ji's case. He truly deserves the bail. In fact, the 6 months that have been wasted, for him behind the bars, because clearly the ED could not establish a money trail. There were no proceeds of crime that was established. So, I mean, who is to answer for this? This, again, is something that needs to be taken into introspection. But obviously, this is a huge, huge win for the Aam Aadmi Party as of now, because this is the beginning of one such bail. We are very sure that the courts are going to give instant, and quick relief, hopefully, to the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, to Manish Sisodia ji, who's obviously, in jail for way too long now, Dr. Satyendra Jain as well. But then this gives a huge hope to the cadres of Aam Aadmi Party, because there's like a wave of celebration, going on.
All right, let me. All right, the Aam Aadmi Party is, of course, celebrating this. Let me take a reaction from the BJP here, from BJP supporter Mr. Vineet Goenka here. Mr. Goenka, the Aam Aadmi Party is saying it's a big relief and the federal agency has been exposed today. But I believe the BJP, as we've been speaking to other BJP leaders also earlier, is maintaining that it's only because the ED had not opposed the bail plea of Sanjay Singh. All right, Mr. Goenka, I'll come back to you. Well, we do understand there's a press briefing coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party.
सिंह के एक आदमी को 1-1 करोड़ रुपए 2 बार दिए, सिर्फ ये बयान है। उसका जो आदमी है उसकी कोई गवाही नहीं, संजय सिंह जी का जो आदमी है उसकी कोई गवाही नहीं। 1 करोड़ रुपए कहाँ है किसी को कुछ पता नहीं, कहाँ पहुंचे कोई पता नहीं, रिकवरी हुई कोई नहीं हुई, अटैचमेंट हुई कोई नहीं हुई, सिर्फ एक आदमी का बयान। एक आदमी का बयान जो 10 बार बयान दे चुका है और संजय सिंह जी के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहता, उसके ऊपर दबाव डाल के 11वां बयान कर लो और आप राज्यसभा का वो सांसद उठा लो जो केंद्र सरकार से सवाल पूछता है एक आदमी के बयान पे। इसका जवाब केंद्र सरकार के पास नहीं था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दूसरा सवाल था, क्या कोई पैसा रिकवर हुआ है, क्या कोई पैसा अटैच किया गया है? जब कोई पैसा रिकवर ही नहीं हुआ, अटैच ही नहीं हुआ, तो पीएमएलए कैसे लगा है? इसका कोई जवाब ईडी के पास नहीं था, केंद्र सरकार के पास नहीं था। अंततः सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह कहा कि यह कैसे मान लिया जाए कि एक गवाह ने 11 बयान दिए, उसमें से 10 आप कूड़े के कचरे के डब्बे में डाल दोगे और एक बयान आप जो उन्होंने संजय सिंह के खिलाफ दिया उसको आप दे दोगे कोर्ट में। ये कैसे फैसला कर सकते हैं आप? बाकी 10 बयान आपने रिकॉर्ड पे क्यों नहीं डाले हैं? इसका जवाब कुछ केंद्र सरकार के पास नहीं था। यह ठीक वही बात है जो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट में बोली कि एक एक आदमी से 7-7 बार बयान लिए गए हैं, 6 बार उसने कुछ नहीं बोला, आपने उनके बच्चों को जेल में डाल दिया, 6-6 महीने जेल में सड़ाया, फिर आपने मेरे खिलाफ बयान ले लिया, उस बयान पे आपने गिरफ्तार कर लिया। ठीक वैसी ही बात आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूछी जिसके बारे में कोई जवाब केंद्र सरकार के पास नहीं था और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने लंच आते आते ईडी को यह कहा, अगर आप कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन लाते हैं तो लेके आइए, वरना हम इनको रिहा करेंगे और रिहाई में जो हम जजमेंट लिखेंगे वो आपके पूरे केस को तहस नहस कर देगा, उसके रिपरकशंस होंगे। और डर के ईडी के पास कोई रास्ता नहीं बचा, बजाय इसके कि संजय सिंह जी को बेल मिल सके। और एक फाइनल बात मैं आपको बता दूं कि जो सेक्शन 45 है पीएमएलए का, जिसकी वजह से अक्सर बेल नहीं मिलती, वो इतना कठिन और क्रूर सेक्शन है। वो सेक्शन में आपको अगर पढ़ के बताऊंगा तो उसके अंदर ये है, द कोर्ट शुड बी सेटिस्फाइड दैट द अक्यूज्ड इज नॉट गिल्टी ऑफ द ऑफेंस। ये ट्विन कंडीशन है। और अगर कोर्ट इसमें जमानत दे रहा है तो इसका मतलब ये है कि कोर्ट को ये लगता है कि संजय सिंह जी बेगुनाह हैं। और ये कोई छोटा मोटा कोर्ट नहीं है, देश की सबसे बड़ी अदालत है जो संजय सिंह जी को आज बेल दे रही है। मुझे लगता है कि आज पूरे देश की लोकतंत्र के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा दिन है, बहुत खुशी का दिन है, बहुत उम्मीद का दिन है कि शायद कुछ लोग अब जेल से बाहर निकल के इस देश के लोकतंत्र को बचा लें। मैं आतिशी जी से कहूंगा कि वो अपनी बात रखें।
आज संजय सिंह जी की जमानत ने साबित कर दिया कि आखिरकार जीत सत्य की ही होती है। आप सत्य को दबा सकते हैं, लेकिन आप सत्य को मिटा नहीं सकते हैं। आज संजय सिंह जी की जमानत ने ये दिखा दिया। हमने देखा कि किस तरह से पिछले 2 साल से एक एक करके आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं को झूठे केसों में गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा था, फंसाया जा रहा था। पहले सत्येंद्र जैन जी को जेल में डाला, फिर मनीष सिसोदिया जी को जेल में डाला, फिर संजय सिंह जी को जेल में डाला, फिर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार करके जेल में डाला। लेकिन आज संजय सिंह जी की जमानत ये बताती है कि आखिरकार जीत सत्य की ही होती है। आज संजय सिंह जी की कोर्ट प्रोसीडिंग्स में 2 महत्वपूर्ण बातें इस केस की पूरे देश के सामने आई है। सबसे पहला, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सवाल पूछा, जिसका ईडी के पास कोई जवाब नहीं था, कि मनी ट्रेल कहां है। आज इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को होते हुए 2 साल हो गए। ईडी ने, सीबीआई ने 500 से ज्यादा अफसर लगाए इस केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, लेकिन 2 साल में भी आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के पास 1 रुपया भी प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम का नहीं मिला। तो आज जब कोर्ट में पूछा गया कि पैसा कहां है, मनी ट्रेल कहां है, प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कहां है, तो ईडी का कोई जवाब नहीं था इस सवाल को लेकर। दूसरी महत्वपूर्ण चीज, जो ईडी का सारा केस है, जिसके तहत संजय सिंह जी को गिरफ्तार किया, मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार किया, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार किया, सिर्फ और सिर्फ अप्रूवर्स के बयान के आधार पर है। ऐसे अप्रूवर्स जिन्होंने 1 बार, 2 बार, 3 बार, 4 बार पहले बयान दिए, जिसमें आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के खिलाफ कोई एलिगेशन नहीं था, लेकिन उन पे दबाव बनाया गया, उनको धमकाया गया, उनको जेल में डाला गया, जब तक उन्होंने आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं के खिलाफ गवाही नहीं दी। और जैसे ही वो आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं के खिलाफ गवाही देते हैं, गवाहियां बंद हो जाती हैं, statements बंद हो जाते हैं।
Delhi Minister Atishi and also Saurabh Bhardwaj here in the press conference after Sanjay Singh was granted bail by the Supreme Court here, saying as to why Sanjay Singh was arrested in the first place on basis of mere statements by people who've turned approvers in the case here, in the liquor policy case that Sanjay Singh was arrested. Those were mere allegations or statements made by people who've turned approvers in the case that Sanjay Singh was arrested, and these are all fabricated evidence that has been placed by the ED in front of the court that the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party have been taken into custody by the agency. Not just Sanjay Singh, but Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, remember, as well, are languishing in jail in the liquor policy case. Let me go back to political analyst and BJP supporter Mr. Vineet Goenka here, who continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Mr. Goenka, some big charge that has been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. Of course, we do understand this is not the first time that the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that, but now that Sanjay Singh has been finally granted bail by the Supreme Court, the Aam Aadmi Party here is asking as to on what basis was Sanjay Singh arrested in the first place. Where is the money trail? Where is the money, the 1 crore rupee sum that was being talked about that Dinesh Arora had given to somebody, a person linked to Sanjay Singh? Where is that money? Where is that person? These are some pertinent questions that the Aam Aadmi Party is asking.
Hiti Ram Ram to you, Ram Ram to all my co-panelists and also to the viewers who are watching me right now. A very good question which you have asked. But let me tell you one thing. There is nothing to celebrate in Aam Aadmi Party. This is purely a bail. Bail does not mean that he has been absolved from the crime. The precedents will go on. And I will also like to remind you and your viewers what the judge exactly said. The judge said the concession shall not be cited as precedents in any other case. That means this is an out of the way favorment done to him. Number two, also what the judge says, and I'm verbatim telling you, quoting the live law which has been there. We must record that the concession made on behalf of ED has been made before commencement of the argument. We clarify we have not made any comments on the merits, which means that because ED has not opposed, we are granting him bail. Bail does not mean that he has been absolved from the crime. Two, at least now this Aam Aadmi Party and their stooge will not continue the narrative that ED is acting on behalf of some establishment or some party. Number three, if bail was the criteria that bail has been given, so he is clean. So the bail has come to him not immediately, but after 6 months after multiple denial of bail. Number three, Mr. Sishodia, he is his boss, former Deputy Chief Minister, has yet to get the bail. Multiple times he has been denied. So it clearly shows that there has been involvement. Yes, they are educated people. Let me complete.
Could you also not see it from this prism?
Let me complete.
Okay, all right.
Let me
go
complete.
on.
See, I've been waiting for 23 minutes before you have come to me.
All right,
so let
please
me
go on.
complete. They are so smart, educated. They think that today an uneducated mother whose child has taken to liquor because of these people is asking that कि इतने शातिरता से इन्होंने एक गेम किया कि पैसे अभी तक नहीं मिले. They are so sharp that they have done the crime knowingly, very deliberately, in a way that the money cannot be seen. And the last line, even if the entire Aam Aadmi Party cadre is happy, 3 people I can see are worried. सुनीता केजरीवाल जी, आतिशी जी एंड सौरभ जी. अब ये कहाँ चौथा आ गया? हमको सीट मिलने वाली थी सीएम की. So these 3 people, their internal conflict is been seen now. Till date, have you ever seen Atishi ji and Saurabh ji taking a joint conference? Till yesterday, they were taking conferences, claim over the next CM-ship. So today, probably they're together. But as a citizen of this country, my belief in judiciary has gone up. Congratulations to him that at least he has got his bail. But he should tell the people, where is the money? Why have they done this? Isn't it true that concessions were extended to those people who defaulted in the tender? Let me cite you one example. A tender was floated by state government of Delhi. 30 crore rupees earnest deposit money was taken. The tenderer failed, yet that money went back. Who would give this concession without taking a consideration of bribe? And that they have to answer, not to the court.
Okay, you're saying that the Aam Aadmi Party has to answer as to where the money has gone, but it's on the ED now to prove whether this 100 crore rupees, the nexus between the South Group and the Aam Aadmi Party actually existed. This is on the ED now, which has to prove that the money trail has to is something that the ED now has to prove. But the court is saying that it has not been able to do that so far. All right, I understand that Ms. Zariwala also wants to reply to that.
You know, it's very interesting that the BJP, obviously is rattled right now that they were expecting, Sanjay Singh ji to be behind bars till the elections and perhaps even after that. So it's very interesting how the BJP, is not able to accept the fact that justice, in fact, is on the way, and momentarily relief and momentarily justice has been served as far as the bail case of Sanjay Singh ji is concerned. I mean, this only goes on to show that, yes, we have faith in the courts of law, we have faith in the courts of India, and also at the same time, since there was absolutely nothing for the ED to prove, to establish, is why this bail has been granted. There is obviously no money trail that has been established, no proceeds of crime that have been recovered, and obviously not just Sanjay Singh ji, but even the remaining leaders, which is Arvind Kejriwal ji, Manish Sisodia ji, Dr. Satyendra Jain, all will be released on not just on bail, but they'll be free from the clutches of the ED, from the dracon of the PMLA, which, has been acting nothing.
Okay, the Supreme Court has said during the hearing that nothing has been recovered, but of course, this is not a clean chit for Sanjay Singh. All right, Mr. Goenka wants to say something here.
See, what an irony. Today, you know, honesty died its own death. Those who had come into politics with promise of clean politics, today are celebrating their bail. Madam, you should feel ashamed. You had come in 2013.
Sir, आजादी भी मिल जाएगी
Yes,
sir.
and all these corruption
पूरी
charges.
पूरी
You said if
तरीके से
somebody is
आपकी
doing
ईडी से आजादी
Madam,
मिल
मैं बीच में
जाएगी
नहीं
sir.
बोला.
We'll be granted
Sorry, वाला, madam,
complete
मैं बीच में नहीं
freedom.
बोला. Miss Kitty, you have to tell your
What
guest
he's
not to
saying
speak in
is
between.
you're maintaining that
Let
this
me
is a
complete.
witch hunt, this is a
Let me
political
complete me.
conspiracy by the
There
BJP,
is no
by the
witch hunt.
BJP-led
Had there
central
been a witch hunt,
government.
then
All
there
right, we've heard your argument here, Mr. Goenka. I don't have much time here on the panel, and Ms. Zariwala also. Meanwhile, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV and sharing your views. Well, this standoff between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP continues. Well, in connection with the liquor policy case, we do understand today now big relief has come for Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh, he's been granted bail by the Supreme Court, and reactions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party BJP as well. We'll get to more on that. Meanwhile, we are learning Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have met Delhi Chief Minister's wife Sunita Kejriwal. Sources have said that MLAs say that the government should run from jail. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal is lodged in Tihar jail, and sources have also told NDTV that 2 crore people are with the Delhi Chief Minister. This is what Sunita Kejriwal has said. Well, MLAs have said that the government should run from jail, and they are with Arvind Kejriwal. The Aam Aadmi Party here maintains that.
लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले वो आम आदमी पार्टी के 4 और नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं। वो मुझे गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो सौरभ भारद्वाज को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो दुर्गेश पाठक को गिरफ्तार करेंगे और वो राघव चड्ढा को गिरफ्तार करेंगे।
अब कल केजरीवाल जी ने आतिशी जी का नाम क्या ले लिया, आज आतिशी जी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस की बात कर ली। इतने महीने से चुप क्यों थे? अगर यदि किसी ने बात किया था तो इनसे प्रश्न, इसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना। घबरा गए होंगे, उनके नेता ने खुद उनका नाम लिया है, जो मीडिया कह रही है, तो अब उनको लग रहा होगा कि मैं भी फंस जाऊंगी। तो ऐसा है, बीजेपी के ऊपर में एक आरोप लगा दो, गलत ही सही।
All right, let me now go across to my colleague Aishwarya Jain here. Aishwarya, we do understand Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have met Delhi Chief Minister's wife, Sunita Kejriwal, and they insist that Arvind Kejriwal remains the Chief Minister and he runs the government from jail.
Well, certainly 55 MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party met Arvind Kejriwal's wife, Sunita Kejriwal, today. They clearly had stated that Arvind Kejriwal should not resign and he should remain our Chief Minister for the upcoming days as well. He should run the government from Tihar prison, and that's how we can go ahead in the Lok Sabha polls. They also stated to Sunita Kejriwal that 2 crore public of Delhi is with Arvind Kejriwal, and as Arvind Kejriwal stated earlier that this is a political conspiracy and public will give a befitting reply. That's what clearly had been stated to Sunita Kejriwal by the MLAs as well. 55 MLAs were present at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, although 4 were outside Delhi. But on the other side, if we talk about Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj and Durgesh Pathak claiming that they will be arrested in the upcoming few days. Remember yesterday's hearing in the Rouse Avenue Court, where ED stated that it is Arvind Kejriwal himself who has named Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, that it was Vijay Nair who used to report to Atishi and Saurabh and not to Arvind Kejriwal, and therefore the reason perhaps Atishi clearly had stated that it could be in upcoming days enforcement directorate summon these leaders who had been named by their own leader, and therefore Bharatiya Janata Party clearly now had been stating that it is Atishi, Saurabh, Durgesh, Raghav Chadda who are now afraid of being arrested. They are under fear, and therefore now they are claiming that Operation Lotus is something Bharatiya Janata Party is doing, and they had been contacted. Although Atishi made big claims that it is Bharatiya Janata Party close associates who reached out to her and stated that if not they join Bharatiya Janata Party, then their political career will be ruined.
All right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Can you give us like say three of your strongest takeaways of not to do's or to do's? Because it's a map, you have to parenting, it's a slow process. But the three things one can keep in mind even today in this very pressure-driven world, goal-driven world for our kids.
Well, I think the main takeaway is that parents
Welcome back after the break. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani on Tuesday shared a picture of himself with his 14-month-old granddaughter Kaveri in a post on X. Kaveri, the billionaire's youngest grandchild, is the daughter of his son Karun Adani and his wife Paridhi. The photo, which was taken at the new Adani Green Energy Gallery at the Science Museum in London, shows him smiling with his granddaughter in his arms. Mr. Adani's wife and Kaveri's parents are also seen smiling in the background of the photo. The Adani Group chairman said that his granddaughters are the biggest stress relievers in his life.
I love to spend time with my granddaughters. They are my biggest stress reliever. I have only two worlds, work and a family. And for me, family is a great source of strength.
All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gets bail from Supreme Court, bail after 6 months in liquor case. Supreme Court says no money trail has been found against the MP. Prime Minister Modi's most scathing attack on Rahul Gandhi says some people want to set this country on fire. This after Rahul Gandhi had said that the nation will be on fire if the BJP wins again. after Misa Bharti, political entry for Lalu Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya. Rohini Acharya started poll campaigning in Bihar Saran today. Rohini will be contesting against BJP's Rajiv Pratap. Amid the Vistara Flight Disruption Center has sought a detailed report. Over 36 Vistara flights have been affected since morning.
Go
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now to move towards the last section, by far my favorite section of this episode, क्योंकि यहाँ पे I get to answer your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं. Let's see kind of questions we have this week और क्या मेरे पास उन सभी के जवाब हैं भी या नहीं. Okay, so you want to have a speaker system for your MacBook giving you pure...
Baramati in Maharashtra is witnessing a family battle. It's Pawar versus Pawar, with women in the family fighting it out. Joining us now is a National Working President of NCP, Sharad Chandra Pawar faction, Supriya Sule. Supriya Sule is joining me from Baramati. Ma'am, really appreciate your time. You have been a member of parliament from Baramati since 2009. This is a Pawar family bastion since 1960. You are in the middle of campaigning, so really it is an honor that you could give us time in the middle of that. What, according to you, is this battle going to be? Because the challenger is also coming from within your family.
Well, at one level, it's unfortunate that Mr. Chandrakant Patil came to Baramati and has made it a personal vindictive fight. Because Chandrakant Patil ji came to Baramati last week and said that this battle is only about finishing Sharad Pawar. These are not my words, these are his words. And I can get his quote and a video for you. So rather than making it about policy, about development, for the progress of this state and the nation, they have, unfortunately, people like Sri Chandrakant Patil ji have made it a personal vindictive election.
And Supriya Sule, how are you looking at the fact that you, as a member of parliament of Baramati, is seeking re-election? On the other side is Sunetra Pawar, wife of your elder brother, and who you consider your mother, like your mother, you know, your sister-in-law, and you are very close.
Well, the point is that for me, I do my job very, very dedicatedly and professionally. I have to make sure my stakeholder is the center of every action or word that I speak. So I have to protect and support and raise every issue concerning my stakeholder, which is every section of society in my constituency, in my state, and in the nation. Because I'm fighting a Lok Sabha. I'm not fighting anybody individually ever. As you are aware, I have good relationships across party lines in Delhi and across India because I believe in a vibrant democracy. So I think we have to make sure that we are heard and we must hear others as well. So I think in a vibrant democracy, it's about an ideological fight and a policy fight, not a personal fight, for me at least.
I'm going to come to the point that you have made about ideological fight in just a bit, but Baramati is one of the 48 Lok Sabha seats of Maharashtra. But it is the same constituency which has been nurtured by your family for over 6 decades. What makes Pawars so dedicated to Baramati?
Not dedicated to Baramati. Of course, we are completely committed to Baramati because Baramati is me and I am Baramati. I'm born, brought up, raised here. Everything that I am today, or the family today, is because of Baramati. So we owe it to every person in the last 60 years. Mr. Pawar has been in active politics and legislative politics since 1967. He started his political journey 5 years before that as a youth leader. So I think whatever we are, is all Baramati. We exist, eat, breathe, think Baramati is because we belong to this soil. We are a part of this soil. We are obligated to every human being's life who we have been able to touch and vice versa. So I have only gratitude in my mind for where we are today, and we owe it to every Indian citizen and Maharashtra citizens who have stood by us in our good and bad.
Supriya Sule, in the last few elections that you've contested, your elder brother, Ajit Pawar, who is now the president of NCP and also the deputy chief minister of Maharashtra, used to campaign for you. Visibly also, it used to be almost like a strong pillar of support for you through and through. In his absence, how are you navigating your own campaigning?
I mean, since February, since I think almost November, there were murmurs about who's going to contest against me. And I think time is the biggest healer, man. So if somebody moves away, of course, I value relationships and people immensely. So of course, that personal pain will always remain. But I am here to serve the people. It's not about my family that is even, I think anybody should consider, because my job is to serve the nation, not just my family.
And let me come to the question about ideological battle. Why are you saying this, that this 2024 battle, be it for Baramati or 2024 India battle, is going to be an ideological battle?
Well, ideological and policy. Because we have a different ideology than what our opponents do, point number one. And I'm very respectful about it because I believe in democracy. So if there, like I repeat and reiterate what I said, that if I like to be heard, I have to also have the capacity to hear. That's why we are a vibrant democracy. I have a lot of problems with the power and bullying that is happening in this country. I have a problem with this authoritarian. I mean, it's almost like an, most people now even say that openly, that it's an unsaid emergency in this country, the way things are handled. Plus the biggest agrarian crisis. Please, every time I step out, the biggest challenge is look at our onion farmer. Look at the milk producing farmers. Look at the soya bean issue. Look at the big farmers issue that is happening right where you are in Delhi. So there's a huge agrarian crisis, which is even if you see the big companies, it reflects in the economy that the rural economy of India has slowed down. And I never make allegations, Maria. I'm going purely by data. So let's go by data, what data is telling us. And the government of India data tells me that in the last year and a half, the highest number of farmers suicides. It's very painful for me to say that because I feel that even if one farmer commits suicide, I think it's very painful for each one of us. But in the last 1.5 years, that the highest farmer suicide is in Maharashtra, which is not my data, Maria, it's the government of India. So there are a lot of these challenges which are very alarming and worrisome. It's like these electoral bonds. We were deeply pained. I myself spoken against the bond.
Yes.
On the floor of the House. So we are deeply pained by what is happening. And please understand, we are committed to the progress of this nation. The way parties are broken, families are broken with the use of ICE. ICE is not the ICE which you are putting in your lemonade, but ICE as in income tax, CBI and ED. And now I'm not saying this alone. Even the Honorable Supreme Court, in many of their verdicts, mentioning this. So it's clearly very, very alarming for the citizens of
Ma'am, my last question to you, as a woman leader and also as a woman heading one of the political parties of India, how do you look at women participation in politics in general and their battles in this election?
50% women are citizens of this country. So I think we need the reservation bill to come through, which we have all fought for. As a matter of fact, this government even brought it. They wrote the check, they signed it, they put our name on it. They forgot to put the date.
All right, Supriya Sule, pleasure speaking to you. Hope to see you in the 18th Lok Sabha. Thank you so much for your time. That was our big newsmaker, Supriya Sule, who's contesting from Baramati. On the other side, news and updates will continue with Kitty.
Well, we have more coming in from Maharashtra. It's an NDTV exclusive with the former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan. Chavan, in an exclusive to NDTV, has spoken about him contesting Lok Sabha polls and has expressed his willingness to fight the polls. He said he will contest on Congress symbol. Listen in.
Mr. Chavan, lot of murmurs happening. Looks like you will be in the fray, and we're hearing that you might be contesting from Satara.
Well, there is just a possibility that the Satara constituency, which is with Rashtrawadi, NCP, Sharad Pawar group, they have to find a candidate. I think we want to make sure that just very strong candidate is put up against likely to be former MP who has been with NCP earlier and now with BJP. He is likely to be the BJP candidate. Udayan Bhosle. So we just are trying to make sure that the strongest person is fielded. That's discussions are going on. Nothing is final yet.
So at a time when a lot of veteran leaders are not ready to contest, looks like you could be in the fray. And we are also hearing that you may be contesting in NCP symbol. Is that true?
No, that is not true at all.
Okay.
If at all I contest, I'll be contesting on my Congress party's hand symbol only.
Okay.
There's absolutely no confusion in that.
Okay.
But, well, it's up to the NCP, Sharad Pawar group's leadership to decide what is in the best interest of the overall alliance.
And also, let's get into the MVA dynamics. So where are the seat sharing talks? Looks like Bhiwandi is yet to be decided. And as far as Sangli is concerned, Sena has come out with and Mumbai South Central as well.
Out of 48 constituencies, as you said, almost 45, 46 seats have been announced. I mean, which party will contest which constituency has been decided. There is an issue about 1 or 2 seats which is likely to be resolved in a day or two. Now, after getting the constituency, the candidate's choice will be based on the party which gets that seat. So that is being separately done. But between us, the allocation of seats issue is more or less resolved. Out of 48, 46, 45, 46 seats have been cleared. Just there is a little bit of difference of opinion in 2 or 3 seats about who would be the best choice to fight that seat.
All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus.
Welcome back after the break. Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has sought a detailed report from Vistara regarding flight cancellations and major delays. The minister has also asked the airline about the steps they are taking to deal with the inconvenience that has been caused to passengers. At least 52 Vistara flights originating from key cities were cancelled this morning as the airline reeled under non-availability of pilots. As many as 15 flights taking off from Mumbai, 12 from Delhi and 11 from Bengaluru were among those that were cancelled. This comes after 50 Vistara flights were cancelled yesterday and about 160 were delayed. Speaking to NDTV, passengers had yesterday complained of poor communication and hour-long wait at the airport and slammed the airline for harassing passengers.
Sir, my first question to you, sir. So this survey has now come out, which shows that in 1 year, there are out of 10, 7 passengers have faced such kind of issue. Have you also faced any kind of issue?
Yeah, I have not faced. My friend has faced that because he was going to check his mother, but unfortunately the flight has cancelled. So he was big problems. What to do now? So he was little bit crying. What to do? I think government will take a very serious action against this. Otherwise, it is the problem. The government has not taken any action on this type of flights cancelled in the last moment. So I request to the government and the central aviation which is handling, so to be take action immediately, and that should be penalized to the airlines because they said any reason and we reach their airport and spend the time, and after that we have a very urgent work. Sometimes we'll catch the flight, sometimes we are gone to some urgent work. So our meetings will be cancelled, our flights will be cancelled, and our relationship which we are waiting and outside, they will cancelled. So it is a very big problem. So I think airlines should be understand this type of problem not to be repeated again and again. And you are saying it is 10 of 7 flights. It is a very, very dangerous. I can say that it's very dangerous for now if it is going that, because my friend has also faced this problem on Vistara Airlines.
So I want to ask you that, now if we look at the Vistara crisis scenario, there are mass delays, mass cancellation that are happening across the country. Now, the Vistara says that they have given this option. उन्होंने दे दिया है passengers को ये option कि either आप alternate flight लो या फिर हम refund वाला भी option दे रहे हैं. The government has also now stepped in saying कि आप हम उनसे report लेंगे, we are monitoring the situation. Do you think that this kind, this time it will show results, or more action needs to be taken?
A lot of words has gone now. I think it's better action to be taken. It is better the government will take the action. And you see, if the flight is delayed or flight is cancelled, so people will face big problem. It's like my friend had said his mother was not well, and after that he was waiting for 3 hours and has not been informed. There is no SMS, there is no people has come, and there is no snacks and things had to be delivered. So it is a big problem for the passengers. I think words has gone big. Now action must be taken on that. This is my request to the airlines. Action must be taken then, and it is better if we go to the other airlines, maybe the airlines will be full and we can't go on change of the airlines. It is not easy to go for the passengers to shift that airlines. So that is very tough for the passengers.
All right, we'll try and get more reports on that in just a bit. That is the latest on the ground situation in relation with the Vistara situation that is being reported here. Well, shifting our focus now, today, April 2nd is World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness and acceptance for individuals with autism spectrum disorder. This year's theme is color, highlighting the possibilities of a vibrant life that those on the autism spectrum can lead. Today, as part of an initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, we try to understand what it means to be on the spectrum and see how the right tools and direction can help those on the autism spectrum live an enriched life.
If I can't learn the way you teach me, then teach me the way I can learn. This single line sums up the philosophy at Muskan, a Delhi-based training and employment center for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Many of the students training here across various skill development programs such as food and beverages, bakery products, candle making, hospitality and more are on the autism spectrum disorder. Autism spectrum disorder looks different for everyone, and each person with autism has a distinct set of strengths and challenges. Prithviraj Singh Soin, also known as Preet, is an alumnus of Muskan. He has come over to meet his classmates and his teachers. He trained at Muskan in this cafe and later was placed at Microsoft's Gurgaon office, in whose cafe he has been working for the past 6 years.
For a long time, we did not even understand what he has, till he was almost 14. You know, we changed institutions for him. One institution just sent me some journals on autism. So once I started looking at those journals, I realized that there's so many things dawned on me that he has to be handled in a different way.
And that different way is different for every single individual who is on the autism spectrum. To understand neurodiversity and customize skills for individuals on the spectrum, it's crucial to understand where that individual is on the spectrum and what the nuances of their specific condition are.
Every individual with autism can be a unique individual. Now, somebody can have high IQ but very low in social communication. But somebody can be a bit more social but low on IQ. So these parameters change. So that is why it is called that there is a spectrum in this particular disability.
Mridula Sakle has been a teacher at Muskan for the last 20 years. She has been instrumental in creating assembly lines for each vocational course based on the individual's capacity and strength. The constant goal is to equip these individuals with their varying intellectual disabilities with employable skills.
हम उनकी स्ट्रेंथ्स पर ही काम करते हैं. कॉपिंग उनकी स्ट्रेंथ है और वो बहुत अच्छा कर पाते हैं. हम करते हैं कि अगर उनको बता दिया कि ये टेबल की एज पर रखकर आपको फोल्ड करना है, वो एग्जैक्ट उसी एज पर जाएगा और फोल्ड होगा. We have also been placing our students after training in mainstream employment. So they are working in many hotels, they are working in corporates, they are working on petrol pumps. We believe that every organization has such kind of jobs which can be identified and they can be trained for that.
Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, seeks to build a world that is inclusive and accessible for those with disabilities. But the best lesson in inclusion and how to make individuals who are neurodivergent feel safe comes from Preet himself.
मैं काम करता हूँ, लॉब की काम करता हूँ, लॉब टेप और नोट तो बच्चे.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gets bail from the Supreme Court after 6 months when he was jailed in the liquor policy case. The Supreme Court says no money trail is found against the MP. Hitting out at the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, the Prime Minister says a prince of the opposition party's royal family declared that the country will be on fire if the BJP returns to power. Says, is this the language of democracy? In an interview to NDTV, Prithviraj Chavan says all seat-sharing issues within the MPA being sorted out. He also expresses willingness to contest, says will contest on the Congress symbol. After Vistara flights were disrupted, the union minister asks a detailed report from Vistara after over 36 flights were affected since the morning. An NDTV Profit exclusive brings you an inside track on the Vistara chaos. And the Supreme Court puts Ramdev and the centre in the dock, asks why did the government choose to keep its eyes shut? Patanjali's misleading ads case, Ramdev apologizes, but the Supreme Court says we don't accept apology, will be initiating action. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story, the Supreme Court has granted bail to Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh in the Delhi excise policy case. And with this, Sanjay Singh has become the first senior AAP leader to be granted regular bail in the money laundering case linked to the now scrapped liquor policy. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, his former deputy Manish Sisodия and former Health Minister Satyendra Jain are all under judicial custody currently. Now, the Enforcement Directorate opted not to oppose the bail plea. The Enforcement Directorate said it has no objection if the Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh is given bail in the case, though the Supreme Court did say that no money trail has been found in this case. And soon after this announcement was made, Aam Aadmi Party held a press conference.
सीबीआई ने 500 से ज्यादा अफसर लगाए इस केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, लेकिन 2 साल में भी आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के पास 1 रुपया भी प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम का नहीं मिला। तो आज जब कोर्ट में पूछा गया कि पैसा कहां है, मनी ट्रेल कहां है, प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कहां है, तो ईडी का कोई जवाब नहीं था इस सवाल को लेकर।
पहले तो बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको, बेटे को जमानत मिल गई है। बहुत बहुत बधाई सबको, बहुत हमारे तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ। जिस दिन 4 अक्टूबर के दिन शाम के समय उनको गिरफ्तार करके ले जा रहे थे, तो आपके आंखों से आंसू दिखाई दे रहे थे और वो दृश्य हमें याद है जब वो आपके पैर छूने आए और आप आशीर्वाद देना भी भूल गई, इतने ज़्यादा आप पीड़ा में थी उस दिन। हम समझे कि बैठने आ रहा, हमको क्या पता कि जा रहा है। अच्छा। अरे जब गया तो हमको ऐसा धक्का लगा है कि हम बस खाली रोए, बस हम उस दिन खाली रोए हम कि अरे ऐसे अचानक में हम तो समझे आप भाई कुछ पाए नहीं, कोई सबूत तो पाए नहीं। हाँ। ऐसे कैसे हो गया, ऐसा धक्का लगा हमको कि हम
Well, Sanjay Singh's wife Anita ji is with me. Anita ji, आपका लंबा संघर्ष देखा, हमने आपसे पार्लियामेंट में भी घंटों तक खड़े होकर बात करी थी जब आप वो चिट्ठियां लेकर पार्लियामेंट के बाहर खड़ी होती थी, लेकिन वोट टेकिंग के लिए आपको टाइम नहीं मिल रहा था। कितनी बड़ी जीत मानती हैं आप? क्या ये आम आदमी पार्टी को एक नया जोश देगा?
देखिए, अभी ये संघर्ष बहुत लंबी है और जब तक हमारे बड़े भाई अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया, सत्येंद्र जैन जब तक बाहर नहीं आ जाते हैं तब तक कोई जश्न नहीं मनाया जाएगा। और एक बहुत बड़ी राहत न्यायपालिका से मिली है, जो कि संजय जी आज बाहर आए हैं, तो इसके लिए सत्यमेव जयते, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही बड़ा काम हुआ है।
अनीता जी, जैसा आपने हमें कई बार पार्लियामेंट के बाहर भी बोला था कि किसी भी तरीके की मनी ट्रेल नहीं मिल पा रही है, इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट एक झूठे केसेस कर रही है, किस तरीके से आप देखते हैं? आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी यही कहा, मनी ट्रेल नहीं मिली है।
नहीं, कोई मनी ट्रेल नहीं है, कोई सबूत नहीं है उनके पास, तो इसीलिए सत्यमेव जयते, इसलिए सत्य की जीत।
कोर्ट से कब तक उनको घर लेकर आया जाएगा?
कल दोपहर तक।
कल दोपहर तक। So that was Anita Singh speaking to us, Sanjay Singh's wife. Currently, what we can share to our viewers is that Sanjay Singh was admitted in hospital because he had some problems with the stomach, and therefore he was referred to the hospital. Now the orders from the Supreme Court will go to Rouse Avenue Court, and later the bail orders will go to the Tihar prison as well. And we've been told that after the orders will be sent to Tihar prison, after signing that register, Sanjay Singh will come out, and there Anita Singh also stated that he can come back to his residence by tomorrow. It will take some time, but a lot of supporters over here at Sanjay Singh's residence also gathered, and they are clearly rejoiced. They are clearly stating that this is a big victory from the Aam Aadmi Party, but still Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodiya and Satyendra Jain had to come out from the jail as well. So clearly today it was, of course, the Enforcement Directorate stated that they do not want to oppose the bail of Sanjay Singh. On one side, Sanjay Singh is entitled to do all the political activities, but he should not publicly speak about the case. The court also mentioned that it should be, it is Sanjay Singh which should continue, and this order perhaps should not be set as precedent for the other orders in this particular case, and therefore the reason perhaps now what we are hearing is Sanjay Singh will come out will come out from the jail now, and he could be walking out free by tomorrow.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us there and also getting us a reaction from Sanjay Singh's wife. But let's go across to Sunil now. And Sunil, so, big relief for Aam Aadmi Party. One of its leaders at least coming out on bail. And interesting, it said the ED did not oppose his bail, but also the Supreme Court pointing out that they didn't prove any money trail.
Pointed and clear directions to the ED Council, the Additional Solicitor General. One, of course, as you rightly said, that they haven't been able to trace the money. And this money that is being alleged is from that approver, Dinesh Arora, who you are well aware about the electoral bonds he gave. The rest, of course, is in the public domain. So that's one. The second question that they said was that he's already been 6 months in jail. And third, most importantly, Justice Dipankar said that if we hear your matter and then we pass an order, it will have a bearing on the trial court case. After hearing this, the council, after speaking to the powers that be, which is supposedly the ED is an autonomous organization, saw the writing on the wall. They had no other option and said, given the peculiar facts of this case, we are giving a no objection to the bail plea of Mr. Sanjay Singh. And that's how he has been released. Of course, they have said that this should not be a precedent for example, Arvind Kejriwal or Manish Sisodiya or anybody else. But definitely, this is, as you rightly said, a huge relief, a big reprieve, and definitely will send the message loud and clear to all concerned that you have to go into the facts and the merits of the case and not give a blanket approval. So it's in that context that they have taken this very important decision.
All right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. So that's the big breaking news right now. Relief for Aam Aadmi Party, and Sanjay Singh has been granted bail in the excise policy case. All right, moving on now to other news, and news coming in concerning the two football players who had accused an official of mistreating them, and news coming in that in an emergency committee meeting of the AIFF, that's the Football Federation, that Mr. Deepak Sharma has now been suspended. This is after two football players had claimed that Deepak Sharma had come into their room, that he was inebriated and that he had misbehaved with them. So the AIFF suspends Deepak Sharma until further notice. This incident had taken place in Goa, where the team had gone to play matches, and it was during that time that one of the women who in fact had spoken to NDTV, one of the footballers, had said that she was in the kitchen at the time. She had been boiling eggs as she had missed the dinner, and that Mr. Deepak Sharma came in an inebriated condition, that he had blasted her at the time, that she had gone to her room and he had come into the room as well and had misbehaved with her, and that was the allegation, that there was some sort of physical altercation. Now, after this issue was, there was a complaint made to the police as well as an internal committee was, the complaint was filed with them over the manner in which Mr. Deepak Sharma had behaved, the fact that he had gone into the room of the woman football player. So two of these football players had accused Mr. Deepak Sharma of assault. He was also the owner of this football club that had come from Himachal Pradesh to play in Goa, and two women footballers complained of physical assault by AIFF Executive Committee member Deepak Sharma at the time in their hotel room in Goa. This incident took place on the 28th of March, and it is on Friday that a complaint was finally made, and then on Saturday that this issue had been picked up as well, and action had been promised. So now the news are coming in that Mr. Deepak Sharma has now been suspended. Let's go across to Rika for more. And Rika, we'd spoken to you at the time when this incident took place. You had spoken to one of the footballers who had made this complaint, and there were so many, things that had gone wrong. The fact that it was clear Mr. Deepak Sharma was inebriated constantly with the players there, the fact that he went into their room, the fact there was no female coach, it seems, at the time. Just take us through this case and now this action by the AIFF suspending him.
That's right, Gargi. Well, the All India Football Federation had an emergency meeting yesterday, during which they decided to suspend this errant football official, Deepak Sharma, who had allegedly manhandled. He had thrashed one of the girls when she complained of lack of enough food in the hostel that they were staying in. And the incident was escalated by the girls, even though some of the officials within the team and outside had urged the girls not to complain. The girls from Himachal, they went ahead with their complaint. There were about 6 of them who had registered the complaint, following which Deepak Sharma that night, the next day, was arrested by the police. He was called for 2 rounds of questioning at the Mapusa police station. Remember, our story was tweeted by Sports Minister Anurag Thakur, after which the wheel rolled very fast, and he connected with the government in Goa, and the Goa government immediately took action against this errant official. What is surprising, though, Gargi, is that it took the All India Football Federation 4 or 5 days to ring into action and suspend this official. He is a part of the competition committee, but let me tell our viewers, even though he was a part of the team with the girls, with the Himachal girls in Goa, he isn't actually he wasn't a part of the competition. As an owner of the club, he was there. He traveled with the team, but while they were traveling, there was no female official, which was also a violation, which was a breach. Later on, his wife had joined the team, and she had insisted the girls take back their complaint. The whole incident really exposes how women players in various leagues, in various competitions are being treated even across the country, while we celebrate women in sports, while we talk about the power that the women have brought about in the field, on the field, in the ring, on the mat, and
Absolutely.
elsewhere.
Rika, just stay on with us. We're now joined on the phone line by Coach Prithviraj Chavan joining us. Your reaction to the news now AIFF has suspended the accused official Deepak Sharma, but some questions of why it took so long to take this action.
Ma'am, actually, as soon as AIFF processed the request of Palak Verma, so it went according to the procedure. So I guess that's why it took some long, because then AIFF carried it forward from them, and they informed the state association as well as the police.
Prithviraj, just wanted to know, have you heard from the girls? We understand they have reached home. Are they being given the assurance that they can get back to football and they will not be harassed anymore?
Yes, ma'am. The All Indian Football Federation and the Goa Football Association has ensured their safe return to their respective homes, and they have personally came to drop them from the airport back to the residence. And also they have been assured that in future there won't be any harm to their careers or wherever they wish to play, and no one can harm them regarding their football career as well.
Prithviraj, you've been a coach in the team for very long. Typically, when we have seen when such incidents happen and the girls do not complain. The girls who have the courage to complain and come out that they are being misused, they are being manhandled, they face consequences. What is the guarantee that these girls will not face any consequences? They will continue to play football.
Ma'am, those girls are mentally strong and they have a good fighting ability. That's why they have played nationals and reached at this level. And also they've gotten surety from the All Indian Football Federation as well, that there won't be any harm to their career and no one can stop them from playing the football. So with that assurance and the protection which they have got from them, they can continue their career and prosper.
So we understand that this case is closed here. Deepak Sharma, the errant football official, has been suspended by the All India Football Federation. He was in the police lockup for one night, but on the Easter Saturday, he got a bail, and perhaps there was a lot of help from within the federation also to get him this bail, because he's a part of the competition.
Rika, this case also showed the importance of the media, because without that media spotlight, the first journalist who reported it from TOI there in Goa, and then we took it up quite extensively, and we spoke to the footballer, etc. But yes, you're right, this fear of speaking out, and also the fact that these girls should not face any sort of informal punishment, as it were, from the association, from their football club, where Mr. Deepak Sharma is very influential.
That's right. So it's not just about these girls who have now got the assurance from the AIFF that they can go ahead and pursue their careers. Worry is also for those girls who continue to play for Deepak Sharma's club, and the way that they are treated, because it's now exposed as to how Deepak Sharma treats or has been continuing to treat this lot of women footballers. So, if Khad FC continues to be in action, if they continue to function, there is a worry if Deepak Sharma is the owner and he continues to wield power and influence.
That's right. And, if we go back to the time that this incident took place, and the way the girl said that very often he would, drink in front of them when they were traveling from Himachal to Goa. He was drinking throughout. There was no woman coach that was traveling with this team of women. She only joined later, and that too, she was the wife of Deepak Sharma. If you can just, explain, it was very shocking after all these facts are revealed, the fact that there are no protocols as such that were followed.
Well, Gargi, we talk about protocol, and probably it is for us sitting here, it is easy to talk about protocol. You will be amazed to know that All India Football Federation doesn't have a posh committee. There are many associations, there are many federations across the country who that doesn't have a POSH committee. Where do the girls go and register their complaint? There is a complaints committee, but that complaints committee takes time to get into action, to ring into action once a complaint is registered. It happened in this case, but it took a very long time. And Gargi, I can assure you, it wouldn't have happened had there been no government interference in this case, because the officials from within the federation had asked the girls to take back their complaint.
That's right.
So in a federation where there is no POSH committee, there is no guarantee that their complaints will be taken up and addressed in the future.
All right, Rika, thanks so much for joining us. With all these developments, the AIFF has suspended the coach Deepak Sharma, who was accused of manhandling two women football players. But returning to election news now, and the Prime Minister is in Rajasthan, where he's addressing a rally in Kotputli. Let's listen in.
एनडीए को 25 की 25 सीटें दी थी और अब 2024 में भी राजस्थान 25 की 25 सीटें देने का फैसला कर चुका है। पूरा राजस्थान कह रहा है 4 जून 4 जून 4 जून 4 जून साथियों 2024 का ये लोकसभा चुनाव कोई सामान्य चुनाव नहीं है। ये चुनाव विकसित राजस्थान और विकसित भारत के संकल्प का चुनाव है। ये चुनाव भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने के लिए है। ये चुनाव भ्रष्टाचार को जड़ से उखाड़ फेंकने के लिए है। ये चुनाव आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सपने को पूरा करने के लिए है। ये चुनाव किसानों की समृद्धि के संकल्प का चुनाव है। ये चुनाव घर घर नल से जल पहुंचाने का चुनाव है। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस और उसका इंडी गठबंधन देश के लिए नहीं बल्कि अपने स्वार्थ के लिए चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। ये पहला ऐसा चुनाव है जिसमें परिवारवादी पार्टियां अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए रैली पर रैली करते जा रहे हैं। ये पहला ऐसा चुनाव है जिसमें सारे भ्रष्टाचारी मिलकर भ्रष्टाचार पर कार्रवाई रोकने के लिए रैली कर रहे हैं। मैं कहता हूं, भ्रष्टाचार हटाओ। वो कहते हैं भ्रष्टाचारी बचाओ। आप मुझे बताइए, भ्रष्टाचार जाना चाहिए कि नहीं जाना चाहिए? भ्रष्टाचार खत्म होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? भ्रष्टाचारियों को सजा मिलनी चाहिए कि नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? वो कहते हैं भ्रष्टाचारियों को बचाओ, मोदी कहता है भ्रष्टाचार हटाओ। निर्णय आपको करना है। इतना ही नहीं साथियों, जनता के दरबार में हार चुका इंडी अलायंस अब कैसे मंसूबे पाल चुका है, इसकी भी झलक लगातार देखने को मिल रही है। ये पहला ऐसा चुनाव है जिसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी के बड़े नेता खुद के चुनाव जीतने की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। वो जीतेंगे कि नहीं जीतेंगे इस पर मौन रहते हैं, लेकिन वो देश को धमकी दे रहे हैं कि अगर बीजेपी जीती तो देश में आग लग जाएगी। भाइयों बहनों, मोदी 10 साल से बैठा है, तुम्हारी लगाई हुई आग को बुझा रहा है। कांग्रेस के लोग अपने खतरनाक इरादे जताना शुरू कर दिए हैं और इसलिए देश को बचाने के लिए, देश का भविष्य बनाने के लिए, आपकी आने वाली पीढ़ी की जिंदगी सुखी और समृद्ध हो, इसके लिए ये चुनाव बहुत अहम है। आज देश में बीजेपी की मजबूत और निर्णायक सरकार की जरूरत और ज्यादा बढ़ गई है। साथियों, मैं परिवारवादी पार्टियां और उनके भ्रष्टाचार पर सवाल उठाता हूं और इसलिए मैं उनके निशाने पर हूं। मैं जनता जनार्दन से पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या मुझे ऐसे सवाल उठाने चाहिए कि नहीं उठाने चाहिए? भ्रष्टाचारियों को देश में उजागर करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? उनके भ्रष्टाचार को खोल करके रखना चाहिए कि नहीं रखना चाहिए? वो मुझे गालियां देते हैं और यहां तक कह देते हैं, अरे मोदी का कोई परिवार नहीं है, उसको भ्रष्टाचार की जरूरत नहीं है। तो क्या परिवार है तो आपको भ्रष्टाचार करने का लाइसेंस मिल जाता है क्या? वो कुछ भी कहे, मेरे लिए तो आप ही मेरा परिवार है। मेरा भारत मेरा परिवार है और मैं राजस्थान की धरती पर, ये वीरों की धरती है, ये जुबान के पक्के लोगों की धरती है। उस धरती पर कहना चाहता हूं, आपका सपना ही मोदी का संकल्प है। साथियों, पिछली सरकारों ने जिसे पूछा तक नहीं मोदी ने उसे पूजा है। कांग्रेस ने देश के करोड़ों छोटे किसानों को कभी नहीं पूछा। मोदी ने राजस्थान के 85 लाख से ज्यादा किसानों के बैंक खातों में पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के करीब करीब 20,000 करोड़ रुपए भेजे हैं। कांग्रेस ने कभी श्रमिकों, मजदूरों को पूछने के लिए उनको फुर्सत नहीं मिली। मोदी ने उन्हें वन नेशन, वन राशन कार्ड की सुविधा दी। उनके लिए पेंशन योजनाएं बनाई। कांग्रेस ने देश के गरीबों को कभी नहीं पूछा। भाजपा सरकार देश के 80 करोड़ जरूरतमंदों को मुफ्त राशन दे रही है। और इतना ही नहीं, मेरी सरकार बहुत पहले निर्णय कर चुकी है, आने वाले 5 साल भी मुफ्त राशन मिलता रहेगा। मैं गरीब के घर का चूल्हा बुझने नहीं दूंगा। मैं भूखे पेट किसी बच्चे को सोने की नौबत आए, ये मुझे मंजूर नहीं है। दोस्तों, भाजपा ने करोड़ों गरीबों को पीएम आवास के जरिए पक्का घर दिया। और जब पक्का घर मिलता है तो सिर्फ 4 दीवारें मिलती है, ऐसा नहीं है। जिंदगी में पहली बार इसका एक एड्रेस तय होता है। जिंदगी में पहली बार वो स्वाभिमान की जिंदगी जीने की शुरुआत करता है। पहली बार वो जिंदगी में उस नए घर में, नए आशियाने में नए सपने बुनना शुरू कर देता है। भाजपा ने गरीब माताओं बहनों के लिए करोड़ों शौचालय बनाए। ये शौचालय ये सिर्फ कोई कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम है, इतना नहीं है। ये इज्जत घर है। वो लोग गरीबी से निकले हैं ना, उनको पता है कि माताओं बहनों को शौचालय न होने से कितना दर्द झेलना पड़ता था। या तो सुबह सूरज निकलने से पहले जाओ, या तो शाम को सूरज ढलने के बाद जाओ। दिन में जाना है तो पीड़ा सहन करती थी माताएं बहनें, जा नहीं सकती। ये दर्द गरीब मां का बेटा समझ सकता है। औरों के लिए शौचालय मजाक होगा, मेरे लिए शौचालय के पीछे मिशन मोड पर काम करना माताओं बहनों की इज्जत के साथ जुड़ा हुआ मेरा भावनात्मक नाता रहा हुआ है। भाजपा ने 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा गरीबों के जनधन खाते खुलवाए। भाजपा ने गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज के लिए आयुष्मान कार्ड दिए। और जयपुर का कोई व्यक्ति अगर चेन्नई गया और बीमार हो गया तो उसको भी वहां सिर्फ कार्ड काफी होता है। चेन्नई में भी उसको हॉस्पिटल में पूरी मदद मिल जाएगी। साथियों, कांग्रेस सरकारों की उपेक्षा के कारण हमारा तोरावाटी भी विकास के मामले में पीछे छूटता चला गया था। लेकिन कोटपुतली बड़ौदा मेव हाईवे से ये इलाका दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे से जुड़ने जा रहा है। पूर्वी राजस्थान कैनाल प्रोजेक्ट ईआरसीपी परियोजना को कांग्रेस ने दशकों से लटका कर रखा था। भाजपा सरकार ने हरियाणा से आने वाले यमुना के पानी के मुद्दे को भी हल कर दिया है। इन फैसलों से, इन परियोजनाओं से यहां के लोगों और किसानों को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होगा। ये सारे काम हम इसलिए कर पाए क्योंकि हमारी नीयत सही है। हम ईमानदारी से आपकी सेवा का प्रयास करते हैं और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, नीयत सही तो नतीजे सही। साथियों, आज देश में बीजेपी का मतलब है विकास और समाधान, लेकिन कांग्रेस का मतलब है देश की हर बीमारी की जड़। आप देश की कोई भी बड़ी समस्या देखेंगे तो उसकी जड़ में कांग्रेस पार्टी ही नजर आएगी। आजादी के 7 दशकों तक देश में गरीबी रही कांग्रेस की वजह से। भारत को नई टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए, रक्षा सामान के लिए दूसरे देशों की ओर देखना पड़ता था कांग्रेस की वजह से। कांग्रेस ने कभी हमारी सेना को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होने दिया। कांग्रेस के समय में भारत की पहचान दुनिया के सबसे बड़े हथियार इंपोर्ट करने वाले, हथियार आयात करने वाले देश की थी। आज भाजपा सरकार के समय भारत की पहचान भारत के हथियार का निर्यात करने वाले देश के तौर पर बन रही है। कल ही भारत ने डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट में नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। आजादी के बाद पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है जब भारत ने 21,000 करोड़ रुपए का रक्षा सामान निर्यात किया है, एक्सपोर्ट किया है। भारत आज 80 से ज्यादा देशों को मेड इन इंडिया हथियार बेचता है। और इसलिए मैं फिर कहूंगा, नीयत सही तो नतीजे सही। साथियों, भारत की सफलता के बीच मैंने कभी, हर देशवासी इस बात को भली भांति जानता है, मैंने कभी ये दावा नहीं किया कि 10 साल में हमने सब कुछ पूरा कर दिया। मैंने ऐसा दावा कभी नहीं किया। लेकिन ये भी सच है कि जो काम आजादी के बाद 5-6 दशकों में नहीं हो पाए, वो काम हमने करके दिखाए हैं। देश को जिस गति की जरूरत थी, हमने उस गति से काम किया है। 2014 तक देश में 20,000 किलोमीटर रेल लाइन बिजली से जुड़ी थी। आपको आंकड़ा याद रहेगा, 2014 तक 20,000 किलोमीटर रेल लाइन बिजली से जुड़ी थी। कितनी जरा बताएंगे? कितने किलोमीटर? 20,000 किलोमीटर। कितने किलोमीटर? इतने आजादी के बाद इतने सालों में 20,000 किलोमीटर।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer.
Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 E-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 E-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 E-tron. Audi Q6 E-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 E-tron. It will come in two variants.
बना के नहीं बना, दिए जले, आग नहीं लगी। 3 तलाक के खिलाफ हमने सख्त कानून बनाकर मुस्लिम बेटियों की जिंदगी बचाने का काम किया। 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन लटका के रखे थे। मेरे वीर जवानों की वो मांग को भी बड़ी नम्रता के साथ आपके इस सेवक ने पूरी कर दी। दशकों से जिन फैसलों का इंतजार था, वो मोदी ने पूरा करके दिखाए हैं। साथियों, और इसलिए कुछ लोग कहने लगे हैं, अरे मोदी जी इतना कुछ हो गया, अब क्या बाकी बचा है? अरे जरा अब तो आराम करो। लेकिन ऐसे लोग भूल जाते हैं, मोदी मौज करने के लिए पैदा नहीं हुआ है। मोदी मेहनत करने के लिए पैदा हुआ है। बहुत कुछ हुआ होगा, लेकिन साथियों 10 साल में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर। अभी तो बहुत कुछ करना है। अभी तो हमें देश को बहुत आगे लेकर जाना है। हमें राजस्थान को आगे लेकर जाना है। बीजेपी सरकार का तीसरा कार्यकाल ऐतिहासिक और निर्णायक फैसलों का कार्यकाल होने वाला है। साथियों, मैं जब विकसित भारत की बात करता हूं, जब भ्रष्टाचार पर कार्रवाई करता हूं, तो कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस के लोग जम करके, जी भर करके मोदी को गाली देते रहते हैं। लेकिन राजस्थान के लोग जानते ही हैं, राजस्थान के लोग भली भांति जानते हैं, दाल बाटी चूरमा, वोटर मारा सुरमा। मोदी तो देश के वोटर की ताकत से, जनता जनार्दन की ताकत से दिन रात दौड़ता है, आपके लिए दौड़ता है, आपके सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए दौड़ता है। और इसलिए मैं आपसे अपील करने आया हूं, प्रार्थना करने आया हूं। 19 अप्रैल को जयपुर ग्रामीण से राव राजेंद्र सिंह जी और पूरे राजस्थान से भाजपा के सारे उम्मीदवार, इनको दिया आपका एक एक वोट मोदी की ताकत बढ़ाएगा। मेरा एक काम जरूर करना होगा आपको, करेंगे। देखिए, गर्मी बहुत बढ़ती चली जा रही है। हम तो वीरों की भूमि है, कितनी ही गर्मी क्यों न हो, कितनी ही बर्फबारी क्यों न होती हो, रेगिस्तान में कितनी ही आंधी चलती हो, लेकिन हमारा राजस्थान का वीर बिना डगे, बिना थके खड़ा रहता है। अगर मेरे देश का वीर जवान अगर किसी भी मौसम में मेरे देश के लिए तैनात रहता है, तो हमें तो देश के लिए गर्मी कितनी ही क्यों न हो, घर से निकल करके वोट जरूर करना है। मेरी ये बात घर घर पहुंचाएंगे, कितनी ही गर्मी है वोट करवाएंगे। पहले मतदान फिर जलपान, ये बात पहुंचाएंगे। और एक बात मेरी पर्सनल जरूर कह देना, अब तो मैं सब दूर जा नहीं पाता हूं, लेकिन आज मैं जब आपके बीच आया हूं तो आप बताना कि मोदी जी आए थे, आपको प्रणाम भेजा है। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi there speaking in Rajasthan, addressing a rally in Kotputli. They're asking people to come out in huge numbers to cast their vote. Also talking about the work that he's done for the people of India in the last 10 years.
But let's talk about the seat sharing issues that persist in Maharashtra. And according to sources, the dispute remains in a few Mumbai seats, and the BJP is likely to get Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg and Palghar. Remember, talks have been taking place in the NDA, in the Mahayuti there in Maharashtra for some time, and some of the seats remain the disputed seats, the sticking points. And sources say the BJP to get Satara being claimed by the NCP, that's the Ajit Pawar NCP, and sources say Shinde Sena to get Aurangabad and Thane, and Ajit Pawar's NCP to get Osmanabad and Nasik. So these talks are still underway, though some sticking points there remaining. And speaking of the MVA in Maharashtra, NDTV interviewed former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, who said that he is willing to contest these elections and he will be contesting on a Congress ticket, on a Congress symbol if he does. He also said that all seat sharing issues within the MVA are being sorted.
Mr. Chavan, lot of murmurs happening. Looks like you will be in the fray, and we're hearing that you might be contesting from Satara.
Well, there is just a possibility that the Satara constituency, which is with Rashtrawadi, NCP, Sharad Pawar group, they have to find a candidate. I think we want to make sure that just very strong candidate is put up against likely to be former MP who has been with NCP earlier and now with BJP. He is likely to be the BJP candidate. Udayan Bhosle. So we just are trying to make sure that the strongest person is fielded. That's discussions are going on. Nothing is final yet.
So at a time when a lot of veteran leaders are not ready to contest, looks like you could be in the fray. And we are also hearing that you may be contesting in NCP symbol. Is that true?
No, that is not true at all.
Okay.
If at all I contest, I'll be contesting on my Congress party's hand symbol only.
Okay.
There's absolutely no confusion in that.
Okay.
But, well, it's up to the NCP, Sharad Pawar group's leadership to decide what is in the best interest of the overall alliance.
And also, let's get into the MVA dynamics. So where are the seat sharing talks? Looks like Bhiwandi is yet to be decided. And as far as Sangli is concerned, Sena has come out with and Mumbai South Central as well.
Out of 48 constituencies, as you said, almost 45, 46 seats have been announced. I mean, which party will contest which constituency has been decided. There is an issue about 1 or 2 seats which is likely to be resolved in a day or two. Now, after getting the constituency, the candidate's choice will be based on the party which gets that seat. So that is being separately done. But between us, the allocation of seats issue is more or less resolved. Out of 48, 46, 45, 46 seats have been cleared. Just there is a little bit of difference of opinion in 2 or 3 seats about who would be the best choice to fight that seat.
News now from West Bengal, where 3 women students of the Vishwa Bharati University have complained about sexual harassment by a guest professor. The students allege that the professor sought sexual favors for passing them in the semester exams. The students have even filed a complaint with the police and an FIR has been registered. The students also complained to an internal complaints committee, but the professor, who teaches Arabic, has denied these allegations against him, and he's claimed that he's a strict invigilator and said it is a conspiracy against him.
নাম এগুলো লিখিনি এগুলো পুরো ভিত্তিহীন
আমরা দপ্তরার তালা মেরে বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছি কেন
সেটা বলতে পারবো না ওরা কেন বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছে বাট ওরা জোর করে এগুলোকে সাজিয়ে একটা চক্রান্ত করে এগুলোকে জাস্ট করার চেষ্টা করে
হঠাৎ আমরা
এটা ওদের রাগ একটাই আমি ওদের এক্সাম ডিউটিতে গার্ড দিই গার্ডের জন্য ওরা কম্পালসারি যে পেপারগুলো যেগুলো আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্টেরও পেপার নয় সেই পেপারগুলো তারা ফেল করে যায় তো সেই চার্জ আমার উপরে আসে যে আমি নাকি ওদেরকে ফেল করিয়েছি যে এক্সামের কোশ্চেন ডিপার্টমেন্ট বানায় না যে এক্সামের খাতাও ডিপার্টমেন্ট চেক করে না সেই এক্সামের নাকি ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে ফেল করানো হয়েছে মানে এগুলো জাস্ট মিথ্যা অভিযোগ ভিত্তিহীন অভিযোগ
আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের বলতে উনি যেভাবে আমাদেরকে মেন্টালি টর্চার করছেন দিনের পর দিন সেটার জন্য আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের করেছি যাতে ওনার এই যে অধিকারটার জন্য উনি এত বড় বড় আমাদেরকে থ্রেট দিচ্ছেন বা যাই করছেন এই অধিকার যেন ওনার কাছ থেকে ছিনিয়ে নেওয়া হয় এটা তো চলেই আসছে প্রেপারেটরি থেকেই চলে আসছে কিন্তু এখন দিনের পর দিন জিনিসটা আরো মানে বেশিভাবে হচ্ছে, মানে এমন ভাবেই হচ্ছে যে আমাদের দেওয়ালে পিঠ ঠেকে যাওয়ার মতন। আর আমরা এটাকে সহ্য করতে পারছি না। উনি বারবার করে ভয় দেখান, উনি বারবার করে বলেন যে ব্যাক দেওয়ার কথা, বারবার করে ফেল করার কথা বলেন, 4 বছর নষ্ট হয়ে যাওয়ার কথা বলেন। এগুলো বলে পরে উনি আমাদের সাথে অন্য কিছু, মানে আমাদের থেকে অন্য কিছু এক্সপেক্ট করেন। তো এগুলো তো সবসময় সম্ভব হয়ে ওঠে না, না মানে এগুলো তো একটা স্টুডেন্টের পক্ষে মেনে নেওয়া অসম্ভব। তো এবার আমাদের কাছে রাস্তা, উনি যদি এরকম করে আমাদেরকে চাপ দিতে থাকেন তাহলে আমাদের মাথায় তো অন্য কিছু আসছে। থানাতে এফআইআর করলাম, শান্তিনিকেতন থানায়, মহিলা থানায়। মেন্টালি যেটা মেসেজ করে উনি পার্সোনাল হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে, তো উনি আমাদের ব্যাক দেওয়ার থ্রেট দেন। আবার এক্সাম দেওয়ার 2 দিন পরই বলে যে আপনি তুমি ব্যাক পেয়েছো, এরকম করে। কারণ 2 দিনের মধ্যে খাতা চেকের সম্ভব না, আর 2 দিনের মধ্যে কেউ বলতেও পারবে না যে ব্যাক পেয়েছে। তো আর তা আবার অন্য সাবজেক্টের, একই সাবজেক্ট না। এরকম দেয়। আবার তার মধ্যে মেসেজ করে যে যে আপনি বাড়িতে বলেছো কিনা ব্যাক পাওয়ার, এরকম পার্সোনালি মেসেজ। তারপর বলে এরপরে যদি আবার ব্যাক পাও তাহলে কি করবে। তারপর আমাকে ইনফ্যাক্ট আমাকে আমার বাড়ির অ্যাড্রেস পর্যন্ত জিজ্ঞেস করেছে যে বাড়ি কোথায়, তোমার বান্ধবীর বাড়ি কোথায়, এরকম করে। তার মধ্যে 10 তারিখে, মার্চের 10 তারিখে আমাদের একটা কলেজে একটা গান্ধী কিছু একটা ছিল, তো সেদিন আমরা গেছিলাম। তো উনি পার্সোনালি রুমে ডেকে আমাকে কচুরিও পর্যন্ত খাইয়ে দিয়েছেন, মানে হট করে, যেটা মানে সাডেনলি যেটা হয়। দেন টাচ করেছে, এরকম টাইপের। এবার
And finally, Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani shared a picture of himself with his 14-month granddaughter Kaveri in a post on X, where the billionaire's Kaveri is the billionaire's youngest grandchild, is the daughter of his son Kiren Adani and his wife Paridhi. The photo, which was taken in the new Adani Green Energy Gallery at the Science Museum in London, shows him smiling with his granddaughter. And the Adani Group chairman said that his granddaughter are the biggest stress relievers in his life.
I love to spend time with my granddaughters. They are my biggest stress reliever. I have only 2 worlds, work and a family. And for me, family is a great source of strength.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
युवा तो आपकी सोच में है, आपके काम में है।
कांग्रेस के महासचिव सचिन पायलट जी,
आप काम ना करने दें, उनके खाते सीज कर दें, तो ये एक हेल्दी साइन नहीं है हमारी डेमोक्रेसी के लिए।
अगर आप पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो, आपको टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, लेकिन आपको रिटर्न हर साल फाइल करना है। माय बॉस प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी इज द बेस्ट.
Chose the name Rani only because I saw so many wonderful queens while growing up.
That's how the name came about. It was cute plus uterus is cuterus.
आप कोई भी एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं, अगर आप फोकस नहीं है, you're just wasting your time.
Parents usually say it out of concern. They don't want to see their child fail.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'd be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
Right, so let's just take success first. And most Indian parents will have to admit, even in the privacy of their own solitude, that success is their main goal in raising their children. And when we raise children with this goal in mind, what we often do is become blind to who the child really is. When we drive our children to success, we objectify them. And no parent likes to admit that they're doing that, because we pretend to ourselves, we lie to ourselves that all our pushing is coming because we care.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
AIFF suspends accused football official accused of abuse after NDTV report. Government had asked the AIFF to act. Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gets bail from Supreme Court. Bail after 6 months in liquor case. Supreme Court has said no money trail has been established against the MP. Hitting out at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Prime Minister Modi says Prince of Opposition Party's royal family has declared that the country will be on fire if the BJP returns to power. In an exclusive to NDTV, Prithviraj Chavan expresses his willingness to contest elections. He said all seat-sharing issues within the MBA have been sorted. Amid Vistara flight disruption, Centre seeks detailed report. Over 61 Vistara flights have been affected since morning. It's an NDTV Profit exclusive inside track of Vistara chaos. Top court puts Ramdev and Centre in the dock. Supreme Court asks why did the government choose to keep its eyes shut? In Patanjali misleading ads case, Ramdev has apologized in the Supreme Court today. Hello and a very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting with a top focus in this edition. In a big development, the All India Football Federation today suspended Deepak Sharma, an executive committee member of the federation, for allegedly assaulting and misbehaving with two women footballers of a club during their stay in Goa for the ongoing Indian Women's League 2. Two footballers of Himachal Pradesh-based Khad FC taking part in the Indian Women's Football League second division had alleged that Deepak Sharma, the owner of the club, had barged into their room and physically assaulted them on the night of March 28. Now, in a statement, the AIFF has said that the AIFF Executive Committee has decided to suspend Deepak Sharma from participating in any football-related activities until further notice. Well, the Goa police on Saturday had arrested Deepak Sharma, and an FIR has also been registered. In the complaint letter to the AIFF, the two women, remember, had alleged that after a match in the Indian Women's League second division, they returned to their accommodation and they were preparing dinner. That is when Sharma, who the girls alleged was in a drunken state, barged into their rooms and assaulted them. The girls have alleged that the two players were thrashed by Sharma in Goa. Now, the letter stated that Sharma was drinking alcohol in front of the girls during their journey from Himachal to Delhi and continued to do so in Goa as well. Now, after NDTV report, the government had asked the AIFF to act. Remember, Union Minister Anurag Thakur had asked the AIFF to take action against Deepak Sharma, the concerned official, the accused here, and NDTV has been the first channel to report on this story. This is a big development now that is coming in at this point in time. My colleague Rika is also joining us on the broadcast. She's getting us more on that. Rika, big development now coming in after NDTV had reported first on this story. Big action has been taken. Union Minister Anurag Thakur had already asked the AIFF to act on the matter, to act against the concerning official. And now the All India Football Federation has suspended Deepak Sharma.
That's right, Kitty, and it's a significant development. However, it took some time for the All India Football Federation to act on this errant official, given that the complaint was lying with them since last Thursday. And even before the All India Football Federation took action on this official who had, as you mentioned, thrashed one of the footballers during the ongoing Indian Women's League. The government actually rung into action after Sports Minister Anurag Thakur saw the story on NDTV. We'd amplified the story on our platform that was first reported by Times of India in Goa. So once Anurag Thakur noticed and he called up the state government authorities was when the entire machinery was called into action. Deepak Sharma was called for questioning at the Mapusa police station twice. Later that evening, which was on Friday, he was arrested. Later on Saturday, which was the Easter Saturday, he was released on bail.
Right.
Now, he was called by the AIFF at an emergency committee meeting last evening, during which he was asked to depose. He was asked to narrate the incidents. The AIFF executive committee, that was a part of the emergency meeting, heard him and then asked him to leave. After that, he was suspended.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Rika, for getting us all those details. We would like you to kindly stay on the broadcast. We also have Ruturaj Salunke, goalkeeping coach of Khad FC. Thank you so much, Ruturaj, for speaking to NDTV. You know, big action has been taken. We do understand now the AIFF has decided to suspend Deepak Sharma. How would you react to this? Also, we would like to know from you how we do understand that the girls had confided in you. They had spoken to you about the assault, about how they were thrashed by this official. Would you like to tell us more about it?
Yes, ma'am. When the incident happened on 20th night, the next day, on 29th, they reported to the match commissioner, who wrote a mail in turn to All Indian Football Federation, and that's how the action was started. Yeah, and after that, the All Indian Football Federation took further actions in informing the Gujarat Football Association and in the press and media, from which it prompted to take the further actions.
Ruturaj, the girls did speak to you as well about what was happening to them, what this concerned person did with them?
Yes, ma'am, the girls spoke with me after the complaint was lodged to the match commissioner. So they narrated me the incident the following day, from which they were looking very scared and insecure.
What did they tell you? Could you also tell us about it for the benefit of our viewers? We would like to understand. Of course, we've been reporting on this story since a few days now, but what really transpired then? What did they tell you?
Ma'am, they narrated me the incident that happened on 20th night. As Palak was feeling hungry, she didn't have her dinner early, so she was boiling some eggs, from which sir had got angry on her and he shouted at her. So Palak went back to her room. She threw the eggs and went back to the room. And seeing that reaction, sir got angry and he went into the room. He broke open the room and she didn't even knock. So once he entered the room, he was standing in front of her, and as Palak said, he hit her. And as one of the, few of the roommates, as it was night time, few of her roommates were in the casual clothes. So it got even more worse when sir entered. One of the girls was topless.
Okay.
So that was told to me by them. And as she was speaking, she was in tears and she was very scared.
Prithviraj, now that this gentleman, Deepak Sharma, has got bail, and he's also been suspended by the All India Football Federation, are the girls even more scared, or do they say that this has come as a relief for them and they have been vindicated? Because there was a time when they were asked to take back their complaint as well.
Ma'am, the All Indian Football Federation and Gujarat Football Association have made all the arrangements for the girls to feel safe. And after the complaint was lodged, they were little feared about their careers. But the All Indian Football Federation assured them that it won't harm their career. And now they are feeling more better.
One actually would be interested to know, will Deepak Sharma continue to run Khad FC, considering now that he is a banned football official? Who runs the club? Does he get to run the club or not?
Ma'am, the club owner is Miss Sanjay Sharma, his wife. So unless the All Indian Football Federation bans the club will continue to work.
And do you expect that Deepak Sharma will have a role to play in the running of the club?
Ma'am, as it's run by his wife, so there's a backhand that he can have in that.
Right, Kitty, I think it's interesting then to point out to our viewers, even though Deepak Sharma is a banned football official for now, the club, Khad FC, is owned by his wife, and there are little chances that the club will not have interferences from Deepak Sharma. And as we've been reporting that All India Football Federation, like many other football federations, do not have a posh committee. Really, the matter lies in the hand of the All India Football Federation as to how stringent they can be in securing the players, in securing the status of these clubs, and to conduct the sport as freely and
Absolutely. So now, Rika, we do understand that the concerned official has been suspended. But as you've been pointing out, there is a chance that he could still be interfering in the affairs of the club, since his wife also runs the club. So what do you think, needs to be done now? One step at a time, we do understand. However, you've also been pointing out that the complaint was already filed few days back, and it has taken time for the club to take action against this concerned official. What is the next step? What is that needs to be done to make our girls safe and secure here?
I think it's a very straight answer, Kitty. The All India Football Federation needs to have a posh committee. The lady in charge of women's football spoke to us, Valenka Alemau. She's a lawyer herself. She is very well aware of the fact that sports federation to have a posh committee. This federation has been elected some time ago, but in the probably 14 or 15 months of their functioning, they haven't really thought about forming a posh committee. That in itself is a gross violation.
All right. Thank you so much, Rika, for getting us all those details there. And thanks so much, Ruturaj, as well, for speaking to NDTV and sharing all those inputs there. Well, this is a big development now that has taken place regarding this case. Well, the All India Football Federation has suspended Deepak Sharma, the concerned official, the man who's been accused of assaulting and thrashing these two young women football players. Remember, NDTV has been the first channel to report on this story, and we've been showing you how this man has also been taken into custody by the police. However, he was granted bail the next day, but the AIFF now has also taken action against the official. This comes after NDTV had reported the story and the government had asked the AIFF to act against Deepak Sharma. Well, the Goa police had arrested Deepak Sharma earlier, and FIR also has been registered against him. However, he's still out on bail at this point in time. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking at this point in time. The centre has stepped in as the Vistara crisis deepens. Well, it's day 2 of delays and cancellations. We are learning over 61 flights have been cancelled since morning today. Meanwhile, Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has sought a report from Vistara. He is also seeking details on addressing customer inconvenience. The DGCA, we do understand, has asked for daily report from Vistara, and the Civil Aviation Ministry, as per the information coming in, is personally monitoring the situation.
Sir, my first question to you, sir. So this survey has now come out, which shows that in 1 year, there are out of 10, 7 passengers have faced such kind of issue. Have you also faced any kind of issue?
Yeah, I have not faced. My friend has faced that because he was going to check his mother, but unfortunately the flight has cancelled. So he was big problems. What to do now? So he was little bit crying, but what to do? I think government will take a very serious action against this. Otherwise, it is the problem. The government has not taken any action on this type of flights cancelled in the last moment. So I request to the government and the central aviation which is handling, so to be take action immediately, and that should be penalized to the airlines, because they said any reason and we reach their airport and spend the time, and after that we have a very urgent work. Sometimes we'll catch the flight, sometimes we are gone to some urgent work. So our meetings will be cancelled, our flights will be cancelled, and our relationship which we are waiting and outside, they will cancelled. So it is a very big problem. So I think airlines should be understand this type of problem to be not to be repeated again and again. And you are saying it is 10 of 7 flights. It is a very, very dangerous. I can say that it's very dangerous for now if it is going that, because my friend has also faced this problem on Vistara Airlines.
So my question to you is that what kind of inconvenience that a passenger faces, and especially if you have faced any kind of such situation there, and in that moment, if if the airline was able to contact you to share you the information that your flight was delayed or cancelled.
ये मुद्दा कई बार उठाया गया है और अथॉरिटीज़ को ये बोला गया है कि ऐसी ऐसी प्रॉब्लम हम फेस कर रहे हैं, 3-3, 4-4 घंटे फ़्लाइट लेट हो जाती है और कोई लुक आफ्टर करने के लिए नहीं है, कोई आदमी बीमार है। एक बार मैं अपनी मदर को, बूढ़ी माताजी मेरी 80 साल की, उनको बॉम्बे लेके जा रहा था, फ़्लाइट 3 घंटे लेट रही। मैंने अथॉरिटीज़ को बोला या तो मेरी कैंसिलेशन कर दी जाए या फिर मेरे को दूसरी फ़्लाइट का अरेंजमेंट किया जाए, लेकिन उन्होंने कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया इस बात पे। तो ये हमेशा से प्रॉब्लम है। अथॉरिटीज़ बार बार कहती है वी आर सॉर्टिंग इट आउट, बट नथिंग हैज़ हैपेंड टिल डेट।
So this has been a repeated behavior, which the people also are now raising concerns over this. So I want to ask you now, if we look at the Vistara crisis scenario, now the government has stepped in. Government says that they are monitoring the situation. DGCA has also now sought the daily reports as to how much cancellation and delays are happening. Do you think, as a citizen, as a passenger, that this much action is enough?
I think this is not enough, because only just penalizing any airlines, it is not enough. Just governments or authorities should take any this type of action, that the passenger must go by either airlines. Not
alternate flight का ऑप्शन देना
is जरूरी। ऐसा नहीं कि पेनल्टी लगा दिया जाए तो उसका भरपाई हमारे से हो सकता है। हम लोग फ्लाइट से जाते हैं तो फ्लाइट से जाने के लिए दूसरे एयरलाइन से भी अरेंजमेंट किया जाए।
And while NDTV Profits Aditya Rao gets us the inside details about the chaos playing out in Vistara, with several pilots calling in sick, protesting the revised salary structure.
As we have been picking up from our sources, that the pilots were sent an email earlier this month, and the airline Vistara airline had asked the pilots to accept the new salary structure, which was the 40-hour fixed salary for the pilots if they report to the duty for 15 days a month. And after this, the new salary structure, the pilots were also told that if the new salary structure was not signed by the 15th of March, the pilots will be deprived of any of the future benefits which will come across after the mega merger of the Air India. And also what we are picking up from our sources is that the pilots were offered a one-time bonus based on their ranks for signing this letter, and the first officers were promised a sum of rupees 3.5 lakhs on signing this letter, and the captains were promised a sum of rupees 4.5 lakhs on signing the letter of the new salary structure. After this salary structure was announced and the pilots were asked to sign this, many of the pilots have reported sick for the duty, and as I'm picking up from my sources, 20 to 25 pilots from the Delhi base currently are reporting sick. So what we are picking up from our sources is that Vistara Airlines has been calling out the pilots out of their duty hours, and my sources are telling me that Vistara pilots have been called out and pulled out of their non-scheduled days and with a notice of less than 2 hours to manage the flight operations, which seem to be very tough at the moment for the airlines right now.
All right, on this very issue, a number of tweets have been made by people on X. One of them is Sachin Taparia, who said that as flight cancellations rise in India, flyers are once again raising what they had demanded earlier in the years. Penalties if airlines delay for internal reasons, just like when they show up a few minutes late for check-in. Airlines deny boarding, forcing them to rebook on the next available flight for a sizable fare difference. Now, government and regulators need to handle this better.
And Sachin, this is a very important issue, something that we've seen passengers in the past also talk about, how they are punished if they're late. However, when the airlines are in the wrong, there seems to be no sort of punishment, no sort of, compensation to the passengers.
Yeah, absolutely, Gargi. 7 in 10 passengers just in the last 12 months have had one or more delays for airline, internal reasons of the airline. So it's a fairly common problem. And the questions that many passengers have been asking is that, look, when we are late, even by a minute, we are pushed on the next flight or we are told to rebook rather on the next flight. And if the next flight is not available, the following flight. And many times, or rather most times, we are forced to rebook, paying the fare difference, the last minute fare difference. So thereby, they are incurring a monetary loss for being late. However, airlines, when they delay for internal reasons, whether it's crew, whether it is, other, internal reasons, there is no penalty. So the key ask from passengers at large is that there should be some kind of a penalty, whether it is 25% or 50% of the fare, that should be refunded in such cases back to the passengers. So it becomes even, or vice versa. If, this is not feasible, then in that case, anytime a passenger is late, they should be put on the next flight, without any fare difference being charged to them. So the equation right now is clearly, tilted towards benefit of the airlines, and it needs to be made even.
No,
so
absolutely.
that way,
And
both
this
have
has
repercussions.
become extremely glaring in the face of what's happening right now with Vistara. Now you have the centre stepping in, asking for a report. Vistara itself under pressure now, saying that, they're trying to adjust passengers and get larger, aircrafts, etc. And, apologizing for inconvenience. But yes, as you've said in this survey, if you could tell us a bit more about how many people were surveyed and also how 9 in 10 flyers want the government to mandate airlines to pay the value of a ticket 25 to 50% as penalty to them if they reschedule, because often people have fixed meetings, they have another flight that they're catching, etc. So they face a huge amount of inconvenience, and airlines seem to just get away with it.
Absolutely. So we had, Gargi, on this particular survey, we had 23,000 responses from over 300 districts of the country. So it's not a Delhi, Mumbai survey. This is, flyers from all over the country really saying this, that 9 in 10 basically saying that there has to be some penalty. And the key ask again is that, make it even, because when a passenger, is delayed, they have hotel bookings, which they incur. Airlines are not going to reimburse them.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more on that. With that, it's time for a short break here.
Super. Now friends, if I talk about the first story or the top story of the week, well, it's a very special one. मेरी जेब में वो phone है फिलहाल, but this phone, let me just tell you a basic set of details around this phone और फिर आप guess करना कि वो क्या हो सकता है. So ये जो फ़ोन है, the total weight is more than half a kilo. ये एक एप्पल का फ़ोन है जिसमें पीछे की तरफ भी वी गॉट अ स्मॉल सेकेंडरी स्क्रीन. काफ़ी यूनिक है. इट्स ओनली वन इन द वर्ल्ड. द बैटरी इज़ बाय फार द मैक्स पॉसिबल इन एनी एप्पल फ़ोन, और इट्स अ कस्टम फ़ोन दैट वाज मेड जस्ट फॉर मी. Yes, I got it made, guys, or this is the phone. This is all new iPhone 15 Pro Max. On the back side, if I show you, तो यहाँ पे what I have is this. It is the Apple Watch Ultra 2nd generation. This watch is part of the phone. I mean, आप इसको ऐसे निकाल नहीं सकते हो because this is completely attached to this phone. The frame is all redone. The back is all redone. The theme of this phone is inspired from Mahabharata. अगर आप देखोगे तो जैसा यहाँ पे पूरा आर्टवर्क हुआ है, it took almost 1 year to design this phone. और अब आप सोच रहे हो कि why would someone put their Apple Watch on back of their phone? Well, first things first, just because we can, तो हमने इसको किया. Second thing is, it serves multiple purposes. मतलब जब आप इस फ़ोन को ऐसे upside down रखते हो, this watch will show you the time. Second thing, the watch will show you all the important notifications. And third thing is, you can
Welcome back after the break. The Supreme Court today granted bail to Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh in the Delhi excise policy case. With this, Sanjay Singh has become the first senior AAP leader to be granted regular bail in the money laundering case linked to the now scrapped liquor policy. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, his former deputy Manish Sisodia and have been under judicial custody in the same case. The ED opted not to oppose the bail plea of Sanjay Singh. Today we are learning the ED had said it has no objection if the AAP MP Sanjay Singh is given bail in the case.
ED ने, CBI ने 500 से ज्यादा अफसर लगाए इस केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, लेकिन 2 साल में भी आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के पास 1 रुपया भी प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम का नहीं मिला. तो आज जब कोर्ट में पूछा गया कि पैसा कहां है, मनी ट्रेल कहां है, प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कहां है, तो ईडी का कोई जवाब नहीं था इस सवाल को लेकर.
वो तो उनको बेल मिल गई और ईडी ने अपोज भी नहीं किया. देखिए, इसके हमारी जो कोर्ट सिस्टम की, हमारी जुडिशरी की जो रबस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस है, अब वो कहते हैं, कल जब राहुल गांधी जी बोल रहे थे उस दिन रामलीला मैदान, उन्होंने बोला इलेक्शन कमीशन ये फिक्स्ड मैच है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर भी आपके हैं, जुडिशरी भी आपकी है. अरे भाई, जुडिशरी हमारी होती तो ये इतनी बढ़िया स्कीम है इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड, क्यों उन्होंने उसको नेगेटिव कर दिया? तो ये हमारी डेमोक्रेसी की खासियत है कि हम अगर कोर्ट्स इंडिपेंडेंट है, वो जो भी निर्णय लेंगे, पर ईडी ने अपोज भी नहीं किया.
Now finally Sanjay Singh is walking out of the jail. How big this is for the Aam Aadmi Party?
See, you need to understand what transpired today in the court. Honorable Supreme Court asked ED that are going to oppose the bail because there is no money recovery, there is no money trail. So they gave time to ED to give the answer to this question that will you oppose or not. Because they said, if you oppose the bail, then I will listen the entire matter at length and you will repent. Because they understood there is no fact in the matter, there is no merit in the matter. So post-lunch, ED came back to say, we will not oppose the bail. So there is a huge sort of, matter in this, that Supreme Court almost communicated to the nation that there is no merit in the case of ED. Had there been any merit, then ED would have agreed to get the matter argued. Okay? So today, ED submitted to the court. They will not oppose. It means they understood, since there is no merit, there is no money recovery, there is no money trail, so the entire case may be demolished today itself by the Supreme Court.
And today, Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, we've learned, have met Delhi Chief Minister's wife Sunita Kejriwal. Sources have told NDTV that the MLAs have insisted that the government should run from jail. They've said that 2 crore people of Delhi are with Arvind Kejriwal, and the government in Delhi must run from jail, and the Chief Minister should remain, Arvind Kejriwal, I beg your pardon, should remain the Chief Minister.
लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले वो आम आदमी पार्टी के 4 और नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं। वो मुझे गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो सौरभ भारद्वाज को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, वो दुर्गेश पाठक को गिरफ्तार करेंगे और वो राघव चड्ढा को गिरफ्तार करेंगे।
अब कल केजरीवाल जी ने आतिशी जी का नाम क्या ले लिया, आज आतिशी जी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस की बात कर ली। इतने महीने से चुप क्यों थे? अगर यदि किसी ने बात किया था तो इनसे प्रश्न, इसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना। घबरा गए होंगे, उनके नेता ने खुद उनका नाम लिया है, जो मीडिया कह रही है, तो अब उनको लग रहा होगा कि मैं भी फंस जाऊंगी। तो ऐसा है, बीजेपी के ऊपर में एक आरोप लगा दो, गलत ही सही।
We'll keep an eye on the developments there. Meanwhile, in some more news that we're tracking, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has set foot in Karnataka to sound the poll bugle ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. He's holding a series of meetings with BJP and JDS leaders at Hotel Taj West End in Bengaluru, we're learning. He will then hold a convention with 5 Lok Sabha constituency leaders at the palace grounds, followed by a core committee meeting with the BJP state leadership. A 3-kilometer roadshow is expected this evening at Channapatna, which falls in one of the high-profile constituencies, Bengaluru Rural in Karnataka. Well, Amit Shah is embarking on the election campaign journey in the state with the lone constituency that the Congress won during 2019 Lok Sabha polls.
आने वाले लोकसभा चुनाव में एक और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए है, जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ओर से है, और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम चुनाव के मैदान में हैं। और दूसरी ओर परिवारवादी और भ्रष्टाचारियों का गठबंधन, ये इंडी अलायंस है।
ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ, ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ. ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ನೇ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೇಕೆದಾಟುಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಮಾದಾಯಿಗೆ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? ಯಾಕೆ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ? ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ actually ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ he has no moral right.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be kick-starting BJP's campaign in Karnataka. He's already reached Bengaluru, and what we are learning at the moment is that there are some crucial meetings that are taking place at Hotel Taj in Bengaluru at the moment. Well, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to conduct a roadshow in Channapatna in some time from now, and this comes even as the campaigning for Lok Sabha elections is gaining steam. And what we are also learning is that Shah, as he's already arrived in Bengaluru this morning, he is scheduled to attend various meetings, after which this roadshow will be held. All right, my colleague Pratiba is joining us on the broadcast here. She's getting us more on that. Pratiba, we do believe a mega roadshow is expected in some time from now.
That's right. In fact, what you see is the preparation that is on at this particular stretch at Channapatna, which is one of the districts that fall under the Bengaluru rural constituency. It is quite a high-profile constituency of sorts, because we have 2 major tycoons fighting this. One is the Congress veteran, of course, DK Suresh, and the other is Mr. Manjunath, who is fighting on a BJP ticket. He is the son-in-law of former PM HD Deve Gowda. Now, Mr. Amit Shah starting his poll bugle at Karnataka's Bengaluru rural signifies 2 things. One is the BJP's staunch support with the JDS, and 2 is definitely this being the lone constituency that won the Congress in 2019 Lok Sabha election. This is where they want to make the head start with respect to leaving no stone unturned for the BJP as well as the JDS ahead of the Lok Sabha election. Back to you.
Well, absolutely. Well, what the Congress so far, here has been saying is that with DK Shivkumar also saying that Amit Shah is holding his roadshow in Bengaluru rural as the BJP-JDS workers are not united here. This is what the Congress is saying, taking a dig at the BJP. Pratibha.
Well, in fact, also the primary purpose of Mr. Amit Shah's visit to Karnataka started off with a key meeting of the senior leaders of the BJP as well as the JDS. Mr. H.D. Kumarasamy, B.S. Yediyurappa were all present at the meeting. This was to iron out all the differences in opinion, also come out with a coordinated strategy for the campaign ahead, and also to ensure that all rebellion would be quelled in terms of this particular visit. In fact, what we also hear is that Mr. Amit Shah did make a call to Mr. Ishwarappa, and that is one of the constituencies that has been seeing a lot of dissent, especially with Mr. Ishwarappa claiming that he would be contesting in Shimoga against B.S. Yediyurappa's son. So that call has also been done. We'll have to wait and see what Mr. Ishwarappa's stand would be, because he would be heading to Delhi to meet Mr. Amit Shah upon Mr. Amit Shah's request here. So these were also some of the key meetings that were planned, and it went as per agenda as far as the BJP is concerned. And now this roadshow setting the entire campaign strategy forward for the BJP, with Mr. Amit Shah setting foot in Karnataka. Back to you.
Absolutely, and not just in the BJP, but also in Congress party also there have been reports of rebellion brewing in the Congress party, as we've seen. But yes, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be kickstarting BJP's campaign in Karnataka today. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here. It's time for a short break here. Stay tuned.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me, and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a
Welcome back after the break. Hitting out at the Congress party leader Rahul Gandhi, Prime Minister Modi today said that the prince of the opposition party's royal family has declared that the country will be on fire if the BJP returns to power. Questioning if this is a language of democracy, he asked the people if they would punish such people. He was responding to Rahul Gandhi's remarks at the joint opposition rally in Delhi's Ramlila Maidan on Sunday. Congress leader had accused the BJP and the Prime Minister of fixing the upcoming Lok Sabha elections.
बीते वर्षों में यहां से पलायन रुका है, वो दिन दूर नहीं जब रोजगार के लिए शहर गए साथी वापस लौटेंगे। भाई और बहनों, मोदी के इन प्रयासों के बीच कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन ने अपने इरादे दिखा दिए हैं। कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार के शाहजादे ने ऐलान किया है कि अगर देश ने तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार को चुनी, आग लग जाएगी। 60 साल तक देश पर राज करने वाले 10 साल सत्ता से बाहर क्या रह गए? अब देश में आग लगाने की बात कर रहे हैं। क्या ये आग लगाने की बात आपको मंजूर है? क्या इस देश को आग लगाने देंगे? क्या आग लगाने की ये भाषा उचित है? क्या ये आग लगाने वाली भाषा लोकतंत्र की भाषा है? ऐसे लोगों को सजा करोगे? पक्की सजा करोगे? चुन चुन करके साफ कर दो। इस बार इनको मैदान में मत रहने दो भाइयों।
अगर हिंदुस्तान में मैच फिक्सिंग का चुनाव बीजेपी जीते और उसके बाद संविधान को उन्होंने बदला, तो इस पूरे देश में आग लगने जा रही है। जो मैंने कहा याद रखो, ये देश नहीं बचेगा।
Well, the big face-off between Rahul Gandhi and Prime Minister Modi there. Meanwhile, in some more news that we're tracking, the Supreme Court today came down heavily on Patanjali Ayurveda's co-founder Ramdev and Managing Director Balakrishna for their absolute defiance in not filing proper affidavits over the company's misleading ads. Well, not just the Supreme Court, every order passed by the courts across this country has to be respected. This is absolute defiance. This is what the top court said today. The top court also observed that advertisements issued by Patanjali are in the teeth of law of the land. Be ready for action. This is what the Supreme Court today had told Ramdev. The court also pulled up the centre for not taking action and said that they were sitting with their eyes shut. We are wondering why the government chose to keep their eyes shut, the bench had said. Shifting our focus now to some news coming in from West Bengal. 3 women students of Vishwa Bharati University have complained about sexual harassment by a guest professor. The students have alleged that the professor sought sexual favors for passing them in the semester exams. The students have filed a complaint with the police and an FIR has been registered. The students have complained to the Internal Complaints Committee as well of the college. The professor, we are learning, who teaches Arabic, has denied the allegations against him and said it's a conspiracy.
নাম এগুলো লিখিনি, এগুলো পুরো ভিত্তিহীন।
আমরা দপ্তরার তালা মেরে বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছি কেন?
সেটা বলতে পারবো না ওরা কেন বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছে, বাট ওরা জোর করে এগুলোকে সাজিয়ে একটা চক্রান্ত করে এগুলোকে জাস্ট করার চেষ্টা করে। এটা ওদের রাগ একটাই, আমি ওদের এক্সাম ডিউটিতে গার্ড দিই, গার্ডের জন্য ওরা কম্পালসারি যে পেপারগুলো যেগুলো আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্টেরও পেপার নয় সেই পেপারগুলো তো ওরা ফেল করে যায়। তো সেই চার্জ আমার উপরে আসে যে আমি নাকি ওদেরকে ফেল করিয়েছি। যে এক্সামের কোশ্চেন ডিপার্টমেন্ট বানায় না, যে এক্সামের খাতাও ডিপার্টমেন্ট চেক করে না, সেই এক্সামের নাকি ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে ফেল করানো হয়েছে। মানে এগুলো জাস্ট মিথ্যা অভিযোগ, ভিত্তিহীন অভিযোগ।
আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের বলতে উনি যেভাবে আমাদেরকে মেন্টালি টর্চার করছেন দিনের পর দিন, সেটার জন্য আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের করেছি, যাতে ওনার এই যে অধিকারটার জন্য উনি এত বড় বড় আমাদেরকে থ্রেট দিচ্ছেন বা যাই করছেন, এই অধিকার যেন ওনার কাছ থেকে ছিনিয়ে নেওয়া হয়। এটা তো চলেই আসছে, প্রেপারেটরি থেকেই চলে আসছে, কিন্তু এখন দিনের পর দিন জিনিসটা আরো মানে বেশি ভাবে হচ্ছে, মানে এমন ভাবেই হচ্ছে যে আমাদের দেওয়ালে পিঠ ঠেকে যাওয়ার মতন, আর আমরা এটাকে সহ্য করতে পারছি না। উনি বারবার করে ভয় দেখান, উনি বারবার করে বলেন যে ব্যাক দেওয়ার কথা, বারবার করে ফেল করার কথা বলেন, 4 বছর নষ্ট হয়ে যাওয়ার কথা বলেন। এগুলো বলে পরে উনি আমাদের সাথে অন্য কিছু, মানে আমাদের থেকে অন্য কিছু এক্সপেক্ট করেন। তো এগুলো তো সবসময় সম্ভব হয়ে ওঠে না, মানে এগুলো তো একটা স্টুডেন্টের পক্ষে মেনে নেওয়া অসম্ভব। তো এবার আমাদের কাছে রাস্তা, উনি যদি এরকম করে আমাদেরকে চাপ দিতে থাকেন তাহলে আমাদের মাথায় তো অন্য কিছু আসছে। থানাতে এফআইআর করলাম, শান্তিনিকেতন থানায়, মহিলা থানায়।
মেন্টালি যেটা মেসেজ করে উনি পার্সোনাল হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে, তো উনি আমাদের ব্যাক দেওয়ার থ্রেট দেন। আবার এক্সাম দেওয়ার 2 দিন পরই বলে যে আপনি তুমি ব্যাক পেয়েছো, এরকম করে। কারণ 2 দিনের মধ্যে খাতা চেকের সম্ভব না, আর 2 দিনের মধ্যে কেউ বলতেও পারবে না যে ব্যাক পেয়েছে। তো আর তা আবার অন্য সাবজেক্টের, একই সাবজেক্ট না, এরকম দেয়। আবার তার মধ্যে মেসেজ করে যে যে আপনি বাড়িতে বলেছো কিনা ব্যাক পাওয়ার, এরকম পার্সোনালি মেসেজ। তারপর বলে এরপরে যদি আবার ব্যাক পাও তাহলে কি করবে। তারপর আমাকে ইনফ্যাক্ট আমাকে আমার বাড়ির অ্যাড্রেস পর্যন্ত জিজ্ঞেস করেছে যে বাড়ি কোথায়, তোমার বান্ধবীর বাড়ি কোথায়, এরকম করে। তার মধ্যে 10 তারিখে, মার্চের 10 তারিখে আমাদের একটা কলেজে একটা গান্ধী কিছু একটা ছিল, তো সেই দিন আমরা গেছিলাম। তো উনি পার্সোনালি রুমে ডেকে আমাকে কচুরিও পর্যন্ত খাইয়ে দিয়েছেন, মানে হট করে, যেটা মানে সাডেনলি যেটা হয়, দেন টাচ করেছে এরকম টাইপের। এবার
All right, let me now go across to my colleague Saurav here, who's joining us live on the broadcast, getting us more details about the case. Saurav, we do understand now that an FIR has been registered. Has the professor been arrested?
Well, actually, the police have registered a general diary, and investigations will, of course, be taking place before a move of any arrest or something, is because this is something that, of course, is at a stage of allegation which has been reported to the authorities. The police in this case are conducting investigations. It's a general diary complaint as of now, and obviously the investigations will take place, and if there is the need, of course, after that, the probable sections under the law will be added to the complaint, and then, of course, that is how the FIR works in this case. So obviously, this is all like you said, the FIR is there, but what is important to note is that there are several WhatsApp chats that have been submitted as evidence. The professor himself has referred to those WhatsApp chats and said that there's nothing that is suggestive of any harassment in those chats. And he says in his defense that, look, he has been guarding them while on exam duty, and that is why this conspiracy against him is what he describes it as. The students, of course, go into detail and say that that he would message them on WhatsApp and ask them questions that are personal in nature, and also ask them their address, etc. And that is something that they say has led them to make this complaint against him. The university authorities have also taken note of the complaint and are investigating it.
When was it, Saurav, we would like to know from you, the first time that these complainants came forward and have now alleged harassment by the professor?
The complaint was registered on the towards a couple of days ago, maybe 2-3 days ago, and the police have registered the complaint on the very day the written complaint was submitted to the police at the women's police station in Shantiniketan, and around the same time is when these complainants came forward and registered their complaint. So that's not very long ago, perhaps less than a week ago also.
All right, so the college also is looking into these complaints, and now the matter has reached the police also. However, the investigation first will take place, and an action after that is expected. Thank you so much, Saurav, for getting us all those details there. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Well, Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani shared a picture of himself with his 14-month-old granddaughter Kaveri in a post on X. Kaveri, the billionaire's youngest grandchild, is the daughter of his son Kiren Adani and his wife Paridhi. The photo, which was taken at the new Adani Green Energy Gallery at the Science Museum in London, shows him smiling with his granddaughter in his arms. Mr. Adani's wife and Kaveri's parents are also seen smiling in the background of the photo. Well, the Adani Group chairman said that his granddaughters are the biggest stress relievers in his life.
I love to spend time with my granddaughters. They are my biggest stress reliever. I have only two worlds, work and a family. And for me, family is a great source of strength.
And while April 2nd is observed as World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder and promote inclusion of those living with autism. As part of an initiative summarized by Hyundai, we are trying to foster understanding, support and acceptance for those on the autism spectrum.
Okay, so having known that he's got autism, then we started working around it. Slowly, this was a very gradual process. Even we didn't realize how things are turning around for us. But धीरे हमने फिर उसके साथ काम किया. लेकिन I also realized that he has a lot of intelligence.
15. NDTV wins big at NBA. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honors for the Anchors of the Year. BSI, Hum Log and We the People all take home awards. And NDTV 24/7 takes home News Channel of the Year award. NDTV stands for trust. Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
Baramati in Maharashtra is witnessing a family battle. It's Pawar versus Pawar, with women in the family fighting it out. Joining us now is a National Working President of NCP, Sharad Chandra Pawar faction, Supriya Sule. Supriya Sule is joining me from Baramati. Ma'am, really appreciate your time. You have been a member of parliament from Baramati since 2009. This is a Pawar family bastion since 1960. You are in the middle of campaigning, so really it is an honor that you could give us time in the middle of that. What, according to you, is this battle going to be? Because the challenger is also coming from within your family.
Well, at one level, it's unfortunate that Mr. Chandrakant Patil came to Baramati and has made it a personal vindictive fight. Because Chandrakant Patil ji came to Baramati last week and said that this battle is only about finishing Sharad Pawar. These are not my words, these are his words. And I can get his quote and a video for you. So rather than making it about policy, about development, for the progress of this state and the nation, they have, unfortunately, people like Sri Chandrakant Patil ji have made it a personal vindictive election.
And Supriya Sule, how are you looking at the fact that you, as a member of parliament of Baramati, is seeking re-election? On the other side is Sunetra Pawar, wife of your elder brother, and who you consider your mother, like your mother, you know, your sister-in-law, and you are very close.
Well, the point is that for me, I do my job very, very dedicatedly and professionally. I have to make sure my stakeholder is the center of every action or word that I speak. So I have to protect and support and raise every issue concerning my stakeholder, which is every section of society in my constituency, in my state and in the nation. Because I'm fighting a Lok Sabha. I'm not fighting anybody individually ever. As you are aware, I have good relationships across party lines in Delhi and across India because I believe in a vibrant democracy. So I think we have to make sure that we are heard and we must hear others as well. So I think in a vibrant democracy, it's about an ideological fight and a policy fight, not a personal fight, for me at least.
I'm going to come to the point that you have made about ideological fight in just a bit, but Baramati is one of the 48 Lok Sabha seats of Maharashtra. But it is the same constituency which has been nurtured by your family for over 6 decades. What makes Pawars so dedicated to Baramati?
Not dedicated to Baramati. Of course, we are completely committed to Baramati because Baramati is me and I am Baramati. I'm born, brought up, raised here. Everything that I am today, or the family is today, is because of Baramati. So we owe it to every person in the last 60 years. Mr. Pawar has been in active politics and legislative politics since 1967. He started his political journey 5 years before that as a youth leader. So I think whatever we are, is all Baramati. We exist, eat, breathe, think Baramati is because we belong to this soil. We are a part of this soil. We are obligated to every human being's life who we have been able to touch and vice versa. So I have only gratitude in my mind for where we are today, and we owe it to every Indian citizen and Maharashtra citizens who have stood by us in our good and bad.
Supriya Sule, in the last few elections that you've contested, your elder brother, Ajit Pawar, who is now the president of NCP and also the deputy chief minister of Maharashtra, used to campaign for you. Visibly also, it used to be almost like a strong pillar of support for you through and through. In his absence, how are you navigating your own campaigning?
I mean, since February, since I think almost November, there were murmurs about who's going to contest against me. And I think time is the biggest healer, man. So if somebody moves away, of course, I value relationships and people immensely. So of course, that personal pain will always remain. But I am here to serve the people. It's not about my family that is even, I think anybody should consider, because my job is to serve the nation, not just my family.
And let me come to the question about ideological battle. Why are you saying this, that this 2024 battle, be it for Baramati or 2024 India battle, is going to be an ideological battle?
Well, ideological and policy. Because you have a different ideology than what our opponents do, point number one. And I'm very respectful about it because I believe in democracy. So if there, like I repeat and reiterate what I said, that if I like to be heard, I have to also have the capacity to hear. That's why we are a vibrant democracy. I have a lot of problems with the power and bullying that is happening in this country. I have a problem with this authoritarian. I mean, it's almost like an, most people now even say that openly, that it's an unsaid emergency in this country, the way things are handled. Plus the biggest agrarian crisis. Please, every time I step out, the biggest challenge is look at our onion farmer. Look at the milk producing farmers. Look at the soya bean issue. Look at the pig farmers issue that is happening right where you are in Delhi. So there's a huge agrarian crisis, which is even if you see the big companies, it reflects in the economy that the rural economy of India has slowed down. And I never make allegations, Maria. I'm going purely by data. So let's go by data, what data is telling us. And the government of India data tells me that in the last year and a half, the highest number of farmers suicide. It's very painful for me to say that, because I feel that even if one farmer commits suicide, I think it's very painful for each one of us. But in the last 1.5 years, that the highest farmer suicide is in Maharashtra, which is not my data, Maria, it's the government of India. So there are a lot of these challenges which are very alarming and worrisome. It's like with electoral bonds. We were deeply pained. I've myself spoken against the bond.
Yes.
On the floor of the House. So we are deeply pained by what is happening. And please understand, we are committed to the progress of this nation. The way parties are broken, families are broken, with the use of ICE. ICE is not the ICE which you're putting in your lemonade, but ICE as in income tax, CBI and TD. And now I'm not saying this alone. Even the Honorable Supreme Court, many of their verdicts mentioning this. So it's clearly very, very alarming for the citizens of India.
Ma'am, my last question to you, as a woman leader and also as a woman heading one of the political parties of India, how do you look at women participation in politics in general and their battles in this election?
50% women are citizens of this country. So I think we need the reservation bill to come through, which we have all fought for. As a matter of fact, this government even brought it. They wrote the check, they signed it, they put our name on it. They forgot to put the date.
All right, Supriya Sule, pleasure speaking to you. Hope to see you in the 18th Lok Sabha. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, because once they are seen by you for who they are, that's going to create a child with better self-worth, and that unconsciously we are looking at the child that we want them to be, or that we're trying to get them to be, or the future that we see before for them, and not who they are. To celebrate the ordinary seems so radical. And why is it so hard? And why is it so important, especially today?
Well, it's so important because it's the fact that we are all ordinary. And I think that is the human plague right now, our refusal to accept that we're ordinary, because we're all searching to be significant on social media, in our worlds today. We're all basically screaming, see me, see me, see me, aren't I important, aren't I significant?
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's very quickly take you to the headlines we're tracking at 6 p.m. AIFF suspends accused football official. Official Deepak Sharma accused of abuse after NDTV reported the matter. The government has asked AIFF to act. Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gets bail from the Supreme Court. Bail after 6 months in the alleged liquor policy scam case. The Supreme Court says no money trail found against the Member of Parliament. Hitting out at the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi says Prince of the opposition party's royal family has declared that the country will be on fire if the BJP returns to power. All seat sharing issues within MBA being sorted. Prithviraj Chavan expresses willingness to contest. Chavan says will contest on Congress symbol. On Vistara's flight disruption, Centre seeks detailed report. Over 61 flights affected since morning. NDTV Profit exclusive inside track of the Vistara chaos. Top court comes down heavily against Ramdev and Centre. Supreme Court says, why did the government choose to keep eyes shut? Patanjali's misleading ads case. Ramdev apologizes in the Supreme Court. SE says we don't accept the apology, will initiate contempt proceedings. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's very quickly give you a lowdown of the top political stories at this hour. After Misa Bhartiya, RJD Chief Lalu Prasad's the daughter Rohini Acharya also made her ready to make her political debut. She's campaigning for the Bihar Saran constituency. She is contesting from this constituency against BJP sitting MP Rajiv Pratap Bhuji. Acharya said she is overwhelmed with the love showered by the people. Arun Govil, who had played the character of Lord Ram in TV series Ramayana, has filed his nomination as BJP candidate from Meerut Lok Sabha constituency. State BJP leaders, including Deputy Chief Minister Keshav Prasad Maurya, were present at this occasion. Former Rajasthan Chief Minister Vasundhara's son Sanjay Singh has filed his nomination from the Jhalawar constituency for the upcoming polls. He is the current MP from this constituency. BJP candidate Sanjay Singh has filed his nomination for the 5th time from the Jhalawar Baran Lok Sabha constituency. Congress party has released its 11th list of 17 candidates for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. In this list, Congress has fielded JNU Professor Dr. Munish Tamang from the Darjeeling constituency of West Bengal. Dr. Tamang is a proponent of the statehood idea for Gorkhaland, comprising of Darjeeling Hills and some other adjoining areas. So breaking news coming in at this moment in the alleged cash for query case. In fact, Enforcement Directorate has filed a case against Mahua Moitra, so another leader of the opposition, in fact, in the crosshairs of the Enforcement Directorate. Now, the money laundering case has been registered against the TMC former MP. Now, ED is also investigating FEMA matter against Mahua Moitra already. This is the latest, ladies and gentlemen, which is coming in at this moment. Saurabh, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Mukesh is also joining us. He covers the Enforcement Directorate. Mukesh, सबसे पहले आप के पास आना चाहूँगा. महुआ मोइत्रा पे एक ईडी एक फेमा का केस ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है. अब उनके लिए एक नई परेशानी और खड़ी हो गई है.
देखिए, बिल्कुल महुआ मोइत्रा की जो मुश्किलें हैं वो बढ़ गई हैं, क्योंकि ईडी ने उनके खिलाफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला दर्ज कर लिया है. ये मामला जो सीबीआई ने क्रिमिनल केस दर्ज किया है उसकी एफआईआर को बेस बनाते हुए मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला दर्ज किया है. इस पूरे मामले में एलिगेशन यही है कि महुआ मोइत्रा ने संसद में पैसे लेकर 65 सवाल पूछे, जिसमें 50 सवाल ऐसे थे जो कि अडानी ग्रुप के कारोबारी हितों का नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए और प्रधानमंत्री की छवि को खराब करने के लिए पूछे गए. इसमें यह भी एलिगेशन है कि महुआ मोइत्रा ने अपना लोकसभा का जो पासवर्ड है और जो लॉगिन आईडी है वो कारोबारी दर्शन हीरानंदानी को शेयर किया था, और फिर दर्शन जो है वो सवाल लिखकर भेजते थे और वही सवाल महुआ पूछती थी. इसके बाद लोकसभा की एथिक्स कमेटी ने इस पूरे मामले की जांच की थी और महुआ मोइत्रा को सस्पेंड कर दिया गया था. उनका सरकारी आवास भी छीन लिया गया था. इस मामले की जांच के लिए लोकपाल ने सीबीआई को आदेश दिया था. सीबीआई ने जो है पहले प्रारंभिक जांच की और जांच रिपोर्ट सौंपी. इसके बाद सीबीआई ने उस रिपोर्ट को इसके बाद जो लोकपाल हैं उन्होंने सीबीआई को उस रिपोर्ट को देखकर महुआ मोइत्रा पर क्रिमिनल केस दर्ज करने के लिए कहा था. तो सीबीआई ने कुछ दिन पहले ही महुआ मोइत्रा के खिलाफ इस मामले में केस दर्ज किया था. उसी एफआईआर को आधार बनाते हुए अब ईडी ने मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला दर्ज कर लिया है. महुआ मोइत्रा को लेकर जो ईडी है वो पहले से फीमा के तहत जांच कर रही है और ईडी का दावा यह है कि महुआ मोइत्रा ने बड़े पैमाने पर विदेशों में पैसा खर्च किया है. ये पैसा कहां से खर्च किया है इसकी जांच चल रही है. जी
Saurabh, if I may come to you at this moment, in fact, trouble growing for Mahua Moitra. Of course, this is the opposition would then go in chorus and say that ED once again targeting the opposition leaders. She's already lost her Lok Sabha membership because of this case. Has there been any reaction from her as far as the new case is concerned?
Well, not as far as the new case is concerned, but you know, Mahua Moitra is in the middle of a campaign in Krishnanagar. She's been renominated by her party to fight the elections from the Krishnanagar constituency, and she's of course in the middle of the campaign. Now, when we visited Krishnanagar and asked her about this, she told several reporters that she sees, any action by the ED central agencies as a badge of honor, because obviously that's her point of view as far as these investigations are concerned. Now, Mahua Moitra is someone who obviously, has been known in the past for her questions in Parliament. But remember, last year she lost her membership, like Mukesh was mentioning, after those allegations of bribery for questions in Parliament. And that, of course, is being investigated by the CBI. A few days ago, the CBI searched her premises as well, premises related to her. And now you have the ED case as well. But Mahua Moitra was also asked about her arrest. In a possible arrest if these investigations move forward, and she said she would wear it as a badge of honor. But these allegations are serious, and the investigation is continuing. And now the ED has, of course, registered a fresh case.
Mukesh, if I may bring you in at this moment, ये जो Mahua Moitra के ऊपर अब नया केस भी आया, पुराने केस में उनको कितने समन दिए जा चुके हैं और क्या उनके खिलाफ भी कोई अरेस्ट जैसी कार्रवाई हो सकती है?
देखिए, जो उन पर 3 केस हो गए हैं। पहला केस तो जो सीबीआई ने दर्ज किया है क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी के तहत जो केस दर्ज हुआ है, जो कि पैसे लेकर सवाल पूछने का है। एक केस फेमा का है जिसमें ईडी ने 2 बार उनको सम्मन किया है, दोनों बार वो पूछताछ के लिए नहीं आई हैं। अब ये तीसरा केस हो गया है मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का, जिसमें ईडी बहुत जल्दी ही महua मोइत्रा को सम्मन करने वाली हैं और सम्मन के बाद देखना होगा कि वो आती हैं नहीं आती हैं, क्योंकि अभी चुनाव चल रहे हैं और ऐसे में वो क्या इस केस की पूछताछ में आएंगी, तो ये देखने वाली बात होगी। लेकिन 3 केस उनके खिलाफ फाइल हो चुके हैं, जिसमें एक केस सीबीआई का है, दूसरा ईडी का मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का है और तीसरा ईडी का है जो फेमा का है। तो 3 केसों की जांच उनके खिलाफ लगातार चल रही है।
All right, Saurabh, before I let you go, finally, I mean, the TMC seems to have put her, their weight behind Mahua Moitra. They are supporting her. That is why she has been renominated from the constituency where she was the MP at this moment. But is there a worry in the TMC regarding this case? What if she is also arrested? Is there a worry as far as the TMC is concerned, the top leadership?
Well, you know, the TMC top leadership is firmly standing behind Mahua Moitra. At least the public statements that have been made with Mamata Banerjee choosing to make Krishnanagar her first campaign stop, that itself sends a message, and that is the message that the Trinamool is sending out. But obviously, you know, they must be aware that this could be a possibility, and that is something that they wouldn't rule out. But however, they're not talking about it in public at all. Now, obviously, what the Trinamool does in case there is some sort of coercive action against Mahua Moitra is something that they've not revealed yet. But it is possible because, look, yesterday or day before yesterday in Krishnanagar, she was asked that question, that is there a possibility of arrest and what would you do? And she said, she simply said she would wear it as a badge of honor. But beyond that, obviously, there has to be strategy, and the party would obviously, be thinking of strategy just in case there is coercive action. But many also believe that, any sort of action would still take time because this is an investigation. It cannot move at breakneck speed and elections are around the corner. So, many within those strategizing on that camp believe that even if there is action, it would come perhaps after elections, not before. But they absolutely are aware of that possibility of arrest because that's a question that Mahua Moitra has been asked by the media several times as well.
Thank you so much, Saurabh and Mukesh, for joining us with all those details at this moment. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, after Mahua Moitra, let's just get you details about the All India Football Federation. On Tuesday, suspended its executive committee member Deepak Sharma until further notice for his alleged physical assault of 2 women players in Goa 2 days after it stopped short of doing the same. In fact, the 2 footballers of Himachal Pradesh based Khad FC, in fact, were taking part in the Indian Women's Football League 2nd Division and had alleged that Sharma, the owner of the club, had barged into their room and physically assaulted them on the night of 28th March, I beg your pardon. On Saturday, the AIFF asked Sharma to refrain from football-related activities till the conclusion of the probe by a panel into his alleged incident. Sharma was arrested by Goa police after the host state association lodged a complaint and was later released on bail.
Even before the All India Football Federation took action on this official who had, as you mentioned, thrashed one of the footballers during the ongoing Indian Women's League, the government actually rung into action after Sports Minister Anurag Thakur saw the story on NDTV. We'd amplified the story on our platform that was first reported by Times of India in Goa. So once Anurag Thakur noticed and he called up the state government authorities was when the entire machinery was called into action. Deepak Sharma was called for questioning at the Mapusa police station twice. Later that evening, which was on Friday, he was arrested. Later on Saturday, which was the Easter Saturday, he was released on bail. He was called by the AIFF at an emergency committee meeting last evening, during which he was asked to depose. He was asked to narrate the incidents. The AIFF executive committee that was a part of the emergency meeting heard him and then asked him to leave. After that, he was suspended.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah has set foot into Karnataka to sound the poll bugle for the BJP ahead of the Lok Sabha election. He is holding a series of meetings with the BJP and JDS leaders at Hotel Taj West End in Bangalore. He will then hold a conversation, in fact, with 5 Lok Sabha constituency leaders at the palace grounds, followed by a core committee meeting of the BJP state leadership. A 3-kilometer road show is also expected in the evening, which in fact falls in one of the high-profile constituencies of Bengaluru rural. Amit Shah is all set to embark on the election campaign journey in the state with lone constituency, in fact, that the Congress won during the 2019 Lok Sabha election. It was won by D.K. Shivkumar's brother.
आने वाले लोकसभा चुनाव में एक और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए है जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ओर से है और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम चुनाव के मैदान में हैं और दूसरी ओर परिवारवादी और भ्रष्टाचारियों का गठबंधन ये इंडी अलायंस है
ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾನೇ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೇಕೆದಾಟುಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಾ ಮಾದಾಯಿಗೆ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ ಯಾಕೆ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ನೋ ಮಾರಲ್ ರೈಟ್.
Going across to my colleague Pratiba Raman, who is joining us live with more details on this. Pratiba, on the target, of course, the only seat that the Congress party won, D.K. Shivkumar's brother, D.K. Suresh, is the MP from this constituency. Just give our viewers a sense of this roadshow and the might that the BJP is putting in Karnataka.
In fact, yes, the BJP does not want to leave any stone unturned, and that is precisely why they want to start from the very constituency that was the only constituency that won the Congress in 2019 Lok Sabha election. We're talking about the Bengaluru rural constituency, and I'm in Channapatna, and you can see the entire stretch that has been lined up with the BJP as well as the JDS flags. Now, the visit of Mr. Amit Shah at Karnataka's Channapatna signifies two things. One is they want to portray the camaraderie that they share with the JDS, and also this comes after the BJP as well as JDS coordination meeting that took place at Hotel Taj West End this morning. And the second important aspect is that the BJP wants to try and portray its show of strength at the constituency that won the Congress to power in this very constituency in the 2019 Lok Sabha election. Now, the primary purpose of Mr. Amit Shah's visit to Karnataka also entailed the fact that they wanted to meet several of the leaders, especially to quell rebellion, as well as to sort out or iron out the differences in opinion. So that was also part of the agenda with respect to the series of meetings as well as conventions that were held by Mr. Amit Shah today. One that was seen or witnessed at Hotel Taj West End, and the other that was followed by Amit Shah's visit to Bengaluru Palace grounds, where he met several of the leaders of 5 or 6 different Lok Sabha constituencies. And this particular stretch is now prepped up for the roadshow. It will be a 3-kilometer roadshow that will be witnessed, and several of them who have already lined up. In fact, some of them claiming that this is the first time that they are going to have a union home minister visit this place, and they have never seen it in at least a decade or two. And that is precisely why all of them have come to see or catch a glimpse of Mr. Amit Shah here. Now, this particular roadshow will also signify the fact that we have two high-profile candidates who will be contesting from this Bengaluru rural. One is, of course, DK Suresh, like you pointed out, and the other is Mr. Manjunath, who is the son-in-law of former PM HD Devegowda, who will be contesting on a BJP ticket here. Back to you.
Right, and also a few candidates have been changed, the BJP, in fact, in their list, and this is the time when the BJP is also fighting the election with the JDS. How is that coordination between the JDS and the BJP coming through on the seats that they are fighting together? And just give our viewers a sense of the, how the Congress is trying to counter and possibly try and reduce the number of seats that the BJP had, a clean sweep last time.
In fact, as soon as Mr. Amit Shah set foot into Karnataka, we had Mr. Siddaramaiah making some very sharp remarks there with respect to bringing out the centre versus state tussle, of course, in terms of how the centre has not really paid heed to the Karnataka's demand with the drought relief fund. And two, it also comes on a day when Mr. Siddaramaiah's son, Yatindra, has been facing some questions from the Election Commission, especially after the BJP filed a complaint with the Election Commission for the remarks that were made by Yatindra regarding Mr. Amit Shah. Now, this kind of mudslinging has also been on, but the entire contest revolving around Siddaramaiah versus Shah, Amit Shah, has already set the political tone ahead of the Lok Sabha election in Karnataka. Back to you.
Thank you for joining us with all those details, Pratibha. Moving on now, heading out of the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today said the prince of the opposition's royal family has declared the country will be on fire if the BJP returns to power. Questioning if this is the language of democracy, he asked the people if they would punish such people.
बीते वर्षों में यहां से पलायन रुका है, वो दिन दूर नहीं जब रोजगार के लिए शहर गए साथी वापस लौटेंगे। भाई और बहनों, मोदी के इन प्रयासों के बीच कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन ने अपने इरादे दिखा दिए हैं। कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार के शाहजादे ने ऐलान किया है कि अगर देश ने तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार को चुनी, आग लग जाएगी। 60 साल तक देश पर राज करने वाले 10 साल सत्ता से बाहर क्या रह गए, अब देश में आग लगाने की बात कर रहे हैं। क्या ये आग लगाने की बात आपको मंजूर है? क्या इस देश को आग लगाने देंगे? क्या आग लगाने की ये भाषा उचित है? क्या ये आग लगाने वाली भाषा लोकतंत्र की भाषा है? ऐसे लोगों को सजा करोगे? पक्की सजा करोगे? चुन चुन करके साफ कर दो। इस बार इनको मैदान में मत रहने दो भाइयों।
अगर हिंदुस्तान मैच फिक्सिंग का चुनाव बीजेपी जीते और उसके बाद संविधान को उन्होंने बदला, तो इस पूरे देश में आग लगने जा रही है। जो मैंने कहा याद रखो, ये देश नहीं बचेगा।
Slipping into a very short break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. 50.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Well guys, did you know कि any such phone is in existence? मतलब एक ही है तो of course आपको पता नहीं होगा. वैसे if in case you did, let me know by using the email. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. But आपको बताने वाला हूँ एक real fact around the same theme of did you know. You know, आप यहाँ बैठे-बैठे और I mean how the scientists figure out the distance, or I would say the precise distance between Earth and the Moon. ये यूज करते हैं लेजर्स को, और ये लेजर्स रिफ्लेक्ट होके आते हैं मून सरफेस पे. द मिरर्स दैट वर लेफ्ट बाय द अपोलो एस्ट्रोनॉट्स, वहां से रिफ्लेक्ट होकर जब लेजर लाइट वापस आती है तो दे कैन फिगर आउट प्रिसाइज डिस्टेंस बिटवीन द अर्थ एंड द मून. दे कैन नो अबाउट द ऑर्बिट ऑफ द मून, या फिर ग्रेविटेशनल पुल कैसा है. मतलब जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट. इट इज कॉल्ड लूनर लेजर रेंजिंग. मतलब कितना इंटरेस्टिंग है ना कि टेक इज ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवेयर. ऑल दीज गैजेट्स काइंड ऑफ कीप अस कनेक्टेड. फिर चाहे हम एकदम हाई एंड रॉकेट साइंस की बात करें या बेसिक लेवल पे बात करते हैं, आई थिंक ऑल अराउंड अस वी हैव मल्टीपल गैजेट्स जो हमारी लाइफ्स को बहुत ज्यादा आसान बनाते हैं.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform
The Supreme Court today granted bail to Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh in the Delhi excise liquor policy case. With this, Sanjay Singh has become the first senior leader of the Aam Aadmi Party to be granted a regular bail in the money laundering case linked to the now scrapped liquor policy of Delhi. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, his former Deputy Manish Sisodia, former Health Minister Satyendra Jain are all under judicial custody. Now, the Enforcement Directorate opted not to oppose the bail plea. The Enforcement Directorate said it has no objection if the Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh is given bail in the case. Supreme Court also said no money trail has been established so far.
ईडी ने, सीबीआई ने 500 से ज्यादा अफसर लगाए इस केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, लेकिन 2 साल में भी आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के पास 1 रुपया भी प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम का नहीं मिला. तो आज जब कोर्ट में पूछा गया कि पैसा कहां है, मनी ट्रेल कहां है, प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कहां है, तो ईडी का कोई जवाब नहीं था इस सवाल को लेकर.
वो तो उनको बेल मिल गई और ईडी ने अपोज भी नहीं किया. देखिए, इसके हमारी जो कोर्ट सिस्टम की, हमारी जुडिशरी की जो रबस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस है, अब वो कहते हैं, कल जब राहुल गांधी जी बोल रहे थे उस दिन रामलीला मैदान, उन्होंने बोला इलेक्शन कमीशन ये फिक्स्ड मैच है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर भी आपके हैं, जुडिशरी भी आपकी है. अरे भाई, जुडिशरी हमारी होती तो ये इतनी बढ़िया स्कीम है इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड, क्यों उन्होंने उसको नेगेटिव कर दिया? तो ये हमारी डेमोक्रेसी की खासियत है कि हम अगर कोर्ट्स इंडिपेंडेंट है, वो जो भी निर्णय लेंगे, पर ईडी ने अपोज भी नहीं किया.
Now, moving on, in fact, so the Supreme Court today once again came down very heavily on Yoga Guru Ramdev and, of course, also questioned the government. The court said, be ready for action for misleading ads case to Ramdev. The Supreme Court today came down heavily and also, in fact, spoke some harsh words to managing director of Divya Pharmacy, that is Acharya Balkrishna. The court said that their absolute defiance in not filing proper affidavits over the company's misleading advertisement. The court mentioned not just the Supreme Court, every order passed by the courts across the country has to be respected. This is absolute defiance, the top court in fact remarked. The top court also observed that advertisements issued by Patanjali are in fact either of the law of the land and be ready to face action is what the court said. The Supreme Court also asked Ramdev and Balakrishnan to be present in the court on the next hearing, that is on April 10th. Now, April 2nd is observed as the World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder, ASD, and to promote inclusion of those living with autism. As a part of our initiative summoned by Hyundai, we are trying to foster understanding, support, and acceptance of those on the autism spectrum.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Let's bring you an exclusive interview now. This is an exclusive interview of Union Minister Kiren Rijiju. Rijiju has spoken on a host of issues, including China naming Indian territories. The minister said Chinese actions are unbecoming of a responsible power. Kiren Rijiju also said people of Arunachal Pradesh are furious and the Congress governments gave a meek India impression. Listen to this exclusive interview of Kiren Rijiju with our managing editor Nikunj Garg.
Mr. Rijiju, welcome to NDTV. We meet at a time that is very critical for our own country, but suddenly we see some outside intervention, at least in the form of commentary. Why do you think Chinese have made it almost a ritual? Last year also in the April they said, we are announcing some names for some parts of Arunachal Pradesh to which you belong. You have been a member of parliament for many, many years now. Again this year the same story. What is the reason? I mean, what is it that the Chinese are wanting to achieve here?
I think the Chinese have certainly realized that here in India we have a government which is not compromising anything, especially with regard to our territorial integrity and also the extraordinary efforts to secure our border. Because the Chinese are used to an Indian government which will not develop the border areas. So now if you see all the statements coming from the Chinese authorities, they are objecting to the rapid infrastructure and other works which are going on in the border areas. They are complaining, in fact. That means till 2014, all the border areas right from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh, bordering with China, these areas were deliberately left unattended. These areas were left underdeveloped, deliberately through a policy by the Congress and the UP government. Now in 2013, interestingly, then Defence Minister A.K. Antony had admitted in the parliament that through a calculated policy, it was decided not to develop the border areas, and the reasons being given was totally unacceptable to us. The reason was silly also. It was a defeatist kind of a outlook and policy. That means Congress said if they develop the border areas by building road infrastructures, bridges and all, the Chinese will use those infrastructure and invade into our territory. So that means how Congress party had in fact given away in a way that these areas should not be secured fully. In any case, there are emergencies, they should be left for the occupation by the Chinese. So this is very clear. So now after Modi ji became Prime Minister, he started rapid development of the border areas. He started building roads, infrastructures, now basic amenities, electricity, power supply and 4G networks, as well as water and other health, education, all sectors you see across the border areas are now access to basic amenities. This has irritated the Chinese because they are not used to it. The Chinese were used to a meek Indian government as well as a very pacifist kind of policy towards the border areas. So that has not only infuriated them, but in a way it has irritated them. Now Prime Minister Modi is not going to have any kind of a compromising policy to secure our territory. Thereby he is going aggressively, not to disturb other, but to develop our own territory. So this new things what we are observing is the Chinese are started to giving names. They are standardizing the geographical names and thereby giving coordinates and giving some unfounded false narrative and very funny reasons. Now what I want to say is this misadventure and this kind of unethical conduct of the Chinese government is not going to have any impact on the ground, because we have nothing to do with China. Historically, people of Arunachal do not have any link with China. In fact, we have no word to refer to China. We have word for Tibet. Normally you have words for neighboring countries. So our people didn't know the existence of China because they were far off. It's only after 1959 when the entire Tibetan administrative region was occupied by the Chinese Communist Party, then we came into direct contact, and then within 3 years of the occupation, the border conflict started in 1962.
Let me stop you here, Mr. Rijiju. But Mr. Modi has now been the Prime Minister for 1 decade.
Yeah.
And obviously your government's thrust, I know, we are well aware that you have also launched a special scheme for border villages for the first time in the history of independent India, where you're wanting to repopulate in a way the border villages. And even the opposition has lauded that scheme in so many ways, opposition chief ministers. But my point being that now you have been in power for a decade. Yeah. So what has changed suddenly? Last year Chinese did the same thing. This year Chinese are doing the same thing. You are saying that it is unethical conduct. Foreign Minister has said that this is ludicrous because this is, as you said, completely going to change nothing and going to have no impact on the ground. But then Chinese probably are trying to strengthen their claim on those territories.
No, it will not strengthen their claim. Rather, it's making them look shallow, because there's no basis on their claims. If they really have something substantial, they will not do in this kind of very surreptitiously making some kind of a claim from here and there. So this is totally unacceptable to us. In fact, we are very furious. Although it's not going to have any impact on the ground, the historical facts, the reality, this is something which is there on the ground. But on the other side, we are totally finding it very inappropriate for a responsible big nation like China. How can they get into this kind of unfounded, false and very funny kind of action, that how can you start naming another country's territory? As I said, we have no historical link with China. Where from they have this idea of started naming our geographical locations. So that is why I said we are furious. People of Arunachal Pradesh are taking strong exception to this kind of actions from the Chinese side, and we want to issue very strong message. I want to convey on the behalf of people of Arunachal Pradesh that the more Chinese are doing this kind of activities, it will only strengthen our resolve to remain stronger to defend our territory. We have been part of the larger subcontinent historical heritage, and in no way the patriotic fervor which is prevalent in Arunachal Pradesh is going to be diluted. Arunachal Pradesh is a state where you will not find even a single activities or movement which is detrimental to national security. No Arunachali will ever talk about secession. Our identity, our historical connect with the whole, the so-called our larger subcontinent history will remain intact. We are part of India. We shall remain part of India. It is inalienable territory which belongs to India and which will remain so. So that is why the Chinese action and this kind of misadventurous naming of the geographical locations will only make them look very cheap, very unlike a responsible nation, and I strongly condemn this kind of Chinese activities of naming geographical locations of another country's territory.
Mr. Rijiju, my final question on Chinese subject to you. Prime Minister recently went to Arunachal Pradesh, and probably one of the biggest defense infrastructure in that sector, also for civilian use, Sela Tunnel, was unveiled by him, inaugurated by him. He also said in one of his speeches that I had laid the foundation stone of this and I am lucky that I am inaugurating it as well, and that is my government's commitment to this part of the country. Do you think that has infuriated the Chinese, because obviously they also understand the military dimension of that infrastructure project?
You are partially right, as I also mentioned earlier, that the Chinese are not used to this kind of aggressive activities in the border areas. Because I know very well, those days the Chinese army or their patrolling troops would come all across long tenure patrolling or short-term patrolling. They will come, they will put marks and go back. There used to be no confrontation or no any kind of coercive preventive actions from our side. So since 2014, our actions have become much more visible, and within 10 years all the border points along the McMahon line are now connected with roads. There are hardly any location which remains unconnected except those snow peaks and all. And secondly, the Vibrant Village program which was launched by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has changed the character of the development of border areas. It has really galvanized the border people. So now our border people are feeling that we are no more neglected people. In fact, Modi ji has declared that these vibrant border villages are the first villages of our country. So thereby changing the total outlook. So when Prime Minister is inaugurating tunnels, roads, bridges in the border areas, definitely this has caused irritation to the Chinese. But how should we take care of their concern? We are developing our own territory. Modi ji is developing the border areas which were neglected for 60 years. So this is the call of the time, and thereby we are ensuring that India is not the India of 1962. We know China is very powerful, economically 5 times larger than India's GDP. They are well recognized great power. But so is India. India is not the India of 1962. India is not a tiny, small nation which can be just pushed around, which can be bullied. No. Under Modi ji, we are firm. We are not going to do any kind of misadventure. We are not going to unnecessarily poke our nose into others' affairs. But we are very firm in defending our territory. And no matter whatever propaganda people may do, we are absolutely clear about securing every inch of our territory, and that is solidly backed by the developmental activities and solid actions from the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rijiju. Thanks for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you.
Let's get to some more political action. In fact, the dispute in the seats sharing as far as Maharashtra is concerned, the opposition alliance says that the dispute is almost over. There is some, in fact, problems in the Mumbai seats. Sources have now told from the NDA part that the BJP is likely to get the Ratnagiri seat, in fact, along with Palghar. Sources also said the BJP is going to get Satara, which is being claimed by NCP Ajit Pawar. Now, sources have also said Shinde Sena will get the Aurangabad seat in Thane. Ajit Pawar NCP is going to get Osmanabad and Nasik seats as well. The seat sharing for the Maharashtra has almost been finalized, with Shiv Sena getting the Thane and the Aurangabad seat, along with the NCP getting the Nasik and the Osmanabad seats. Let's get you a sense of what the opposition alliance in Maharashtra is doing, because there have been murmurs of the dissent within the opposition alliance. NDTV spoke to former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan. He told NDTV that he's very keen on contesting the Lok Sabha elections, and he has also said that more or less the seat sharing arrangement is finalized.
Mr. Chavan, lot of murmurs happening. Looks like you will be in the fray, and we're hearing that you might be contesting from Satara.
Well, there's just a possibility that the Satara constituency, which is with Rashtrawadi, NCP, Sharad Pawar group, they have to find a candidate. I think we want to make sure that just very strong candidate is put up against likely to be former MP who has been with NCP earlier and now with BJP. He is likely to be the BJP candidate. Udayan Bhosle. So we just are trying to make sure that the strongest person is fielded. That's discussions are going on. Nothing is final yet.
So at a time when a lot of veteran leaders are not ready to contest, looks like you could be in the fray. And we are also hearing that you may be contesting in NCP symbol. Is that true?
No, that is not true at all.
Okay.
If at all I contest, I'll be contesting on my Congress party's hand symbol only.
Okay.
There's absolutely no confusion in that.
Okay.
But, well, it's up to the NCP, Sharad Pawar group's leadership to decide what is in the best interest of the overall alliance.
And also, let's get into the MVA dynamics. So where are the seat sharing talks? Looks like Bhiwandi is yet to be decided. And as far as Sangli is concerned, Sena has come out with and Mumbai South Central as well.
Out of 48 constituencies, as you said, almost 45, 46 seats have been announced. I mean, which party will contest which constituency has been decided. There is an issue about 1 or 2 seats which is likely to be resolved in a day or two. Now, after getting the constituency, the candidate's choice will be based on the party which gets the seat. So that is being separately done. But between us, the allocation of seats issue is more or less resolved. Out of 48, 46, 45, 46 seats have been cleared. Just there is a little bit of difference of opinion in 2 or 3 seats about who would be the best choice to fight that seat.
Speaking about Maharashtra, let's also get you an important interview. Supriya Sule, who is the daughter of Sharad Pawar, and fighting the Baramati constituency, where the battle has become of Pawar versus Pawar, the family. In fact, NCP Ajit Pawar has fielded Ajit Pawar's wife from this constituency. Listen in to what Supriya Sule said about this battle.
Baramati in Maharashtra is witnessing a family battle. It's Pawar versus Pawar, with women in the family fighting it out. Joining us now is a National Working President of NCP, Sharad Chandra Pawar faction, Supriya Sule. Supriya Sule is joining me from Baramati. Ma'am, really appreciate your time. You have been a member of parliament from Baramati since 2009. This is a Pawar family bastion since 1960. You are in the middle of campaigning, so really it is an honor that you could give us time in the middle of that. What, according to you, is this battle going to be? Because the challenger is also coming from within your family.
Well, at one level, it's unfortunate that Mr. Chandrakant Patil came to Baramati and has made it a personal vindictive fight, because Chandrakant Patil ji came to Baramati last week and said that this battle is only about finishing Sharad Pawar. These are not my words, these are his words. And I can get his quote and a video for you. So rather than making it about policy, about development, for the progress of this state and the nation, they have, unfortunately, people like Sri Chandrakant Patil ji have made it a personal vindictive election.
And Supriya Sule, how are you looking at the fact that you, as a member of Parliament of Baramati, is seeking re-election? On the other side is Sunetra Pawar, wife of your elder brother, and who you consider your mother, like your mother, you know, your sister-in-law, and you are very close.
Well, the point is that for me, I do my job very, very dedicatedly and professionally. I have to make sure my stakeholder is the center of every action or word that I speak. So I have to protect and support and raise every issue concerning my stakeholder, which is every section of society in my constituency, in my state, and in the nation. Because I am fighting a Lok Sabha.
All right, we are interrupting that broadcast. We are going straight away to these visuals of the Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, at this moment in Bengaluru rural constituency, holding a roadshow. Remember, this is the constituency held by Congress leader D.K. Suresh, who is brother of Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Suresh's brother. D.K. Shivkumar's brother D.K. Suresh is the MP from this constituency. Amit Shah has started his poll campaign in the state of Karnataka. In 2019 elections, the BJP won 25 out of the 28 seats in the state of Karnataka, and this time the party is hoping to repeat their performance of 2019. The Home Minister also met the various office bearers and the top leadership of the state in Karnataka to finalize the strategy as far as the upcoming elections are concerned. These visuals, ladies and gentlemen, are coming in from Bengaluru rural constituency, where the Home Minister is holding a roadshow, sending out a message, in fact, starting from the only constituency the Congress party was able to win in the elections of 2019. So, the Home Minister, in fact, starting now his campaign. He is the key strategist for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, going to all important states. Southern India has been the focus of the Bharatiya Janata Party, with the Prime Minister himself, in fact, taking the charge, taking the lead for the BJP, going across to various states, including Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and and Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. The Home Minister now, in fact, in the state of Karnataka, important state for the BJP. The difference, in fact, in 2019 elections, when the Bharatiya Janata Party fought this battle of Karnataka, the BJP was able to sweep. 25 seats out of 28 were won by the BJP, won by the Congress party, won by JDS, and won by an independent leader, in fact, who is now part of the NDA. Now, it is going to be interesting to see how this battle pans out for the upcoming elections, with the Congress winning, in fact, recently the vote of the people in the assembly elections. My colleague Pratiba Raman joins us with more details at this moment. Pratiba, BJP, of course, with Amit Shah's roadshow, trying to put their best foot forward in a constituency that they lost last time.
right. In fact, the roadshow just began at Karnataka's Channapatna, which of course signifies two things, because we also have H.D. Kumarasamy with Mr. Amit Shah. This is definitely a portrayal of the BJP suggesting that the BJP as well as the JDS have no problems. They are clearly working in a coordinated fashion ahead of the Lok Sabha election, and that all the differences of opinion, be it from the seat-sharing talks to the party workers, have all been ironed out, and this is like a show of strength. The other thing is, it is a roadshow that is being held in Karnataka's Channapatna, which is in the Bengaluru rural constituency, supposed to be one of the high-profile constituencies here, mainly because of the high-stakes fight that is involved between Congress veteran D.K. Suresh, who's D.K. Shivkumar's brother, and Mr. Manjunath, who is the son-in-law of former PM H.D. Devegowda, who will be fighting on a BJP ticket here. And this is also a significant constituency, mainly because this was the lone constituency that saw the Congress winning here in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So the BJP putting in all its efforts from the constituency where the Congress was elected in 2019 Lok Sabha election. This is definitely an effort of the BJP to try and see that they would leave no stone unturned ahead of the Lok Sabha election. Back to you.
Right. Pratibha, just give our viewers a sense of how long is this road show going to be, and what are the other programs that the Home Minister will be taking part in his current campaign program?
Definitely the first of its election campaign that has been commenced by Mr. Amit Shah in Karnataka ahead of the Lok Sabha election. In fact, Mr. Amit Shah's visit to Karnataka started off with a series of meetings as well as conventions that were held in Bengaluru. It started off with one that was held at a private hotel in Bengaluru, where the senior BJP leaders as well as the JDS leaders met. This was mainly designed to find out a joint campaign strategy that can be charted out as a plan ahead of the Lok Sabha election. And the convention was held at Bengaluru Palace grounds, where the leaders of 5 or 6 Lok Sabha constituencies met together. This was also a way of Mr. Amit Shah trying to see that he could iron out all the differences between the dissenting leaders. This was an effort to quell rebellion that was already brewing within the BJP. And we are told by sources that Mr. Amit Shah also did reach out to Mr. Ishwarappa, who was also a key rebel from the party, trying to contest against Mr. Yediyurappa's son, B.Y. Raghavendra, in the Shimoga constituency. So these are the first steps involved by Mr. Amit Shah in terms of trying to pave out the way ahead for the BJP's prospects in the Lok Sabha election here in Karnataka.
Thank you, Pratibha, for joining us with all those details at this moment. Amit Shah's road show in Bangalore rural constituency for the Lok Sabha. Awareness about autism spectrum disorder and to promote inclusion of those living with autism. As part of this initiative summoned by Hyundai, we are trying to foster understanding, support and acceptance of those on the autism spectrum.
NDTV wins big at NBAR. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honours for the Anchors of the Year. BSI, Hum Log and We the People all take home awards. And NDTV 24/7 takes home News Channel of the Year award. NDTV stands for trust.
can you give us say 3 of your strongest takeaways of not to do's or to do's? Because it's a map you have to, parenting, it's a slow process. But the 3 things one can keep in mind even today in this very pressure-driven world, goal-driven world for our kids.
Well, I think the main takeaway is that parents need to connect with their children, understand who their children are, and understand that every goal or every solution out there will not be tailor-made for your child. You have to attune to each child's essence and connect to who that child is. The second takeaway is connect before you correct. First, try to understand what's going on within the child. Their behavior is only on the surface, but underneath the behavior is a need that the child has that we have to help the child discover and solve. And number 3 is every reaction to your child is more about you than it is about your child. So if you want to really do this as consciously as possible, you have to examine your own reactions and understand where they are coming from. And number 4, the traditional ways of disciplining our children only create more harm. The main concern is this constant hunger for approval and significance from the outside world.
Dr. Shefali, I had the chance to hear you on Super Soul Sunday talking to Oprah Winfrey.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Lots lined up on the show this evening, but first the headlines that we're tracking this up. All India Football Association suspends football official Deepak Sharma, who faced allegations of abuse, and NDTV report led to action being taken in the case. Six months after he was arrested, Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gets bail from the Apex Court. No money trail found against the MP, observes the Apex Court. Hitting out at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi asks if his comments that, quote-unquote, the country will be on fire if the BJP returns to power is language to be used in a democracy. The opposition Mahavikas Angadi in Maharashtra sorts out seats sharing issues. Prithviraj Chavan says he will contest on a Congress symbol. And Vistara disruptions leaves passengers in agony across the country. Centre seeks a report after 61 flights of the airlines are affected since this morning due to shortage of crew and other reasons. An NDTV exclusive unearths the reasons for the chaos in the airline. Baba Ramdev and the centre in a dock after the Apex Court demands answers, asks why the government chose to keep its eyes shut. It won't accept Ramdev's apology and will initiate contempt action. Well, top focus this evening, all the action from Channapatna in Bengaluru rural Lok Sabha constituency, where Home Minister Amit Shah is on a roadshow launching his campaign for the 28 Lok Sabha seats in Karnataka. Those pictures on your screen of Home Minister Amit Shah on that roadshow at Channapatna, which is H.D. Kumaraswamy's Assembly Vidhan Sabha constituency. There on the Rath with the Home Minister, you see on that campaign vehicle with the Home Minister, you see H.D. Kumaraswamy along with Dr. Manjunath, who is the JDSS candidate and the son-in-law of Deva Gowda. Channapatna is the JDS Chief Kumaraswamy's Assembly constituency. Bengaluru Rural is the Lok Sabha constituency in which Channapatna falls under. And remember, it's the lone constituency held by the Congress in 2019. The incumbent MP here is DK Suresh, who's the brother of State Congress Chief DK Shivkumar. So a symbolic beginning for the campaign there by the Home Minister at Channapatna in the Bengaluru rural constituency, sending out a message that this time for the BJP in these Lok Sabha polls, it's about galvanizing itself in the old Mysuru region and in seats like Bengaluru rural or Mysore or Chamrajnagar or in these areas. As far as these Lok Sabha polls are concerned, these are the areas where it's believed that the BJP does not have traditional strength and it's led by the JDS and the Congress. That's the narrative that the BJP wants to change. Obviously, this was preceded, these pictures that you're seeing on the screen of this roadshow at Channapatna were preceded this morning by a sharp exchange between Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the BJP top brass. While Siddaramaiah hit out at Amit Shah earlier in the day and has been on a strong campaign, the Home Minister took on the Congress leadership both at the state and the centre earlier in the day. Let's listen in to this report by Pratiba Raman before we go back to those pictures from Channapatna.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah starting his election campaign in Karnataka by holding a road show at the Bengaluru rural constituency. The lone seat won by the Congress in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. In what is shaping out to be a high voltage campaign for the 28 seats in the state, the Home Minister began his road show by hitting out at the Congress.
10 साल मनमोहन सोनिया की सरकार में 12 लाख करोड़ का भ्रष्टाचार हुआ। डीके शिवकुमार जी को तो भ्रष्टाचार से परहेज ही नहीं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और जेडीएस का गठबंधन सभी 28 की 28 सीटें जीतकर कांग्रेस का अकाउंट नहीं खोलने देंगे।
Earlier in the day, he was welcomed with sharp remarks by the State Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, whose son Yatendra's comment against Shah had led to a complaint by the BJP with the Election Commission.
ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ, ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ. ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾನೇ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೇಕೆದಾಟುಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಮಾದಾಯಿಗೆ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? ಯಾಕೆ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ? ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ actually ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ he has no moral right.
The exchange between Siddaramaiah and Shah sets the tone for the Karnataka campaign 2024, in which the Chief Minister is likely to be the target of the BJP, and the results here could impact the power equations in the Siddaramaiah government as well.
Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Karnataka's Channapatna signifies two very important things. One is the BJP trying to portray an image of sharing great camaraderie as well as coordination with the JDS. And two, BJP trying to put in all its efforts in this lone constituency that was won by the Congress in 2019 Lok Sabha election. With camera person Govind, Pratiba Raman in Channapatna for NDTV.
Well, the symbolic significance of that isn't lost. Pratibha Raman is there at that event where the roadshow is taking place. We also have with us Professor Sandeep Shastri to make sense of the Karnataka political muddle. But first to this quick report that Pratibha Raman sent to us from the ground at Channapatna from the location of the roadshow.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah has just embarked on his election campaign journey in Karnataka ahead of the Lok Sabha election, and he starts with one of the high-profile constituencies, which is Bengaluru. The audience here, the viewers going, waving their and uproar that that you see here as Amit Shah arrives in Karnataka's Channapatna. And this is where the road show will begin, a 3-kilometer road show that is going to be witnessed in Karnataka's Channapatna. Remember, Bengaluru rural will see Congress veteran D.K. as well as Mr. Manjunath, the son-in-law of former PM H.D. Devegowda, who would be contesting on a BJP ticket. Remember, in 2019 Lok Sabha election, that seats in the BJP's pocket. This was the constituency that voted Congress in 2019 Lok Sabha election, and this is exactly where the BJP wants to start its election journey, to leave no stone unturned ahead of the Lok Sabha election. With camera person Govind, Pratiba Raman in Channapatna for NDTV.
Well, as we show those live pictures to you, remember there's also the other side of the story, which is the Congress's side of the story. Sharp attacks that have been playing out over the last few days with Siddaramaia's son Yatindra's comments inviting a complaint by the BJP. Yatindra's comments on Amit Shah inviting a complaint from the BJP to the Election Commission, and then of course Siddaramaiah defending it, and of course sharp attacks earlier in the day. Professor Sandeep Shastri, as I mentioned, is live with us as well. Professor Shastri, largely it seems to be playing out, would you agree, into again a battle between Siddaramaiah on the one side and the BJP central leadership on the other, or a Modi Shah versus Siddaramaiah kind of narrative that's building up in Karnataka in these elections?
You are right, Veera, though I'll expand it a bit. It is Modi Shah versus Siddaramaiah Shivkumar. I think they are also targeting the Deputy Chief Minister for a range of reasons. So you will see the Congress trying to attack the central leadership of the party as well as the state, whereas the BJP line of attack is very clearly going to be on the Chief Minister and his deputy, with of course a sprinkling of comments on the central leadership also. As you rightly said, the Bangalore rural constituency is an interesting constituency where Amit Shah launches his campaign, the only seat held by the Congress. Remember, in 2019, the BJP did exactly this by focusing on Gulbarga and Kolar, two seats that the Congress had been consistently winning. And the desire to get Mr. Kharge defeated and the desire to win the Kolar seat, which the Congress had been winning for nearly 8 to 9 terms. And they targeted both those seats and did well in those seats. And now they are trying to target the lone seat that the Congress has. And we are therefore seeing a very tough battle. It seems to be a very shrill battle also. You will have language used on both sides, which is not, I think, most appropriate, because the polarization here is very strong. And the will on both sides to win the seats as a prestige battle is equally intense.
Right, that's an important point that you make there. Why I was making the reference to Siddaramaiah, Professor Shastri, is that largely the guarantees is seen as his, his face is the one that's stuck on the guarantees and the governance bit. And this is becoming a battle between the state government's guarantees vis-a-vis that. That's one part of it. We will come to the Bengaluru rural significance and the fact that Amit Shah is launching this campaign, remember, with Kumaraswamy right there, and Dr. Manjunath there, Devegowda's son-in-law, which is sending out a message of cohesion between the BJP and the JDS, which has been a major issue. But before we get to that, Professor Shastri, one interesting comment yesterday from Siddaramaiah was his emotional appeal to voters in Varuna, saying that don't you want me around here? You should give me a victory of over 60,000 from this constituency. Sort of subtly linking, and this has happened, to the future of what's going to happen in the power equations within the Congress and the state government from the results of these Lok Sabha polls. In that sense, do you see that these Lok Sabha polls being something that's sort of being watched within the Congress in terms of its power dynamics? And that would be very interesting as well. That puts the focus on Siddaramaiah as far as these polls are concerned.
I take this statement along with another report which you have seen in the newspapers, where ministers have been told that they would be ticked off quite badly if the party did not do well in the seats that they have been assigned to. So this emotional appeal that Siddaramaiah made yesterday in his home constituency was, I think, setting a trend which he expects from other ministers in his government to go into the campaign and put their own personal political reputation at stake and say that if you do not really vote for the party nominee in this particular assembly constituency, it will be a reflection on my popularity. And a similar trend we can see being applied by other cabinet ministers who did not enter the cabinet, who did not enter the contest, but have put up their supporters, their relations to contest. So I will not be surprised if, as the campaign proceeds, the line that Siddaramaiah took in his home constituency is likely to be taken by other ministers in their respective constituencies.
Right, Professor Shastri, I have just 10 seconds left. Very quickly to you, from your point of view, this JDS-BJP alliance, you think this is going to be the biggest test of whether there is going to be vote transfer, and it's seats like Bengaluru Rural and Mandya that would really be the indicator seats for that?
This is the big question. There is a concert among the leaders, but will there be a similar concert on the ground among the followers? Having opposed each other for quite some time, now you tell the party workers to work together. This is going to be the huge challenge. And I think it depends upon the charisma of the leadership to be able to convince their party cadres to ensure a vote transfer. And that is what both are banking on. And we are already seeing the minor irritations which are coming up on that. And I think it all depends on how much and how effectively the...
And as you make that... Right, as you make that point, remember tomorrow Sumalata has said that she will reveal what her stand is going to be. That will be interesting to watch out for. Sent out a post on X. Remember, she's the incumbent MP from Mandya, an independent MP who won with the support of the BJP in 2019. Thanks very much, Professor Shastri. Those pictures there from Channapatna of the Union Home Minister's roadshow there, beginning his campaign for Karnataka. Now to our special focus this evening on the Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti's troubles in Telangana. As the party is fighting a tough battle for survival in the Lok Sabha polls, the latest controversy to hit the party is the arrest of K. Chandrasekhar Rao's nephew, Kanna Rao, in an alleged land grabbing case in the state's Adilabad district. Such troubles cases have become a routine for the Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti, which has seen a mass exodus of leaders since its shock assembly election defeat last year. Several incumbent MPs and even sitting MLAs of the BRS have shifted over to the Congress and have been fielded by the party. And embarrassingly, even party candidates announced for the Warangal seat moved over to the Congress. More than 10 of the BJP's candidates in the state have a BRS pedigree, emphasizing the point that leaders from the BRS gravitating towards both national parties, leaving it virtually in a desperate situation in some constituencies to find strong candidates. Add to this the phone snooping scandal and embarrassing revelations from its 10-year reign in the state. So the question this evening, can the BRS fight this battle for survival? Joining me this evening, NDTV's Uma Sudhir and also senior journalist Ravikant Reddy of The Hindu. Uma, really something of a battle for survival for the BRS. How is this Lok Sabha campaign really shaping up? Who is fronting it?
Veera, the BRS certainly in no mood for a full-fledged fight in the Lok Sabha elections. Already, as you mentioned, several leaders have switched over, not just the MPs who may have thought that now there is a chance to fight from another party and win, but also MLAs have moved over. That includes Danam Nagender, who just won the Khairatabad seat and is now contesting as the Congress candidate from Sikandrabad. Kadiyam Srihari was the MLA elected from Station Ghanpur, and now his daughter is the Warangal single candidate. So in many senses, the BRS has not been able to find candidates, first of all, who are wanting to put up the money or put up a good fight in this election. Two, the party itself is in a crisis with so many defections happening, and Revant Reddy also very clearly indicating that he is in every mood to split the party. So it does appear that that may happen even before the elections, the Lok Sabha elections, and that can in a strengthen the Congress in many ways. The third one that you mentioned, the arrest of Kanna Rao that happened in Adibatla in Rachakonda, which is part of the greater Hyderabad, that of course is not a crisis for the party itself, but certainly a setback for the family in the public perception when already Kavita is in jail, and the phone tapping issue as well. The names of the first family of the BRS are being mentioned. Several of those others also being mentioned in land grab cases and other police cases that are being filed against them. And therefore, the BRS, in a sense, I should say, is very much on the back foot. The only person that you do see going around and speaking about it is K.T. Ramarao at a time when his sister is in jail and the legal battle had to happen. And yesterday, we saw KCR as well going to the drought-hit areas, farmers, and starting to talk about the issues that affect them. So they are trying to put up a fight here, but certainly on the back foot at a time when in many political analysts would say this is becoming a straight battle between the BJP and the Congress, and they are really fighting for the BRS vote share. Back to you.
Right, I see you have safely worn that yellow dupatta, which is the TDP's color, not wanting to take any sides as far as Telangana is concerned. Of course, the TDP relegated to irrelevance in Telangana itself, fighting for a return to power in Andhra Pradesh. But Ravikant Reddy, really, how do you see this playing out for the BRS? Is it going to be K. Chandrasekhar Rao and that mighty persona that we saw go in for the assembly elections, the man who's supposed to revive it? Or is it got to be the younger leadership of the party, if it has to survive, to come to the fore and front the campaign? How do you see this playing out for the BRS in these Lok Sabha polls?
Well, Raghav, I think, apart from KCR, people are not willing to accept any other leader from the BRS as of now. He's the tallest leader within the BRS, of course, in Telangana. As long as Mr. KCR is there, I think he'll be the person who will be leading the party, and he'll be a hope for the party. His son KTR is definitely, a good speaker and conveys his party policies much better than anyone else. But his appeal is limited to only few urban areas. So it is, as long as Mr. KCR is there, there is some hope for BRS. But well, coming to parliament elections, I think it's going to be a very, very, very difficult task for them because of a lot of desertions. They're yet to come out of that trauma of losing the elections, which they never thought they would lose. That is in fact mentally has affected a lot of party cadre, party leadership at various levels. They are yet to come out of it, and people are also just 100 days, 120 days of this government. They still have some positivity about this government, but next 1.5 months, when it's going to be a very harsh summer with drought-like conditions right now and water shortage, I think that's really going to be some problem for the ruling party. Otherwise, it is sitting pretty good as of now and pretty safe. And even Mr. Chandrasekhar Rao's best efforts now
very quickly,
may not really help the party. Yeah.
Right, very quickly, Ravikant Reddy, before I let you go, we are really short of time, but very quickly, one quick question. In terms, when you say that Lok Sabha polls is going to be more difficult, perhaps look at an assembly election, the situation that the BRS is in, and correct me if I'm wrong, the trouble is that the BJP is gaining both in the assembly segments as well as looking at trying to squeeze the BRS out in the Lok Sabha polls, and so is the Congress trying to take over the BRS vote space in the Lok Sabha polls. That's really the challenge for the party. If it has to remain relevant and survive, it needs to at least show that it can win some seats.
Well, true, Raghav, but the problem is, BRS doesn't have hope beyond, 1 or 2 seats now. First of all, even their candidates are deserting the party, like Kadiyam Sriyari's daughter, Dr. Kavya, who has opted out of Warangal. There are a lot of other MPs, who are still not very comfortable fighting against, the mighty mighty Congress as well as the BJP, which is really picking up. And BJP is definitely making some inroads into BRS cadre. 4 of its sitting MPs have joined the BJP, and some MPs, sitting MPs, have joined the Congress. So BRS really looks in shatters as of now, and the only hope they have is Mr. KCR and how he plays out his game for the next 1 month. And as I said, he has some hope because of the very harsh summer that Telangana expects and the water shortage. This might really play some, will help the party
harsh summer to say for the BRS, and the only hope it has is KCR that you're saying there. But thanks very much there, Ravikant Reddy, as well as Uma Sudhir. Uma will be tracking every development, as she has been, about Telangana as well as Andhra Pradesh elections. But from the political realities of Telangana now to the weather realities of Karnataka. Even as Bengaluru and large parts of the state cope with water scarcity and desperately look for solutions, the summer hasn't been kind. Having survived what was one of its hottest months of March in recent history, the Met Department forecast of more heat waves and below normal rainfall in the month of April and May for South Interior Karnataka is a matter of serious concern. The forecast, though, is for above average rainfall in North Interior Karnataka. A thirsty Bengaluru city, though, is desperately hoping for some respite and good monsoons. Debarjo Basubal and Nihal Kidwai have this report.
As Bengaluru struggles with its parched realities, the MRT department outlooks for a dry summer and less than normal rainfall in the month of April. The situation only threatens to get worse with the coming time.
Bengaluru struggled with one of its hottest and driest months of March. There was hope for some rainfall in April, but even that might not happen. The Met Department had predicted below normal rainfall for South Interior Karnataka in the month of April.
Actually, Bangalore is not got its rainfall for even the northeast monsoon also last year. Over South Karnataka, including Bangalore city, received a deficient rainfall.
The city's water woes have had global reactions, with even a New York Times report raising crucial questions. Thinking of a long-term sustainable plan and addressing the city's drying lakes are essential steps for the city's survival. They need to be taken in a sustained manner and not just as a knee-jerk reaction in a dry year.
After we rejuvenate the lake, within a year, 320 feet increase in the groundwater. And this year, most part of the city is facing the water crisis. You go to the Saraki Lake catchment, groundwater is also good and lake is full. So which means that is the model. If we replicate in all the 193 or 207 lakes in Bangalore, we have solved the water problem in the city.
Climate change worries have become very real. And with the promises of a dry monsoon and dry years to come, Bangalore, which has been a leader in its tech investments, now should invest more in its water management realities.
With Nehal Kidwai, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Well, my colleague Nihal Kidwai also spoke to the BWSSB chief on how the city is going to cope with the next couple of months.
We have with us Dr. Ram Manoharji, the chairman of BWSSB. Sir, in your opinion, now water crisis is there in Bangalore or not?
In my opinion, water crisis is not there. It is only water shortage. That is also temporary. It will be resolved in next 15 days.
But the situation that was there 15 days back or a month back, now it seems it has a little bit improved. How did you do it?
Yeah, it is definitely improved a lot because we have taken a lot of measures to improve the situation.
Like?
Mainly we have taken the measures to save the water, to conserve the water which is surplusly wasted in the usage. By saving the water, we have redistributed the saved water to the needful area. That by that immediate shortage has been resolved. Secondly, we have taken measure to replace the fresh water usage with the treated water. Wherever there is a non-drinking purposes are there, we have used treated water. Like we have used the treated water for construction purposes, and we have taken a lot of construction sites borewell, and we have given the treated water in that place. About 6.2 MLD is being given to the construction work, Thereby, this much quantity of water is available again for the consumption purpose.
So, sir, in the coming days, if monsoon doesn't arrive, can we say there won't be any crisis in Bangalore, especially in the month of May, June, July?
Definitely there will not be crisis because we are already commissioning the Kaveri 5th stage project by the end of May month, which is adding up additional capacity of 775 MLD. Anyhow, Kaveri reservoirs have sufficient water till the next 4-5 months. So I don't think so. Even there is a delay in monsoon, there won't be much issue in the Kaveri water supply.
But sir, the scientists believe that other resources are also there, like rejuvenation of lakes. If you do it, it will work wonder. So for long-term purpose, why don't you resort to that?
No, already we have gone to the steps. Already we have taken up about 20 lakes to be filled with the treated water. Out of 15 lakes have been already filled. So remaining 5 lakes are already being taken up. So definitely these steps will definitely augment the groundwater source, and it is being lauded by Government of India also. So we are happy about it, but still we will scale up this operation. Definitely even there is a delay in the monsoon, it won't affect the Bangalore water situation due to these measures.
But so many borewells had dried up. So how did you rejuvenate them?
No, basically right now there is, we have taken steps to fill the borewell with a treated water recharge mechanism, but it will go in a long way. However, rainwater recharge is the main thing which we are aiming at. For that we need to have a structure in place. Later the rain has to come. After the rain only that borewell will get recharged.
We'll keep a close watch of the water realities here in Bengaluru. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
Super
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now to move towards the last section, by far my favorite section of this episode, क्योंकि यहाँ पे I get to answer your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं. Let's see kind of questions we have this week और क्या मेरे पास उन सभी के जवाब हैं भी या नहीं.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. Even as Lok Sabha poll action intensifies, Home Minister Amit Shah is in Karnataka today and he's leading a grand road show in rural Bengaluru, the one seat that the Congress won in 2019 in Karnataka. During the day, he accused Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar of neglecting the interests of the state due to their internal power tussle. Now Shah was speaking to representatives from BJP's Shakti Kendras, which are basically clusters of booths from the Lok Sabha constituencies of Bengaluru North, South, Central, Rural and also Chikballapur. At least 3 of these seats have witnessed intense infighting among prospective candidates in the last few days. Mr. Shah also met BJP and JDS workers together to ensure better coordination on the ground and also to address potential issues of conflict. This infighting is also prevalent in the Congress. In fact, in seats such as Kolar, the party has seen full-blown rebellion and tussle between local ticket seekers. That brings us to the question we're asking tonight. Will Karnataka, the BJP's gateway to the south of India, a state that the Congress swept last year in the assembly polls, vote like it did in 2019 or pose a surprise? Will the centre's welfare, Narendra Modi factor and the JDS-BJP alliance overpower the Congress guarantees and Siddaramaiah's caste matrix? That's the question we are asking tonight. Joining me is Mr. Sankeert of the BJP and Aishwarya Mahadev of the Congress and political analyst Mr. Shugata Srinivasaraju. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. Aishwarya, I would like to ask you this. The Congress's recent list has, so many names of children of 5 cabinet ministers and also the wife of one. Is this because the leaders of Congress themselves are unwilling to contest, or do you think there's more fodder for the BJP that has always targeted your party for being, driven by a dynasty?
Hilariously, good evening. I think hilariously the fact that Mr. Yediyurappa's son is state president in an MLA and his other son happens to be a member of parliament. You also see several families in the BJP, but obviously when they do something, it seems perfectly all right. But when anybody else does, that is where they start pointing fingers. The hypocrisy is extremely blatant. Let's make two things very clear. One, in all of our seats, all 28, there is cohesion, there is coordination, and there is cooperation. They might have been one or two tiny instances, for example, Kolar, as you mentioned, but we've given a Congress worker the ticket there. All the leadership is willing to work. Even Mr. Munyappa, who wanted a ticket for a family member, is saying that he's going to work. And I believe that shows you the strength of the Congress here. And the second, let me just highlight a few things, right? When you talk about rebellion and dissension, Chitradurga still hasn't seen a solution for the the Chalkere MLA saying that he's going to have his son contest. You see in Belgavi, there's opposition to Jagdish Shettar. You see in Bangalore North that Shobha Karnataka was asked to go back. You see in Mandya that Sumalata Ambrish, the BJP, or rather BJP-supported MP, who was not given a ticket, who has refused to working with the JDS. You saw in Mysore a sitting MP replaced. You see Mr. Ishwarappa even today saying whether Mr. Modi or Savarkar himself comes to tell me to not contest, I'm going to contest in Shimoga.
But Aishwarya, from Mallikarjun Kharge's son-in-law to Lakshmi Hebalkar's son to, so many leaders' sons and daughters are sort of making their debut in this whole election. This would actually prompt the BJP to attack you more on the dynasty politics, isn't it? But let me, let me get this answer from the BJP also. I'll come back to you. Sanket, like Aishwarya was also talking, we've seen in fighting in North Bengaluru, we saw this whole Shobha Karandalaje versus Sadanand Gowda play out. We also saw what happened in Koppal, and Mr. Ishwarappa, who was one of your senior leaders, he had to be called to Delhi to be pacified. We don't know what's going to happen, if he's going to fight elections or not. How much do you think these instances will affect your party's prospects? Because Amit Shah himself had to be there today, and he is actually addressing these issues, isn't it?
Good evening. Firstly, Amit Shah is on a tour to Karnataka regarding the organizational activities, and there is an election which is upcoming in the April 26th. So regarding that, he's on a tour to Karnataka. Firstly, if you see in the Congress, there were no candidates who were ready to fight the elections. First, the ministers was advised and they were told to contest the elections, which none of the ministers agreed and said. And second, hilariously, if you see children coming to summer holidays, their children have been given ticket and they are asked to fight just to make as a face saver. So if you see the statistics of Karnataka, in the last 2019 election, we had won 25 seats individually, one an outside supported MP, second was a NDA member. So 27 seats we had won comfortably in the 2019 election, even though there was a coalition government with the Congress in power. So this is the kind of the, if you see the tussle or if you see the infighting is definitely a common factor in any of both of the parties. But today Amit Shah himself has taken up the core committee meetings of all the 5 Lok Sabha constituencies where there were issues. So it has been addressed and it has been resolved. As far as Mr. Ishwarappa is concerned, he is the senior most party leader and definitely he'll also be addressed shortly.
Shugata sir, you've written this wonderful book on Devi Gowda. Tell us the importance of DK Suresh and also someone like C.N. Manjunath, because my BJP sources tell me that if there is one place in Karnataka where the alliance seems to be working, it is Bengaluru Rural.
Yeah, thank you, Aishwarya. Yes, Bangalore Rural has been made a prestige kind of fight by the BJP as well as the JDS. See, it's interesting because the candidate who's contesting there on the BJP ticket is the son-in-law of Mr. H.D. Deve Gowda, and he is the whole of Karnataka and perhaps a good deal of India knows that he is a well-known cardiac surgeon. And he has earned his name and fame on his own, and he has never been dependent on Deve Gowda for that. And he's seen as a very credible face. And I mean, if you look at the groundswell of support that he has already received there, I'm being very cautious here. I'm not trying to say that DK Suresh is a walkover. DK Suresh is a formidable candidate, and Manjunath has to still put in a lot of work. because that constituency has a lot of, especially parts of that constituency has a minority concentration, and they are not inclined to go towards the BJP. They have to put in a lot of work, but it looks like for the first time in many years, the BJP has put up a strong candidate, and the JDS has put up a strong candidate against DK Suresh. And this is a very symbolic thing, because if DK Suresh loses, then it reflects on DK Shivakumar. Similarly, if Mysore is lost, it reflects on Siddaramaiah, their home bases, basically. So that is why Bangalore rural seems to be very, very important and interesting. And rightly or whatever, Amit Shah has made, has started his campaign from that. It sends out that signal that they want to knock off the support base or the base of DK Shivakumar.
Right.
And I think that is basically the symbolism involved there.
Yeah.
But it's a very, very tough game. It's not that Dr. Manjunath is going to have an easy thing over there.
Aishwarya, would you respond to that? Because DK Suresh in the last few days has also emerged as this newsmaker, because this whole North versus South divide has been highlighted. He has spoken about devolution of funds. We saw the protest happening in Delhi, and also this old Mysuru thing, because last year we did see the slide that JDS faced, but this time BJP and JDS are in an alliance. What are your ground reports suggesting, and how is the Congress preparing to take on the JDS and the BJP combined?
A few responses also to the BJP spokesperson. When you talk about dynasty and whatnot, last year the BJP, which had a prime minister saying we are against Parivarvad, offered an unprecedented 34 tickets, to their MLA candidates. Even today, members and dynasty members are also being given ticket in the Lok Sabha. So the hypocrisy is also evident. The second thing, when they said a strong candidate against DK Suresh, I'll give you an example. In Kanakpura last year, they had one of their tallest ministers, Mr. R. Ashok, contest against Mr. DK Shivakumar. DK Shivakumar won with the highest margin, one of the highest margins in the state, as he has successfully. That was the story of their strong candidate. And now coming down to DK Suresh as a parliamentarian, irrespective of political party, whatever it is, the work that has been done on the ground, whether it is irrigation, whether it is schools, he is also been awarded, along with the former Lok Sabha member who's no longer with us, Mr. Dhruv Narayan, as being one of the best parliamentarians there is, whether it is for the utilization of funds or to ensure CSR. He has been an extremely responsible parliamentarian. And the sad thing is, while all respect to the Deve Gowda family, I believe they have been reduced so much that a member of their own family was forced to join the BJP in order to contest this seat. And the old Mysore region, which the JDS holds as what they think is their bastion, was swept because they worked on their vote bank. And what Mr. Deve Gowda had said is that, I will never go to the BJP, I will disown my own son if we do. Today is trumpeting and talking about how Mr. Modi is the prime minister we need. I don't know if it is politicking, I don't know if it's opportunism, but the JDS is a spent force. Their frustration is evident since the loss of Nikhil Kumaraswamy in Ramnagar, which is a majority caste seat for them, but a minority candidate beat him there. That is also the power of DK Suresh, because it was his battle that he fought there.
Okay, Sanket, would you like to respond to that? Also, one of the things that Ishwarappa said today is that the BJP is in clutches of one family, and it is very similar to, the allegations that you raise against Congress. Do you see your party becoming very dependent on BS Yediyurappa, specifically after last year, and if that is going to be of any advantage to you?
Firstly, the people of Bangalore rural will definitely choose between a cardiac surgeon who has done a very wonderful job in the health sector, or someone who is definitely in people who they are troubling the people, who is not with the people, and definitely who had a very different background. So definitely people of Bangalore rural will choose. Secondly, if you see, Mr. Ishwarappa's statement is an individual statement that the party does not endorse. BS Yediyurappa is the tallest leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and under his guidance and leadership, we have won many elections, and definitely we are facing election too. If that was the scenario, why is Mr. Siddaramaiah in his own hometown telling that if you don't give me a lead of 50-60,000, I will not be there anymore? This is definitely accepting defeat. The Congress is definitely conceded defeat, and there is an MLA who says, if you do not vote for us, if you do not vote for the Congress, all these guarantees will be stopped. This is definitely conceding defeat. This is a hit wicket what you are trying to go to the people of Karnataka. The Congress do not have any issues to go with the people of Karnataka. What will they say? Will they say we are not given drinking water and the water scarcity in Bangalore? They say only brand Bangalore is only on the hoardings or advertisements. What issues do they have? And these guarantees, they say Lakshmi is not reaching the people of Karnataka. All these things have been already. To deviate these kind of issues, they are making up different ones. Congress don't have issues to go to the people of Karnataka.
Would you like to respond to that? Because some of these things are very important, you know, the drinking water crisis and also some of the failed guarantees that, BJP has been alleging, and also many, people's groups have also been talking about. Do you think that is going to impact the Congress prospects? And also there's pressure on the Congress party, right, to perform well in Karnataka. This is probably the only big state that the party is in power.
You know, Vasudha, I was just watching the segment just before this started, where your channel itself had covered how Bangalore is dealing with the water crisis, including the central government having applauded Karnataka for the sort of wastewater management that is happening, also for the sort of rejuvenation efforts that are happening, also for the next Kaveri phase that is going to provide enough water. I think that that issue is sufficiently addressed by my leader, Mr. D.K. Shukumar, who is the irrigation minister. And the second part about, Mr. Yediyurappa.
Sanjay, let her finish. Yeah.
When you're talking about, hello?
Yes, Aishwarya, please go on.
Yeah, when you're talking about this entire idea of Mr. Yediyurappa and how he's such a big leader, I still remember the time he cried when you forced him to step down as CM. I still remember the time you tried to deny his son, an opportunity, also deny him a ticket. Now that you realize Mr. Bommai was an absolute failure and then the caste that supports him the most is still backing him, you realize that you need Mr. Yediyurappa. But finally, Karnataka and the Congress here, whether it's the guarantees, the list of beneficiaries, there are crores of people who have an opportunity today because of the fact that we are saving them against inflation, against price rise, allowing them the empowerment through travel. See, it is easy for the BJP where they say if you give people free ride, they become lazy. But in their own manifesto, they had promised several of those things.
Okay, because before I go to Shugata, sir, for the last word, Karnataka is also a very crucial battle for your party. What are the lessons that you've learned after the assembly polls, the drubbing that you saw last year, or is it just going to be about Mr. Modi again?
See, firstly, the Congress spokesperson should not mislead the people of Karnataka. The water scarcity, when we protested against the BWSSP and we gave a memorandum to the BWSSP chairman who was on your TV a few while ago, he clearly told that this is the situation till May 15. We don't have an alternative. So this is the kind of thing. There are crores of rupees apartments which don't have been proper water supply. Is this what is brand Bengaluru that you are trying to post to the people of Karnataka? The Gruha Lakshmi, the famous Gruha Lakshmi, you claim you have lied in the assembly that you have given Gruha Lakshmi scheme to 1.31 crore people of Karnataka. After 51 lakhs, suddenly the software crashes. Suddenly there is a technical issue. So this is the kind of the guarantee. This is the double standards of the Congress party. Secondly,
Shugata sir, last word from you. I'm short on time, please. Shugata sir, how do you see 2024 being different from 2019? Because, Congress in Karnataka is not the Lingayat party. It's not even the Vokaliga party now. There isn't fighting. Both in the BJP and the Congress, you've seen Veerappa Moily and also people like Ishwarappa and also the representation that's being promised. How do you see 2024 being different, sir?
Vasudha, I think one or two clarifications. I think Aishwarya mentioned about Ashok. There has been some kind of a pushback. They don't want him as the in charge of the BJP in Bangalore rural, precisely for the reason that she mentioned, because it looks like he compromised with DK Shivakumar. That is the allegation, at least, against him. So they want him out so that there's someone who works far more seriously for the party. So our Ashok is not an issue. And the point number two, I'm no spokesperson for the JDS, but I think spokespersons of other parties should come a little, prepared so that they know that the JDS has 18% to 20% vote share in the old Mysore region and has a very strong presence in 18 Lok Sabha constituencies. I'm going by data. I have no intention of sort of countering any of these spokespersons there. One. And two, you asked me about 2019 and 2024. The difference is in 2024. Now, there's a greater demand for the BJP ticket. That is a fact. Because 18 out of 28 people who are contesting from the Congress party are either sons or daughters or wives of existing ministers. Mr. Kharge should have led the charge. He should have contested from Gulbarga, or at least asked his son Priyank to contest. I don't know why he sort of just disappeared from the whole scene. And if Mrs. Gandhi is not contesting, if Mr. Kharge is not contesting, if Rahul is not contesting from Amethi, and if they are unable to decide on Rai Bareli, I think it sends a very, very wrong signal, and that signal has already reached Karnataka because they are unable to sort of, even before the ball was bowled, first ball was bowled, they seem to have conceded because no senior person wanted to contest. So that's the sorry state of Congress, and the BJP is battling because there is competition, there is hope that they will win. Right. And last time, but the Congress is sure to improve because last time they won one seat, and they certainly will go up from 1 to say 5 or 6.
So big test for the Congress and the BJP. Thank you all of you for joining us on this show. Also joining us now is probably one of the most high-profile candidates of Lok Sabha elections in Karnataka, Yaduvir Krishna Raja Datta Vadiyar, the titular head of the erstwhile Mysuru royal family and also the BJP candidate for the Mysuru Lok Sabha seat. Thank you, Mr. Yaduvir, for joining us. How do you see your entry into politics, given that you've had a very different life before this?
Well, I mean, obviously the outside perception about royalty has its own narrative and its own wings, but in front of the law and in front of the constitution, we all have equal footing and equal ground to conduct our affairs. My upbringing was as any urban child is in Bangalore, and we were brought up to honor the arrangement or the current situation that we are in democracy, and always give our support towards the institution of democracy. And I'd like to take it forward in that perspective as well.
Right. So your father was also part of the Congress party. In fact, you share a very good relationship with Siddaramaiah and other Congress leaders. Why did you choose the BJP? What made you take that decision? And how do you see the prospects of the BJP, given that there's a Congress state government in Karnataka?
I think the prospects for the Bharatiya Janata Party are very good. The Prime Minister has set the target of 370 seats, and I'm sure that from Karnataka we aspire to have all seats in our favor via the alliance. And the way it's looking, I'm sure we can fulfill that aspiration. The Home Minister's visit is, I think, filled us with a lot of good energy, and his support is always needed in order to move forward. His many accomplishments will prove an inspiration to us all to take our work forward.
Yaduvir, your entry into Karnataka politics was also made replacing Pratap Simha, the sitting MP, and there were also protests because of that. Did you expect this? And how do you see the situation now? Do you see this affecting your chances?
So, no, I don't see any of it being an issue. I think the current mood of the nation is nation first. It's all we are voting for Bharat, for India. And so we are looking to move forward with that perspective and looking to go forward with the vision for Visit Bharat 2047. I think that is the main focus of everyone, and everyone is working towards that goal with singular focus.
Right. And my last question, how do you see the prospects of the Congress party, given that they too have announced many guarantees in the state?
Well, we are focused on our guarantee, which is the Prime Minister's guarantee of building Visit Bharat, building the Shresth Bharat, as he has said. We want to push the country's economic progress forward. We are not satisfied with 5th place. We want to get to 3rd place, and even furthermore, by 2047, we want to be completely economically developed, if not further than Western nations at that time. So our focus is on that goal, and we leave the other parties to achieving their ends.
Thank you, sir. That was Yaduvir Vadiyar, the BJP candidate for Old Mysuru, also the Royal of Mysuru, joining us on NDTV. Moving on, amid the Vistara crisis, the centre has stepped in. The Civil Aviation Minister is personally monitoring the situation, and the DGCA has also asked for daily reports from Vistara. But when will the crisis end? My colleague Vishnu Shom has more details on this.
Well, the latest information available with NDTV indicates that at the moment the crisis in Vistara is unfortunately set to continue. What is the crisis all about? well, let's bring you a few new details. The crisis is set to continue since there is no breakthrough in talks between pilots and the management. Neither side is budging at the moment. 52 flights were cancelled today in data submitted by the airline to the regulator. Junior first officers say that their cost to company goes down to 1,87,750 rupees per month. That's down from 2,35,000 rupees per month, since they will now be mandated to fly 40 hours as opposed to 70 hours, which they have been flying. However, sources within the airline say that pilots who chose to fly more or who choose to fly more are incentivized and have the possibility of earning more than what they did earlier. Pilots say that they will not gain seniority within the airline if they do not sign the new contract. In other words, co-pilots will not be promoted to captains, and captains will not be promoted to operate wide-body aircraft on international routes. The Ministry of Civil Aviation, the Civil Aviation Minister and the regulator, the DGCA, are all monitoring the situation. The pilots say that there have been 15 pilots in Vistara who've quit the airline in the last 2 weeks. The airline, while not commenting specifically on these numbers, say that the industry is in churn and that those numbers of people quitting needs to be looked at in that context.
The Supreme Court has granted bail to Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh in the Delhi excise policy case. With this, Sanjay Singh has become the first senior Aam Aadmi Party leader to be granted regular bail in the money laundering case linked to the now scrapped liquor policy. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, his former deputy Manish Sisodia and former Health Minister Satyendra Jain are under judicial custody in the same case. The Enforcement Directorate opted not to oppose the bail plea. ED also said that it has no objection if the Aam Aadmi Party leader, this is Sanjay Singh, is given bail in the case. SE also said that no money trail was found.
ED ने, CBI ने 500 से ज्यादा अफसर लगाए इस केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, लेकिन 2 साल में भी आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के पास 1 रुपया भी प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम का नहीं मिला। तो आज जब कोर्ट में पूछा गया कि पैसा कहां है, मनी ट्रेल कहां है, प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कहां है, तो ईडी का कोई जवाब नहीं था इस सवाल को लेकर।
ये बेल तब मिली है जब ईडी ने इस बेल को अपोज नहीं किया। फ्रॉम टुडे ऑनवर्ड्स द आम आदमी पार्टी कैन नॉट क्लेम even for a moment that any of the agencies, particularly the ED or the CBI, is indulging in any kind of vendetta politics.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi today hit out at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi while addressing a rally in Uttarakhand for his comments that India would be set on fire if BJP got elected for the 3rd time. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in fact questioned, and I quote, "Is this the language of democracy?" He said that the prince of the opposition party's royal family has declared that the country will be on fire if the BJP returns to power. Rahul Gandhi at the joint opposition rally on Sunday at the Ramleela Maidan had accused Prime Minister of fixing elections, and he had claimed that the BJP would change the constitution and the whole country will be on fire.
कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन ने अपने इरादे दिखा दिए हैं। कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार के शाहजादे ने ऐलान किया है कि अगर देश ने तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार को चुनी, आग लग जाएगी। 60 साल तक देश पर राज करने वाले 10 साल सत्ता से बाहर क्या रह गए? अब देश में आग लगाने की बात कर रहे हैं।
Moving on, April 2nd is observed at World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness about autism spectrum disorder, ASD, and promote the inclusion of those living with autism. As part of the initiative Samarth by Hyundai, we are trying to foster understanding, support, and accept those who live on autism spectrum.
they should be regularly volunteering from all schools, children, to come and feel, to come and know what does disability mean. Try and understand what is it that keeps them back, how do they feel, try and be in their shoes, try and walk their path. That's when you will understand how to include them.
Brought
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taygun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taygun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taygun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our cars into the 1 liter lineup as well with the GT line.
Does this impact pricing?
Yes, of course. If you look at the GT line is now has all the GT elements, including 17-inch wheels, including 6 airbag standard, including the black elements in the exterior and the interior, at a price point which is between the high line and the top line. Yeah, so it's a much more accessible, affordable GT.
The other big announcement is about ID4, and we have seen ID4 earlier as well. But what is the plan now? When do you think it will actually come to?
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, no end to the Vistara Airlines crisis as dozens of flights were cancelled for a second day. Also, the Prime Minister today hit out at Rahul Gandhi for his India will burn comment. And Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh got bail from the Supreme Court. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. The Vistara Airlines crisis deepened today with over 40 flights cancelled, with pilots not showing up for work. The ministry steps in, asks for a detailed report, but for the moment, there's no signs of the crisis ending. The Prime Minister slams Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for his comments that India would be on fire if BJP got elected for a third time. Says, is this the language of democracy? Says some people want to see the country on fire. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju hit out over China renaming places in Arunachal Pradesh. Says this is unbecoming of a responsible power. He also said earlier the Congress gave a meek impression, but now the Prime Minister's strong stance has irritated China. The Supreme Court slams Patanjali Ayurved's co-founder Ramdev and MD Balakrishna for not filing proper affidavits over the company's misleading advertisements. Says they will be taking action. Also questioned the centre for no action. The Supreme Court grants bail to Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh 6 months after he was jailed in the liquor policy case. The Supreme Court says no money's been recovered, there's no trace. And And the AIFF suspends the accused football official Deepak Sharma, who was accused of assaulting two women footballers. Our top story now, and the crisis at Vistara Airlines intensified today with dozens of flights cancelled because of the non-availability of pilots, who sources say are protesting the terms of a new contract after the decision to merge the airline with Air India. The Aviation Ministry sought a detailed report from Vistara and also asked the airline the steps that they're taking to deal with the inconvenience caused to passengers.
Widely considered India's finest full-service carrier, Vistara finds itself in a spiral with large numbers of co-pilots refusing to come into work, most apparently falling ill. The end result, at least 52 flights have been cancelled, with dozens delayed.
Now, with the situation progressively deteriorating, the Civil Aviation Ministry, the regulator and the Minister Prithviraj Chavan are now actively monitoring the situation. The airline now has to submit day-to-day reports of delays and cancellation, while also ensuring that the affected passengers are refunded or boarded on the other airline. But the question arises that why did this situation arise at all?
According to sources accessed by NDTV Profit, Vistara pilots have been offered a revised salary package as the airline merges with Air India. Pilots in certain categories feel that they will earn less if they sign on. The airline says that those who don't sign up will not be included in the transition to Air India. In a statement, the airline has acknowledged the crisis that it faces, but adds that they're trying to accommodate passengers on other aircraft and provide refunds. Our teams are working towards minimizing the discomfort to customers. We've decided to temporarily reduce the number of flights we operate to ensure adequate connectivity across our network. The pilot crisis at Vistara comes as the Tata Group is trying to consolidate its position in India's booming aviation sector, with Air India, Air India Express, Air Asia India and Vistara being merged under the company umbrella, a massive and clearly challenging process. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
All right, let's go across to Vishnu for more. And Vishnu, you've been in touch with people in Vistara, and for the moment, there's no breakthrough.
Well, the latest information available with NDTV indicates that at the moment, the crisis in Vistara is set to continue. What is this crisis all about? Well, we have these new details. The crisis is set to continue since there is no breakthrough in talks between pilots and the management. Neither side is budging at the moment. 52 flights were cancelled today in data submitted by the airline to the regulator. Junior first officers say that their cost to company, part of their salary, goes down to 1,87,750 rupees a month from 2,35,000 per month, since they will be mandated to fly 40 hours now per month as opposed to 70 hours earlier. But sources within the airline say that pilots who choose to fly more are incentivized and have the possibility of earning more than what they did earlier. Pilots say that they will not gain seniority within the airline if they do not sign the new contract. In other words, co-pilots will not be promoted to captains, captains will not be promoted to operate wide-body aircraft on international routes. The Ministry of Civil Aviation, the Civil Aviation Minister himself and the regulator, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, are all monitoring the situation. The pilots say that there have been 15 pilots who've quit the airline in the last 2 weeks. Vistara, the airline there, while not commenting specifically on these numbers, our sources in Vistara say that the industry is in churn and that these numbers of exits needs to be looked at in that context.
All right. Thanks so much, Vishnu, for joining us with the latest developments. Well, on to political news now. And today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit out at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi while addressing a rally in Uttarakhand. This for his comments that India would be set on fire if BJP got elected for a third time. The Prime Minister questioned, is this the language of democracy? He also said the prince of the opposition party's royal family has declared that the country will be on fire if the BJP returns to power. Rahul Gandhi, during the joint opposition election rally on Sunday had accused the Prime Minister of fixing elections and claimed they would change the constitution and that the whole country would be on fire.
कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन ने अपने इरादे दिखा दिए हैं। कांग्रेस के शाही परिवार के शहजादे ने ऐलान किया है कि अगर देश ने तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार को चुनी, आग लग जाएगी। 60 साल तक देश पर राज करने वाले 10 साल सत्ता से बाहर क्या रह गए? अब देश में आग लगाने की बात कर रहे हैं।
And the Prime Minister was later in Rajasthan, where he began the BJP's Lok Sabha campaign with a rally in Kotputli in rural Jaipur, equidistant from both Jaipur and Alwar, asking people to vote in 25 out of 25 seats. Like in the past, the Prime Minister added a Rajasthani twist to his speech as he said, Dal Bati Churma, Rajasthan ka voter Surma, alluding to the traditional Rajasthani fare and calling the voters warriors. He also attacked the India Alliance for protecting the corrupt.
दाल बाटी चूरमा, वोटर मारा सुरमा।
मोदी जी को जय श्री राम। मोदी जी को जय श्री राम।
A Rajasthani twist to PM Modi's campaign in the desert state and a special message. Rajasthan has been voting in the BJP in all 25 seats and will give the BJP 25 out of 25 in 2024 as well, said a confident Prime Minister, even as he attacked the India Alliance for protecting the corrupt.
ये पहला ऐसा चुनाव है जिसमें परिवारवादी पार्टियां अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए रैली पर रैली करते जा रहे हैं। वो कहते हैं भ्रष्टाचारियों को बचाओ, मोदी कहता है भ्रष्टाचार हटाओ।
Touching upon welfare measures and development works undertaken by the BJP government, the PM had a punch to deliver.
मोदी मौज करने के लिए पैदा नहीं हुआ है। मोदी मेहनत करने के लिए पैदा हुआ है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And a special appeal by the PM for a large voter turnout despite temperatures that are expected to sizzle as the Lok Sabha elections close in. With the mercury already hovering around 40 degrees in the desert state, the PM asked the people of Rajasthan not to fall back but to come out and vote in large numbers. In Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
And Union Home Minister Amit Shah sounded the poll bugle in Karnataka, where he held a series of meetings with the BJP and JDS leaders in Bengaluru to strategize and also address dissent. Some friction still remains there. He then embarked on a 3-kilometer roadshow in the evening in Channapatna and Bengaluru rural, which remained a Congress bastion in 2019.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah starting his election campaign in Karnataka by holding a roadshow at the Bengaluru rural constituency. The lone seat won by the Congress in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. In what is shaping out to be a high-voltage campaign for the 28 seats in the state, the Home Minister began his roadshow by hitting out at the Congress.
10 साल मनमोहन सोनिया की सरकार में 12 लाख करोड़ का भ्रष्टाचार हुआ। डीके शिव कुमार जी को तो भ्रष्टाचार से परहेज ही नहीं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और जेडीएस का गठबंधन सभी 28 की 28 सीटें जीतकर कांग्रेस का अकाउंट नहीं खोलने देंगे।
Earlier in the day, he was welcomed with sharp remarks by the State Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, whose son, Yatendra's comment against Shah had led to a complaint by the BJP with the Election Commission.
ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ, ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ. ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾನೇ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೇಕೆದಾಟುಗೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಮಾದಾಯಿಗೆ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? ಯಾಕೆ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ? ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ actually ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ he has no moral right.
The exchange between Siddaramaiah and Shah sets the tone for the Karnataka campaign 2024, in which the Chief Minister is likely to be the target of the BJP, and the results here could impact the power equations in the Siddaramaiah government as well.
Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Karnataka's Channapatna signifies two very important things. One is the BJP trying to portray an image of sharing great camaraderie as well as coordination with the JDS. And two, BJP trying to put in all its efforts in this lone constituency that was won by the Congress in 2019 Lok Sabha election. With camera person Govind, Pratiba Raman in Channapatna for NDTV.
Now, an exclusive interview, and Union Minister Kiren Rijiju said people of Arunachal Pradesh are furious after China released a fourth list of 30 new names of various places in the state. Earlier, the Ministry of External Affairs had firmly rejected attempts by China to rename places, asserting that assigning invented names will not alter the reality. Speaking to NDTV, Minister Kiren Rijiju said Chinese actions are unbecoming of a responsible power and a reaction to the Prime Minister's tough policies.
Why do you think Chinese have made it almost a ritual? Last year also in the April they said, we are announcing some names for some parts of Arunachal Pradesh to which you belong. You have been a member of parliament for many, many years now. Again this year the same story. What is the reason? I mean, what is it that the Chinese are wanting to achieve here?
I think the Chinese have certainly realized that here in India we have a government which is not compromising anything, especially with regard to our territorial integrity and also the extraordinary efforts to secure our border. Because the Chinese are used to an Indian government which will not develop the border areas. So now if you see all the statements coming from the Chinese authorities, they are objecting to the rapid infrastructure and other works which are going on in the border areas. They are complaining, in fact. That means till 2014, all the border areas right from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh, bordering with China, these areas were deliberately left unattended. These areas were left underdeveloped. So now after Modi ji became Prime Minister, he started rapid development of the border areas. He started building roads, infrastructures, now basic amenities, electricity, power supply and 4G networks, as well as water and other health, education, all sectors you see across the border areas are now access to basic amenities. This has irritated the Chinese because they are not used to it. The Chinese were used to a meek Indian government as well as a very pacifist kind of policy towards the border areas. We are totally, finding it very inappropriate for a responsible big nation like China. How can they get into this kind of unfounded, false and very funny kind of action? That how can you start naming another country's territory? As I said, we have no historical link with China. Where from they have this idea of started naming our geographical locations? So that is why I said we are furious. People of Arunachal Pradesh are taking strong exception to this kind of actions from the Chinese side, and we want to issue very strong message. I want to convey on the behalf of people of Arunachal Pradesh that the more Chinese are doing this kind of activities, it will only strengthen our resolve to remain stronger to defend our territory.
In other news now, the All India Football Federation suspended its executive committee member Deepak Sharma till further notice for his alleged physical assault of 2 women players in Goa, 2 days after it stopped short of doing the same. 2 footballers of Himachal Pradesh-based Khad FC taking part in the Indian Women's Football League 2nd Division had alleged that Sharma, the owner of the club, had barged into their room and physically assaulted them on the 28th of March at night. Sharma was arrested by the Goa police after the host State Association lodged a complaint but later released on bail. The Supreme Court today came down heavily on Patanjali Ayurved's co-founder Ramdev and managing director Balakrishna for their absolute defiance in not filing proper affidavits over the company's misleading advertisements. Be ready for action is what the Supreme Court told Ramdev, refusing to accept an apology tendered by Patanjali. The Supreme Court also pulled up the centre for not taking action and said they were sitting with their eyes shut. The next hearing of the case is on the 10th of April. The Supreme Court today granted bail to Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh and posed some tough questions to the Enforcement Directorate, which had arrested Mr. Singh, including asking why he'd been in jail for over 6 months without a trial or the recovery of the alleged bribe of 2 crore. The Supreme Court said nothing has been recovered. There is no trace, after which the Additional Solicitor General conferred with the ED and said they would not oppose bail. Sanjay Singh is expected to be released tomorrow.
ईडी ने, सीबीआई ने 500 से ज्यादा अफसर लगाए इस केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, लेकिन 2 साल में भी आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी नेता के पास 1 रुपया भी प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम का नहीं मिला। तो आज जब कोर्ट में पूछा गया कि पैसा कहां है, मनी ट्रेल कहां है, प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कहां है, तो ईडी का कोई जवाब नहीं था इस सवाल को लेकर।
वो तो उनको बेल मिल गई और ईडी ने अपोज भी नहीं किया। देखिए, इसके हमारी जो कोर्ट सिस्टम की, हमारी जुडिशरी की जो रबस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस है, अब वो कहते हैं, कल जब राहुल गांधी जी बोल रहे थे उस दिन रामलीला मैदान, उन्होंने बोला इलेक्शन कमीशन ये फिक्स्ड मैच है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर भी आपके हैं, जुडिशरी भी आपकी है। अरे भाई, जुडिशरी हमारी होती तो ये इतनी बढ़िया स्कीम है इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड, क्यों उन्होंने उसको नेगेटिव कर दिया? तो ये हमारी डेमोक्रेसी की खासियत है कि हम अगर कोर्ट्स इंडिपेंडेंट है, वो जो भी निर्णय लेंगे, पर ईडी ने अपोज भी नहीं किया।
News now from West Bengal, where 3 women students of the Vistara University complained about sexual harassment by a guest professor. The students alleged the professor sought sexual favors for passing them in the semester exams. The students filed a complaint with the police and a complaint to an internal complaints committee as well. But the professor, who teaches Arabic, has denied the allegations, claiming it's a conspiracy to frame him.
Students of Vishwabharati University protesting against a professor after 3 women students filed a sexual harassment complaint against him. The police have begun an investigation. The students allege the professor contacted them on WhatsApp and threatened to fail them.
আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের বলতে উনি যেভাবে আমাদেরকে মেন্টালি টর্চার করছেন দিনের পর দিন, সেটার জন্য আমরা অভিযোগ দায়ের করেছি, যাতে ওনার এই যে অধিকারটার জন্য উনি এত বড় আমাদেরকে থ্রেট দিচ্ছেন বা যাই করছেন, এই অধিকার যেন ওনার কাছ থেকে ছিনিয়ে নেওয়া হয়। উনি বারবার করে ভয় দেখান, উনি বারবার করে বলেন যে ব্যাক দেওয়ার কথা, বারবার করে ফেল করার কথা বলেন, 4 বছর নষ্ট হয়ে যাওয়ার কথা বলেন। এগুলো বলে পরে উনি আমাদের সাথে অন্য কিছু আমাদের থেকে অন্য কিছু এক্সপেক্ট করেন। এক্সাম দেওয়ার 2 দিন পরই বলে যে আপনি তুমি ব্যাক পেয়েছো, এরকম করে। কারণ 2 দিনের মধ্যে খাতা চেকের সম্ভব না, আর 2 দিনের মধ্যে কেউ বলতেও পারবে না যে ব্যাক পেয়েছে। ইনফ্যাক্ট আমাকে আমার বাড়ির অ্যাড্রেস পর্যন্ত জিজ্ঞেস করেছে যে বাড়ি কোথায়। উনি পার্সোনালি রুমে ডেকে আমাকে কচুরিও পর্যন্ত খাইয়ে দিয়েছেন, হট করে, যেটা সাডেনলি যেটা হয়। দেন টাচ করেছে।
The professor has denied the charges and said it's a conspiracy against him. The university is looking into the complaints.
করে এগুলোকে সাজিয়ে একটা চক্রান্ত করে এগুলোকে জাস্ট করার চেষ্টা করেন। এটা ওদের রাগ একটাই, আমি ওদের এক্সাম ডিউটিতে গার্ড দিই, গার্ডের জন্য ওরা কম্পালসারি যে পেপারগুলো যেগুলো আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্টেরও পেপার নয় সেই পেপারগুলো তারা ফেল করে যায় তো সেই চার্জ আমার উপরে আসে যে আমি নাকি ওদেরকে ফেল করি
The police investigation and the internal investigation in this case will run parallelly. While the professor has completely denied all the charges, only a probe will establish the truth. The students meanwhile claim they have submitted evidence of his misbehavior and are demanding action. With camera person G.D. Shankar, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
And finally today, April 2nd, is World Autism Awareness Day, a day to raise awareness and acceptance for individuals with autism spectrum disorder. This year's theme is color, highlighting the possibilities of a vibrant life that those on the autism spectrum can lead. And as part of our initiative, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, we try to understand what it means to be on the spectrum and see how the right tools and direction can help those on the autism spectrum live an enriched life.
If I can't learn the way you teach me, then teach me the way I can learn. This single line sums up the philosophy at Muskan, a Delhi-based training and employment center for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Many of the students training here across various skill development programs such as food and beverages, bakery products, candle making, hospitality and more are on the autism spectrum disorder. Autism spectrum disorder looks different for everyone, and each person with autism has a distinct set of strengths and challenges. Prithviraj Singh Soin, also known as Preet, is an alumnus of Muskan. He has come over to meet his classmates and his teachers. He trained at Muskan in this cafe and later was placed at Microsoft's Gurgaon office, in whose cafe he has been working for the past 6 years.
For a long time, we did not even understand what he has. Till he was almost 14. You know, we changed institutions for him. One institution just sent me some journals on autism. So once I started looking at those journals, I realized that there's so many things dawned on me that he has to be handled in a different way.
And that different way is different for every single individual who is on the autism spectrum. To understand neurodiversity and customize skills for individuals on the spectrum, it's crucial to understand where that individual is on the spectrum and what the nuances of their specific condition are.
Every individual with autism can be a unique individual. Now, somebody can have high IQ but very low on social communication. But somebody can be a bit more social but low on IQ. So these parameters change. So that is why it is called that there is a spectrum in this particular disability.
Mridula Sakle has been a teacher at Muskan for the last 20 years. She has been instrumental in creating assembly lines for each vocational course based on the individual's capacity and strength. The constant goal is to equip these individuals with their varying intellectual disabilities with employable skills.
हम उनकी स्ट्रेंथ्स पर ही काम करते हैं. कॉपिंग उनकी स्ट्रेंथ है और वो बहुत अच्छा कर पाते हैं. हम करते हैं कि अगर उनको बता दिया कि ये टेबल की एज पर रखकर आपको फोल्ड करना है, वो एग्जैक्ट उसी एज पर जाएगा और फोल्ड होगा. We have also been placing our students after training in mainstream employment. So they are working in many hotels, they are working in corporates, they are working on petrol pumps. We believe that every organization has such kind of jobs which can be identified and they can be trained for that.
Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, seeks to build a world that is inclusive and accessible for those with disabilities. But the best lesson in inclusion and how to make individuals who are neurodivergent feel safe comes from Preet himself.
मैं काम करता हूँ, लॉ पे काम करता हूँ, लॉ पे और नॉट तो बच्चे.
And that's it from me for the moment. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani shared a picture of himself with his 14-month-old granddaughter Kaveri in a post on X, formerly Twitter. The Adani Group Chairman said that his granddaughters are the biggest stress relievers in his life.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special